Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to the new week, everybody. It is a Tuesday on this space, so that means that it is a new week for all us fine creators on this space. If you guys could do me a favor, hit the like button and share the stream. Really helps us out. But just want to say a quick welcome to everybody. Yeah, you guys are actually getting the first dose of Pep Talks this week. I had to take Monday off for good reasons, though. For those that do not know, my wife was diagnosed with cancer in September of last year. She has been going through treatment. Unfortunately, she was in isolation because we had a really, really bad flu outbreak. And just overall, it was kind of, she was in that stage of chemotherapy that they didn't want her even risking anything. So me and the family, we were just not able to really see her. So yesterday was the first time that I was really able to spend significant time with her. So everybody, I feel like you would understand that. But I appreciate all the well wishes and all the positive vibes. She has definitely felt it. And yeah, it looks like she is going to be trying to join some of the streams in the near future here. So looking forward to that. But because you guys get the first dose of Pep Talks, I just want to do a quick shout out here. What's up, Manda, Natch, Johnny, Pinkerbell, Jet, and my boy Etch. What up? And did I forget anybody? Jet. What up, Jet? Hope you guys are all doing well. So let's get to it. Oh man, I don't have any music or anything. This is kind of funny. All right, so today was going to be kind of, protest heavy. Originally, that was the plan. But everybody, you know what? And this is good. Everybody seems to be kind of shifting. Even some of like the right-wing pundits are abandoning the whole narrative that they were trying to, follow with Kristina and the government in general, which of all the people, Alex Jones seems to be the one that's really towing the line, which we might get to that. If not, we'll get to that on my other show. But today we want to talk about some TikTok because I think that I am going to be quitting TikTok entirely. I think I'm going to delete my account. I do not like what they did with the TOS. If you guys didn't notice, I think it was either yesterday or the day before. So the sale went through, and then with the new TOS, you opened your app like any other time, and then it gave you the TOS thing, but it was just with an okay. Like they didn't even really give you the option to opt out. It also didn't look like your normal like TOS kind of agreement. So I immediately kind of called BS on that, backed out of the app. Wanted to wait to see what was going on, and oh boy, the fuckery is real, folks. So we all knew that American companies had come in and bought significant portions of TikTok. Well, we were called hyperbolic for saying, oh, they're definitely going to use this as a pretext to censor. Turns out we were right, folks. They are censoring Epstein mentions. They are mentioning, they are censoring ICE mentions, which is kind of funny because one of the things that started happening is because there is a snowstorm and an ice storm, they had to call it freezing rain in situations where it wasn't even freezing rain. It was legitimate ice on the ground. And they were just like, well, I kind of feel like you guys are giving us bad publicity. We've already got a lot of news going on with ICE, and now you guys are adding to it. So that's a real story, by the way. They contacted FEMA and were just like, hey, by the way, can you guys maybe calm down on mentioning like the ICE stuff? Just call it freezing. It's crazy. We'll get to that as well. So without further ado, let me add this. This is the first bit. Here we go. So TikTok denies censoring anti-ICE content, blames outage. Yeah, an outage.
I'm really at the point of deleting this app.
TikTok is censoring us.
Let me show you the censorship. Let me just show you. Tonight, some TikTokers threatening to stop the scroll.
We are posting factual,
Good. Honestly, as somebody who's a bit of a curmudgeon in this one, good.
Cool.
If this helps us get rid of like this schlock ass short form content that has poisoned our fucking minds, I will be happy with that, because honestly, I as I said, curmudgeon take from me, I do think that this is single-handedly contributing to our national ADHD. Like,
information.
As someone who has clinical ADHD, I'm starting to recognize the patterns in just normal people when I'm talking to like even my family and they cannot break away from their phones.
And they are censoring our content.
We've all been there.
Alleging the app is suppressing videos about the fatal shootings in Minneapolis.
TikTok USA is broken.
Aaron Parnas, a
Aaron
political
Parnas.
content creator, showing one video he posted that appeared to receive more than 200 comments, but listed 0 views.
Couldn't post, couldn't see it.
Democratic Senator Chris Murphy also among those calling out the app. Singer Billie Eilish, too.
I find it very interesting that this is the video that is going to get blocked.
But the issues appeared to extend beyond videos about ICE. People flooding social media, complaining about everything from problems with the main For You page and commenting to complications editing and posting. The company blaming disruptions on a power outage, writing, we're working with our data center partner to stabilize our
Do we believe this?
service.
I don't.
NBC News reached out to TikTok about specific allegations of censorship, and the
Did anybody else just catch that? That old ass iPhone right there?
company said all issues stem from the outage.
That was.
It looks like we have to
Wow.
rebuild our FYPs.
But it all comes just days after the U.S. and China reached
Our
a
FYPs.
deal passing control of TikTok's U.S. operations to a group of investors backed by President Trump.
It's a lot of things happening all at once. We don't have any insight into how they're changing or moving or adjusting. Could be bad timing, could be by design. We really don't know.
But many users remain skeptical.
I am deleting all of my videos from TikTok.
A rocky start as
I like how she put on a filter to do that.
TikTok enters a new U.S. chapter with millions watching. Savannah Sellers,
Hey, I have that almost exact ding on my screen protector.
NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Speaking of screen protectors, does anybody have an intact screen protector? Like, or do we all just drop it, have that initial crack, and you're like, oh, that's just the crack that I'm going to live with now? It's like an ass crack. Sorry. Sometimes I really cannot help myself. All right, let's get rid of that. TikTok problem. Here we go. Now, that's deep. Sometimes, is it the phone that's cracked, or is it our spirits? This has been a pep coup. All right, guys. I should probably also mention, like, I have no idea if it's the weather or if I'm coming down with something, which I really hope is not the case, because that would be awful timing. Yeah, I have a massive headache today and a little bit stuffy, but hopefully everything will be just fine. But yeah, I got some Philly D. Let's get some. I mean, this guy, I have to say, for somebody that was like the milquetoast like news guy, where he purposefully broke the news to you in a non-controversial way that was catered to everybody. So he would go out of his way to not like really comment on like heavily critical stories to MAGA, because he didn't really want to, go into the into that fun stuff. We crossed 3,500 subs yesterday. Hell yeah! Fuck yeah, moving on up. Well, speaking of moving on up, well, Philip DeFranco is moving on up in the leftist spaces because I'm gonna give him his just desserts on this one. Welcome to the club, Phil. We welcome you with open arms. At least I do. Just in case everybody doesn't want me speaking for the left, which some people have come out and said straight up they would prefer that. So yeah, like I was saying, I'm happy that he has made the pivot. So, Comrade Phil, let's get his takes.
As you have people trying to talk about everything that's happening with ICE, Minneapolis, and Alex Preddy on social media, we're now
this
seeing
is normal
claims
playback.
TikTok is censoring content about those specific topics. There are people saying that when they've tried to post about it, they get no views or the content stays under review instead of getting uploaded. And that's also something I can confirm that's what happened with us as well. But for their part, you've got TikTok claiming that they've been dealing with a power outage that's impacting their services, including their algorithm. With that, you've got some reports noting that people posting any kind of content, no matter the subject, they've been dealing with outages and glitches as well. But still, you have many, including politicians, taking these censorship claims seriously because it comes the same weekend that TikTok announced new U.S.
Come on. Like, this is, I can't stand this administration specifically because of how much and how stupid they think the American people really are. I mean, obviously, they think their base is that stupid. And I've been really hammering that on my own show where I'm just like, no, guys, they do not respect you. And these are the reasons and the obvious reasons too. It's like, dude, they feed you guys some of the dumbest shit. Just like, and I kind of feel like it's kind of halfway disingenuous where they're like, let's see if we could push it this far. Let's see. And then that they're shocked where they're like, they bought it. Oh, geez, God, we didn't even try on that one.
ownership of the app. And people, they're already skeptical.
But this kind of, this plays into that same one where it's like, oh, really? You're telling me the day that America gets its hands on TikTok, all of a sudden it's blocking things, but it was a power outage? Okay.
These companies and their ties to Trump. Right under the newly announced U.S. joint venture, the three new managing investors include the private equity fund Silver Lake Tech Company, Oracle, and investment firm MGX, which each hold a 15% share, and ByteDance still gets to hold on to a share of just under 20%. Also, as for how security concerns are being addressed, U.S. user data will now be stored in Oracle's user cloud, and
I'm just deleting it.
The algorithm will also be retrained, tested, and updated based on U.S. user data. And
I'm just speaking for myself. I'm deleting TikTok. I barely used it anyway, but now there's no reason.
Algorithm recommendations will again be secured by Oracle. And so with all that, you have TikTok saying that this.
It's not like X where it's like, oh, I might be missing out on like a promotional vehicle because that's the only reason I have my X.
Will quote safeguard the U.S.
I'm very open about that.
Through robust trust and safety policies and content moderation. Many people, they're not thrilled to hear that these companies have any say in the content moderation on the app, right? Because among other things, Oracle, as you may know, is co-founded by Trump ally Larry Ellison, who's lobbied for the president. His son David Ellison is the new CEO of Paramount Skydance, which is now overseeing.
How come all these guys look like lizard people? I know that other people have brought this up, but this is insane.
CBS News' rightward shift, becoming essentially Fox News Light. And so many, they're afraid that the Ellisons are going to do to TikTok what they did to CBS, or maybe what Elon Musk did to Twitter. But also, that's not even where the Trump ties end. I understand why it's getting so much attention, but the MGX firm, right, that has a 15% stake, it's UAE based, and they've done deals with the Trump crypto business. And with all this, you have Trump giving himself major credit for this deal, saying that he's happy to have helped save TikTok, and adding, it will now be owned by a group of great American patriots and investors, the biggest in the world, and will be an important voice. Along with other factors, it was responsible for my doing so well with the youth vote in the 2024 presidential election. I only hope that long into the future, I will be remembered by those who use and love TikTok. And I mean, yeah, he will probably be remembered by TikTok users, but also that's not necessarily a good thing, right? The why people are remembered, that usually matters too. And with that, you had a Georgetown professor saying, this deal allows for, quote, more theoretical room for one side's views to get a greater airing. And adding, my worry all along is that we may have traded fears of foreign propaganda for the reality of domestic propaganda. And if you look into some corners of TikTok, people share those concerns.
It will safeguard the U.S. content ecosystem through robust trust and safety policies and content moderation. I don't think that we're scared enough. For this to happen right now is really, really bad.
No, also,
the thing is, you know what? No. That one got me because for this to happen now, this is really, really bad. That's the fucking attitude that got that guy shot. Honestly, the way that we just moved on, like as a nation with Renee Good, I know that we didn't, and I've been covering the protests. So you know what? I am going to give us our stars on this one because we did not just abandon that, and we did not just kind of start going with this jaded attitude too, where it's just, guys, this is bad. Like, maybe we need to start like caring. Because I noticed that my slop is a little bit different, and like my slop's not getting watched as much. Guys, I think that we have to pay attention to the slop farm, and maybe we might have to leave.
So I should note there was other outrage regarding the app over the weekend regarding its new privacy policy, or with many thinking that it's now tracking immigration status, but also it doesn't.
And I just realized I really am in like full-blown curmudgeon mode.
You're quite like it sounds. And I'll explain, right? So the policy, it says that the app can collect sensitive personal information like sexual life or sexual orientation, status as transgender or non-binary, citizenship or immigration status. And so you have tons of people saying they're going to be deleting the app because of this and that it's gone way too far. But here's a big thing with that. A version of that was already in TikTok's policies before the United States ownership was announced, and it's not new to the US deal. And you've got outlets like TechCrunch explaining that this language is primarily there to comply with state privacy laws like California's Consumer Privacy Act. Now, because TikTok collects data from user content, you technically have to discuss that information yourself, either in a video or a comment for a different
Feeling
process like
spicy?
TikTok. Yeah.
Not as much spicy as legit. I don't know. Old man Pep is here a little bit. Where,
just legally
the TikToks.
has to tell you that it's processing that in accordance with the law. So
I can't
it
even
is
do that,
nothing
man. I'm all
super new,
stuffed
but
up.
it is, again, understandable that it's raised so many red flags for so many people in this political climate, especially as there are also other actual policy changes in these new terms. And so, for example,
Yeah.
TikTok expands.
Yeah, this was the part that really got me, where it's like, dude, we have evidence on this one where it's like, no, their new policy is kind of telling us exactly what's going on.
Some of its capabilities for targeted advertising and precise location tracking for people whose settings enable this. And in general, it feels like, there's just a lot going on with TikTok right now. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this handoff works. As far as my personal take, I don't trust it, but I also don't trust any of the other social media companies. None of them are on our side. Like, I wouldn't make a list of best social media companies. I would make a list of least worst, which is also why, whether you're a consumer or a creator, I constantly recommend
arguably YouTube,
and that people follow and create for every platform in any way they can get information out. Because you really never know if any of these platforms are going to push the psycho button like we saw with Elon Musk and Twitter. Like, if you're not expecting X feeds to look drastically different near the midterms, you're crazy. So that's why,
anybody else having like a
recommend people, follow me on all these social media platforms right here, but also text me at 813-213-4423 to jump on the text line and go.
Wait, he has a text line?
Go to the Daily Dip website and get your daily emails, especially as you're
why
openly seeing all these billionaire CEOs of these platforms kind of just like,
does he actually like really read his comments that much that no, he's got to have a team. He's got to have a team.
Bending the knee to Trump, giving him money. And whether it's this video or anything I post, again, you can go to the description, find
Asa
all
Phillips
my
shows
things
really fast.
everywhere.
I mean, yeah, he does that on purpose though. Like, he always has. Despite what anybody's opinion is, he has a team. That's what I thought. Yeah. Because I know that some people really didn't like him because he was like the centrist shill guy. I got to give him credit though. All right, so here's some fallout that you guys might have heard about. So if you guys do not already follow Hawk, you really should. He makes some really good, engaging shorts content. Also, why he was popular on TikTok. Yeah, this kind of throws a wrench in the whole "it's a glitch" thing, because no, our man got targeted, and it looks like he's losing his account. So let's get the deets on that.
Friday, TikTok banned.
I'm not even kidding, and I'm not trying to be mean. So does he just like take a little bit of mousse, do this, and then just, and that's it?
My backup account at Hawkeye Whack-A-Mole that had about 140,000 followers. And a couple of hours ago today, TikTok permanently banned my main account at MDG 650 Hawk.
Oh,
7th account.
Oh, I knew about the backup one. I didn't know that they banned his main one too.
I lost both of the appeals on that. My buddy Aaron from Go Live Vegas is working on
helped if I read
restoring those accounts. I'm not super hopeful in that regard, given yesterday's events on TikTok. The app did not work at all, half of Saturday and all of yesterday until this morning, Monday. But it would certainly appear more so now than it has at any point in time since I first joined.
Stop trying. No. I'm gonna be honest. I'm already sick of the people that are trying to do this thing. I saw a Forbes article saying that a TikTok competitor jumped up in, the App Store. We watched that happen with that Red Note thing. Stop. Just stop. Just either use TikTok or don't, and use YouTube Shorts like a self-respecting person, or just go to Instagram. Don't do this thing where you're trying to replace the thing. Listen. TikTok was a replacement for Vine. Can we just let this one die?
4.5 years ago, that my time on TikTok is coming to a close. And so I wanted to hop on here to YouTube and make a video for all of our YouTube.
Honestly, as much as we make fun of it, YouTube Shorts and they have now pivoted with the algorithm. Even Twitch is doing vertical streams. You know what? You can catch my first vertical stream on Twitch today, by the way.
Followers, and say a couple of things. First of all,
I'm not kidding, but I'm gonna try it. But I'm dead serious, guys. Can we just let TikTok go?
A huge thank you to everyone who follows this page on YouTube over the last 13.
Dude, nobody uses Bluesky. Can we be real? There's a reason that Bluesky is the redheaded stepchild of social media. Half the time, and this is coming from me, when it's just oh yeah, Pep has a Bluesky. It's I have a Bluesky. I forgot about that.
18 months. We've added almost 600.
And that was made for the same thing. Elon buys X. Everybody goes to Bluesky. Some people are really adamant that they're going to keep it and they're going to post on Bluesky. But guess what? They also cross-post on X because they kind of know deep down inside that it's yeah, this is bullshit. Nobody's seeing this.
1,000 followers to this page, which I'm incredibly proud of. And I'm proud of the community that my brother and I are building here. But with TikTok.
Okay, can somebody correct me on this? If you know, was Hawk in a band? I feel like he was in a band and kind of popular.
Seemingly going away, at least for me. That seems like a perfect.
That's mixing them up with somebody.
For my brother and I to kind of refocus our efforts. Focus more on YouTube and a lot of the other platforms that we're on, like Substack, and we're going to be starting
there we go.
I guess they're called a professional Facebook page sometime soon. We're going to be doing that.
Yeah, they offered me one of those.
I think, well, put it this way. It's my opinion. I have to talk to my brother about it, but it's my opinion that I would like to, again, explore having our Instagram page be much more active. We had kind of deactivated it, given some of the fuckery that was coming from Mark Zuckerberg relative to.
It's the same shit, dude. This is my, dude, if you want to be a social media star, at some point you are just going to have to acknowledge that this is always going to be there.
His capitulation.
How I do it with YouTube, where it's yeah, I know.
To this administration. But
what am I going to do? Go to Kick? Because that's better.
And
all these, every single one of these platforms that we watch, they have some garbage human beings in charge, right?
We're working on revitalizing
Newsflash.
The merch store and a lot of other things. And, I think a big part of that for me has just been TikTok was a massive crutch for me. It was a huge crutch for me because it was so easy to use. And, I didn't have to learn anything. I'm 57 years old. I don't like to learn new things, but it became
then don't do social media.
Massive,
wah
crutch.
As I said, guys, I'm in a mood. I don't want to hear it
for me as far as just
either pivot or let your channel die, man.
Ease of use.
That is one of the lamest things. Dude, I have ADHD. I have oppositional defiance disorder, just like Hawk here. And I can tell you right now, my oppositional defiance disorder is telling me that he's full of shit and lazy.
And yeah, it's they always had.
I'm 56 years old. Okay.
They always had.
Not too late.
Had their bullshit community guideline violation system. And, my accounts got banned all the time and things like that. But, especially over the last 3 years, I think I had worked out
Jaded Uncle Pep
most of the kinks on some of that stuff on my end, and had
feeling it.
Kind of gotten into a rhythm of, having my backup account at Hawkeye Whack-A-Mole and building that up to 1,000 followers and building up the number of followers on my main account to 1.1 million people. And, in the space of a weekend, TikTok was like, nope, taken that away. And
Yeah,
so that
that's
stuff's
how
all
this
gone
works.
now. And
that's why I'm adamant that people follow me on Twitch as well, and like X and every alt account, because it's like, no, guys, you do have to understand that this could go away at any time. I'm well aware of that.
I'm really not upset about it. If I can find a way to do the things that I want to do on social media and produce the kind of content that I want to produce without any involvement with TikTok, I would be extremely happy about that.
Okay.
But referring back to my earlier point, that means I'm going to have to learn to do new things, which my brother and I are actively working on right now as we speak.
It's not that different. Like, creating shorts content for YouTube is not that different than TikTok.
I'm really looking at the events of the last couple of days relative to TikTok and them permanently banning me as, you know, as an opportunity, as a way to kind of kick an old bad habit.
YouTube never even gave me a strike. They just take down.
Being TikTok.
Wow.
And as
Yeah.
a catalyst to motivate me.
Well, that's kind of odd because technically that's against their TOS.
To learn how to do new things and to learn how to interact with all of you guys in different and new ways across all our platforms. And, you know, so it's like, I'm weirdly feeling kind of excited about being permanently banned from TikTok, especially in light of the current owner, Larry.
Amanda, if you're looking to get your account reinstated, definitely talk to the mods in this space. I know that we have outlets.
Ellison, who is the largest private donor to the Israeli military and avowed Zionist. And
yeah, but Galactic Streamlord or whatever he's called now, yeah, he got caught up in the AI thing, and then he got his stuff back. So.
Believe he purchased.
Yeah, but this is also where, like, me personally, like, I'm gonna try and go and this is gonna take me a minute. Go through my catalog of all my lives, and I'm gonna start like recording and putting them on a hard drive.
TikTok in a capacity as a proxy for the Israeli government and the Israeli military to shut down any and all dissent and content related to the Gaza Strip and the plight of the Palestinian civilians inside the Gaza Strip and what Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli military and the Israeli government are doing.
Yeah, it turns out I was right about that.
To people inside.
He was part of like a larger contingent that got caught up in the God, what do they call it? When they put the AI, like they mix the AI into their moderation, and then they just banned a whole bunch of accounts.
Palestinian civilians inside the Gaza Strip, let alone what they have been also doing inside the West Bank recently. They continue to kill Palestinian civilians with impunity, steal their homes, take their land, destroy their villages, and they are conducting an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians inside Israel and inside the Gaza Strip that I think Donald Trump and certainly Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem are envious of in their immigration policies here in the United States. I believe that Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, Tom Homan would very, very much, and Greg Bovino, would very, very much like to further emulate.
Well, we're talking about Bovino because he's not around anymore.
The Israeli military in their conducting ethnic cleansing inside of Israel. They would like to conduct that same kind of ethnic cleansing here in the United States. And that is exactly the kind of thing that I am no longer permitted to say on TikTok, given the new ownership and the new ownership's decision to permanently ban me from that platform. I started, once my backup account, Hawkeye Whack-A-Mole, got banned on TikTok this past Friday, I did start a new backup account. It's at Def Not Hawk.
Just give up.
For Definitely Not Hawk. And I'll be continuing to use that account for...
Why? God, this is my problem with this, guys. Like, we know what the problem is. Why would you continue to give free content? Because you're not going to be monetized there. So it's just more to keep people's eyes on that specific platform. So you're essentially rewarding them for banning you. Good job, Hawk.
Duets and stitches and things like that. But all of my long form content from this point forward is going to be initially published exclusively to YouTube. So I hope that people who see this video, if you like my content,
it's also called channel consolidation. It's almost like you should be focusing, like, I don't know.
Hope that
maybe I'm doing this wrong.
You will click like on this video and leave a comment below.
I really am in a bad mood today.
And subscribe to my page because
I am literally no bullshit pep today.
YouTube is
like, I like Hawk, I do, but all I'm hearing is, wah, they took away my 1 million follower account. Wah, I saw this coming. Wah, I'm still going to continue to give them content because maybe, just maybe, I'll get my following back. Wah.
Now going to be my main platform.
Fucking focus on your YouTube account. You maybe, I don't know, find something like this space to collaborate with. Like if you're all about, you know, bringing on, you know, pushing the movement forward, then maybe do that.
Now that TikTok is gone, I'm not
brutal. Yeah, you know what? Why even mince words?
Not gonna jump through their hoops anymore, especially after I read their updated terms of service.
Yeah. That's all I did was
last week. Jesus Christ. Their new terms of service reminded me of that
Talks is going to be lit on vertical
South Park episode with the Apple terms of service.
I mean, to be fair, this is somebody who I watch. Like, I enjoy Hawk's content. I, you know, would love to collaborate with him in the future. We'll see how that works out. But I'm also I'm not going to sit here pretending. I'm not going to do this shit. I have no energy, like, to even think that way, where it's just like, oh, well, I might be messing up a future collaboration opportunity. This is why people in entertainment hate me.
I think it was Kyle.
Like, specifically entertainment managers, because I'm unmanageable.
Getting sewn into the middle of a human centipede.
I would much rather give my 20-second opinion and ruin, you know, a collaboration opportunity because I don't know. It feels better for me to just get it out.
As at Apple saying, you agreed to that in our terms of service.
Yeah, that's the point, Hawk. And you did it again. You created a new account by your own admission. So you agreed to those terms of service. So don't fucking bitch.
You signed it right here. And, you know, so I kind of half jokingly.
And he's got the same thing as me. So I know that the second he gets a TO, like a terms of service thing that pops up, it's either you're reading the whole thing or you're just going to go, well, everybody else agreed to it.
Said that the new TikTok terms of service involves Larry Ellison coming to your home and shoving a small tracking device into your rectum that is logged into TikTok's servers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 65 days a year. Their new terms of service are not too far off from that. But anyway, I'm Hawk. This is my YouTube.
Yeah, if you read the stuff about protesting, it's insane. Like, if you see anybody at a protest using TikTok anymore, I genuinely think that those people suck.
Page. And this is where I'm going to be posting my long form content from here on out.
YouTube has the same thing. You can't make another channel for a year.
I hope that you guys will stick around. I'm deeply appreciative for everyone who follows me on this page, as is my brother. And we're going to redouble our efforts to grow this page. I want to get it to 1 million followers as soon as we can.
He's not that far off. He's at 700.
And
the thing is, he'd probably be at 1 million if he didn't focus on TikTok.
I'm going to be learning new types of video tricks and tools and production kind of stuff to hopefully make my videos more interesting. And, you know, to learn how to do things like, you know, show a video clip and I pop down into the corner and show a video clip and then pause it and be able to talk about it.
Oh, he's never used a streaming program.
And bring it back up and play some more so that I can comment more in like real time on some things. That's one of the things that I very, very much want to.
I'll be honest, watching somebody that's almost 60 complaining about having to learn like how to use Streamlabs is kind of funny.
Learn how to do as soon as possible. Because all of my TikTok friends and my YouTube friends who are smarter than me are getting that stuff nailed down, and I feel like they're just kind of passing me, you know, like I'm sitting here just watching.
Yeah, that's what happens.
And them kind of take off into the future, and I'm sitting here just
okay,
talking to my laptop.
Dude, you're not owed success on these platforms. I'm sorry.
Top, you know,
that's not how that works. And honestly, with the botting on TikTok and the way that their payout structure, how it makes absolutely no sense based on views, I don't know, man.
I can learn new things, but
well, hopefully you do so quickly.
Again, I really appreciate all of you guys who who have stuck around on this page and who've joined our page here on YouTube. And I promise I will. One of the other things I swear to God, I promise that I'm going to start doing is reading people's comments and responding to people's comments.
Maybe don't do that. Don't do that. Live chat, fine. Comments?
I'm terrible at that. You know, a lot of it is just because it takes a lot of energy, you know, to make content all day long. I don't really ever.
Do you wear the mullet or does the mullet wear you?
Go back and watch.
It's going to be a lot of that. Trust me, I get a lot of hair comments
that I've recorded, but I do want to step up my game a bit as far as engaging with people in the comments, you know, starting to kind of uphold my end of the bargain a little bit more as far as participating in building a community here.
What if you weren't doing that before? Honest to God, what are you doing? Is it just the dopamine of being watched? Is it just the dope? Okay, sorry about that, folks. Had a technical difficulty on my end. I have no idea what happened. Wasn't even a internet glitch. It was just I disconnected straight up. You know what? Hawk must have more power than I thought. Sitting here ripping on the Hawkster, and yeah, and I mean, listen, if I got to do this every time that I'm talking about ice, I'll be fair. Hawk might have the power. Who knows? I'm just picturing that when he does use that power, that he obviously uses the Wah! Well, okay, that was a horrible Hawk noise, but you know what I'm talking about. All right, let's finish this video, and we'll move on. Sorry about that, folks. I have no idea why that happened.
I haven't been very good at that over the last year, so I
The mighty mullet. I was literally making fun of the mullet, and just boom. I said, "Who wears the mullet? Him or the mullet wear?" Yeah, I made the mullet joke. It was.
Want to improve on that as well. So apart from that, it looks like you guys are stuck with me here on YouTube. So this is where I'm going to be. And thank you for sticking around.
Okay.
Welcome, new subscribers. And let's see what kind of fuckery we can get into on this page and in this community in fighting against these fascists.
I'll be honest, what pisses me off about his whole take there is how he emphasized that he's being lapped and how like other people have already figured it out, blah, blah, blah. So he has the unhealthy mindset of competition. Like he thinks that this is a competition in some way. In his head, he's thinking like when he sees a contemporary, he's looking at the numbers not to like say, "Oh, congratulations! How can I do that?" He's doing it like almost with this like, "Well, they're lapping me. I'm not good enough." Like I don't know, man. Anyway, have some. Glenn Greenwald did a piece on this yesterday, and here's the real reason that this is happening. Oh, come on. Yeah, StreamYards for some reason is having a problem on my end today.
That's a brilliant observation. The woke right, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane.
The woke right. That's what he's calling Nick Fuentes, by the way.
Do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States, that is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay, and you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things. You know,
If they're watching you, they can also watch him. It's not television in the
you
40s.
have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefield.
Well, no, he's also one of these. Like, I've talked to a few of these guys where they think there's a finite space for these types of creators.
Not one of the most important ones in Israel's wars. The most important war that Israel is fighting, he says, is the one for social media.
Yeah, and that's why TikTok is so important.
Is class.
Like, yeah, weird, huh? How he just admits it.
TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it's...
I'm just glad that these old fucks don't understand how quickly social media apps can die. Again, everybody thought that Vine was going to live forever. Hell, Snapchat is just barely hanging on. I mean, let's be real. Snapchat is just there for older millennials that still think that that's the best way to send their nudie pics, even though they are all saved, you know, the same way. Seriously, I have had this argument for years where I'm just like, you do understand that Snapchat is dumb, right? And they're just like, yeah, but it's still kind of the best way to like talk to somebody that, you know, you might be dating. It's like, oh, so you mean like you're still using it because the screen grab thing. Yeah, that was totally debunked. Okay, cool. Oh, man. Spicy Pep in the house. All right, so now here we go. So here's TikTok's response. Because I'm here. Here on PEPAGANDA, I'm a fair moderator, so I want to give both sides, you know, even though that could get me in trouble, apparently. No. What else? What else? You mean things like, I don't know, talking about Gaza? You know? What's up with this freaking Stranger Things music? Mute that. Just do my own music. Just in case. An issue California Governor Gavin Newsom said he is reviewing after some users and public figures accused the social media platform's new owners of censoring content. In a statement to NPR Tuesday, a TikTok spokesperson said the platform does not have any rules against sharing the name Epstein in direct messages and is investigating why people are having it deleted. Some users have said they are unable to send messages that contain the word Epstein. They are seeing an alert which labels the message as a violation of TikTok's community guidelines. TikTok issued a statement on Monday saying it is dealing with a major infrastructure issue triggered by a power outage at one of its U.S. data centers, suggesting that this was. Wait for it. Are you fucking kidding me? No. You don't get to do that quick little switcheroo on me. No. Suggested it was. Saying it is dealing with a major infrastructure issue triggered by a power outage at one of its U.S. data centers and suggested this was causing multiple bugs for users. Why did AI do this video for you? Holy shit. The statement added that creators may temporarily see 0 views or likes on a video, an issue some users allege they are seeing with it. Yeah. Damn, he ain't looking good at all. Like, I know I keep saying this, but his nobody's mentioning his eyes. Dude. As somebody who has dementia, like in his family, and not even my family, it's my stepmom's mom. So I kind of dodged that one. But yeah, so my step grandmother, she's like at end stage dementia. Like she doesn't remember anybody. This is exactly what her eyes look like all the time. You see the emptiness? Like, I mean, he already had emptiness there, but like, look at this. There's something like it's specifically in like the color section of his eyes. Damn. He looks straight up fucked up. The statement added that creators may see and critical of Trump and an issue some users allege they are seeing with posts that are critical of the Trump administration and immigration crackdowns, even though they are saying that this is affecting other users too. Let's see if therapy talk or food talk are going through the same shit. The platform said that this data center outage is almost causing multiple bugs, slower load times, and timed out requests, but noted that users' actual data and engagement are safe. Just in case. The statement did not provide an exact timeline for when TikTok expects the issue to be resolved, also noting that they are working to bring the social media platform back to full working order capacity as soon as we can. What is up with why is it cut there? All they need to do is like this little bit of screen. What is it? Why what the fuck? Newsom responded to a screenshot from a user on X, which appeared to show them being unable to send a direct message containing the only word Epstein. I just realized I kept pausing my music. It's time to investigate. I'm launching a review into whether TikTok is violating state law by censoring Trump critical content, the California governor said as he reshared the... That's so annoying. Oh my God, I was about to say it's going to be one word. The post. Shut up. Newsom's press office then issued a longer statement following TikTok's sale to a Trump-aligned business group. Our office has received multiple reports and independently confirmed instances of suppression being critical to Donald Trump. The statement added that Newsom is launching a review of this and calling on the California Department of Justice to determine whether it violates California law. Okay, so another TikTok ban's coming, and then they're trying to be like, Democrats want to take away your TikTok. Over the weekend, politicians and artists like Billie Eilish and Chris Murphy used TikTok of censoring videos and criticized the Trump administration. Why is anybody surprised by this? Barry Weiss buys fucking CBS. The Ellisons are buying all these fucking networks, and all of them are not critical of the administration. And everybody's sitting here with shock Pikachu face. Fucking insane. Accused TikTok of censoring. And it's immigration crackdown. See, I thought that was the end of that one. Fucking Forbes. They couldn't even. This was the sad part. They couldn't even get the good AI to do this for them. Murphy and other Democratic leaders claim the alleged changes to TikTok were a result of the company's new U.S. owners' close ties to Trump. No, again, shocked face. Murphy shared a post from TikTok users who alleged that the video about immigration crackdown in Minnesota were garnering significantly lower views than usual, with some being labeled as ineligible for a recommendation. TikTok did not comment on Murphy's post at the time, but when asked by Forbes, it cited earlier statement about a power outage impacting the data center. The thing is, every time that they come out with any explanation of anything anymore, the federal government immediately, like the first thing that every American, well, any American that's not MAGA goes is just like, sure you did. Last week, the U.S. and China finalized a deal and transfer control of TikTok's U.S. businesses to a group of investors, including Oracle, private equity firm Silver Lake, and who else? Wait. Abu Dhabi-based investment NGX. Yeah, nothing fishy here, guys. All three hold 15% stake in the company. Oracle is overseeing TikTok's U.S. User data. The group that goes by TikTok USDS joint venture will reach. Wait. Before you get to Lizard Man here, will retrain, test, and update the content recommendation algorithm on US user data. You mean the thing that made this fucking successful in the first place, you're gonna now adjust to take away? Yeah, this is gonna work out great for you. Again, totally not a lizard person. Oracle's billionaire founder Larry Ellison. But we gotta fight for him, guys. Just remember, anytime that you guys are pushing for higher taxes, he's gonna take his companies and leave the country and hide his billions. Because yeah, we're meanie bobinis for calling on billionaires to pay their fair share. The world's fifth richest person has become a close ally of President Donald Trump since his return to the White House last year. Yeah, no shit. Again, surprise. Really? You kept that one on for forever? What the fuck? Anybody else see that? The way that they just kind of, well, let's give half information and a little bit here, just to kind of confuse your brain. But the most important part is Larry Ellison's the fifth richest person in the world. Did you know that? Did you know that? We live in such a stupid time. All right, one more story, and then yeah. So Greg Bavino, he gone. We got the mainstream media reaction to this. So let's see what mainstream's saying about this, because they sat there and they were kind of running interference on this guy. And just in general, kind of gaslighting the American public into being like, it's not that bad. Okay, so Bavino, Bovino. Yeah, so he's been transferred to a post in California, but something that a lot of right-wing and even left-wingers are not reporting on is the fact that this is sending him into a forced retirement. And now he's going to be able to collect his old pension, is my understanding. So
joining me now is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. I appreciate you being with us here in the freezing cold. First of all, just the latest developments of, it seems, the reassignment.
I don't care if it's CNN or not. You know what? I like the video if I'm watching it and using it on my stream. So you guys, if you could do me the solid, also hit the like button on the stream and give this space its stars.
Of Mr. Bavino and the bringing in of Tom Homan. What do you make of that?
Well, it sounds like they need to change tempo in their eyes. But I can tell you the Minnesotans have had quite enough of Mr. Bavino. Glad to see him go. And the fact is that the city is outraged, is upset, 50,000 plus marched in this freezing cold weather, 9 below, just a few days ago. The day before Mr. Petty was shot down and killed, we marched 50,000 strong in the cold. So people are really, really upset. And I think Bavino leaving can only be a
Hermit, what up?
And we'll hope for the best.
Also, Josh Glad, what up?
But we're going to continue to press the claim of our state, no matter who's there.
Trump now touting a meeting between Mayor Fry and Homan, his borders are. And Homan is now taking the lead in Minnesota. Trump's controversial top Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino is expected to leave Minneapolis within the next 24 hours. And he's taking some of his 2,000 masked and armed border agents with him. CNN is learning administration officials are
all right, now that's news.
Frustrated with Bavino, who you may remember went before
I'm wondering if those 2,000 happen to be the problem ones.
cameras when Alex Petty was shot.
Because, all right, I've been hearing this, that, the old guard of ICE, that was, they worked through the Obama administration, the first Trump administration, and Biden administration. They're all pissed off at the new hires because they're like, we were trained, and we're not really part of all this shit. The ones that are causing the most problems are the new hires. And it's like, oh, that kind of makes sense. So 2,000, How big was Patriot Front?
Just within 4 hours of that shooting, in fact, he said this.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage.
God, this dweeb.
And
I'm so glad that they threw you under the bus.
Massacre law enforcement.
It was clear that that was not true according to the video, which contradicts what Bovino.
Oh, was it, Aaron? Because you know what's funny? This is the bitch about your like the mainstream media and your coverage of this. We have the footage from when it first came out, and you were very much like, well, you know, they're saying that he might have had a gun, and we haven't seen all the angles, so we're waiting. We're still waiting on more information because it doesn't. You know what?
No claim.
Your eyes might have lied to you.
And Bovino's claims caused massive problems for this administration. Preddy, of course, is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry, according to Minnesota police, and he wasn't threatening them with it at the time. He was carrying a cell phone, according to the video. And Bovino is not the only
God, Aaron Burnett really is like, hey, can you draw me a suburban mom?
one who's standing with Trump is quickly deteriorating because of his handling of this thus far. The White House distancing itself today from Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary's claims that Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism.
Secretary Noem said Alex Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them? Look.
Oh, we also need more context. Don't you guys remember that we didn't get the full context?
As I've
It's always that.
said, I have not heard the president character.
Then you get the full context, and it shows that it's exactly what we thought it was, and they're like, we need more context.
Drive Mr. Preddy in that way.
And that comes as Republicans are now openly questioning the administration's aggressive tactics and demanding answers.
We certainly should not be labeling him as being a domestic terrorist who was going to execute cops. There's no evidence to support that.
What I think the administration could do better
That reject G.I. Joe.
is the tone with which they're describing this. That immediately when an incident like this happens, they come out guns blazing, that we took out a violent terrorist. Hooray.
So what's the goal right now? Is it to deport every single non-U.S. citizen? I don't think that's what Americans want.
I mean, it's pretty stunning when you hear that, right? It's loud and clear. And we've now got new video, as I said, coming into out front of
from the
incident in
car.
Minneapolis that shows the moments leading up to the shooting. And I'm going to speak to the two witnesses
Multiple,
who filmed this encounter with these videos. But
they have the one where the car in front of him filmed it, and then this one. And then the lady who was in the pink jacket just released her footage.
First, let's go to Sarah Seidner.
It's almost like it all shows the same thing.
She's out front live in Minneapolis. And Sarah, you were there when Alex Preddy was killed. You were there when Minneapolis erupted afterwards. And now, obviously, Bovino leaving real repercussions from him are very significant. But what are protesters telling you?
We'll get this last bit.
They are significant from a 35,000-foot view, but on the ground, it's too little too late. They have already killed 2 American citizens and shot another person in less than a month. And people here are like, look, we have asked again and again for ICE to leave this community. Not just the protesters, not just the resident, not just some of the business owners here, but the governor and the mayor. And so for those who are here, those who are mourning Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old ICU
they finally
nurse who
caught
worked
up.
at Veterans Hospital, for them, it is almost a slap in the face. They want ICE and federal agents out of here. All of them, not some of them, not a few of them, all of them.
Yep. That's how that goes. And you know what? Small win, but it's a win regardless. You know, Bovino, he was a problem. So it's kind of like any, long fought war. You're going to have to take the small victories in battle, boost the morale that we have, and, continue the fight. So that being said, would like to take this opportunity to say a very quick apology, just in case, if anybody is a Hawk watcher or Hawk himself. You know what? I speak my mind. I think that you guys can appreciate that. And yeah, I wasn't trying to be too mean, but like I also said, I'm in a bit of a mood today. But with that being said, I appreciate you guys hanging out today. I really, really appreciate you guys supporting this space. So if you guys, like I said, can hit the like button and subscribe. Also, check me out over on my channel, Pep Talks TV. You can check out High on Politics at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. Now stick around for what you can do with our old pal Jake, and I will catch you next week. Oh, Wednesday.
Pep Talks?
Wednesday, Friday.
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio.
The piece was
Pep Talks.
That's supposed to.
Pep Talks.
That's my out. Bye.
Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu.
Am I out now?
I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name is Jake. Whoopsie doodles. My name is Jake, and today I would like to discuss the third ever, Wicked Cookout. I'd like to invite you on Friday to do nothing. This might sound familiar. This might sound like I'm stealing from last week's show. And I am. Because we're doing it again. Another cookout is being requested of you by me on account of the folks in Minnesota who are making us so proud right now. They would like us to slow down the economy in response to the abuses they are suffering from ICE. Basically, what they are asking is for us to take a day off of work. I think that's a pretty reasonable request, all things considered. We are doing so in an organized manner. We are doing so in a way that may affect the economy. And again, I can't stress this is the easiest possible way to protest. They're asking you to do less in a strategic manner. Let's say hi to the gang first. Pinkerbell, what's up? Johnny Too Late TV. The cookout was super fun. Donald James X, I'm going to burn your house to the ground. The cookout was super fun. We're going to continue watching our marathon of Holy Mackerel. For those of you that didn't join us on the last one, you're in for a treat. Go watch the last one. GD it. In fact, if you need to get caught up, I'm going to paste this in the comments for you as this space. You're welcome ahead of time. Yeah. Speaking of falling asleep, I've been spending some of my time at nights volunteering, let's say. It is getting to me. Yes, he did. I actually have not. Doesn't matter. Anyway, let's talk about why. Why are we doing this cookout? Oh, wait. Let's talk about why we are doing this cookout. And I will share this. Here's why. There we are. 1 second. I'm going to mess with this a little bit. Yeah, it's good.
This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Many are pushing back on that narrative, though. Susan Elizabeth Littlefield looks at new videos that show what happened leading up to Preddy's death.
WCCO has new video, new perspective on what unfolded Saturday morning.
I love WCCO. Real quick, just want to let you know. Obviously through local events, recent events, I have watched more of WCCO, CBS in Minneapolis. They have done good reporting, I guess. But look at that logo. It's like we went to the same logo design school. Great taste in logos. Here's what I really want to show you, though, of this. And I don't want to show you this over and over again like a snuff film, but right here.
Perspective on what happened.
It is retrieving a firearm that matches the firearm that DHS put out from Mr. Pretty's waist.
Seconds later, an agent shoots.
This guy, can you see my mouse on the screen? This guy, not this evil garden gnome come to life, not this taker of a $50,000 bribe in a paper bag. Oh my God. But this guy over here just took Alex Pretty's gun. He pulled it out of his waistline, and then you hear a pop, and then this moment happens.
And as the sounds show,
he turns, he double checks over his shoulder, he scurries off
multiple times.
He wasn't there to peacefully.
Now you just heard what Kristi Noem said. He wasn't there to peacefully protest. Well, that's what he was doing. That is what he was doing. So if he wasn't there to peacefully protest, well, he happens to have done that anyway. This one's going to be a little bit different, this cookout. And I want you to help me do it differently. First of all, I want you to get more serious about taking a day off of work. This will now be the third time I have asked you to take a day off of work in solidarity with people who are getting kidnapped. Now, if you have not been able to take the day off of work any of these 3 times in the, what's it been, half a year since I started asking you to do this with me from time to time, if you've not been able to, why is that? It should concern you that you're living in such a way that in a half year, you have not been able to take any of 3 opportunities to take a single day off. You are perhaps not living as freely as you thought you were, if that's the case. But I do understand. If you can't, you can't. You can help in other ways. You can share the message, including sharing it with MAGA. I've been having a great deal of success recently in asking MAGA to hear a point by reminding them that I'm not asking them to change their mind entirely about something that they are that we are in disagreement over. In this case, the mission of ICE, myself and MAGA, we are in disagreement over whether or not ICE should even be there, whether or not ICE should even exist. But you don't have to agree that ICE should exist or shouldn't exist to acknowledge that these ICE agents did something vile, behaved irresponsibly. Ask your MAGA community to take the day off work in recognition of the sloppy police work that those ICE agents did, the execution that they did, the cover-up by Kristina and Bovino, who both tried to tell you that this Second Amendment American was doing anything other than being a perfect gentleman. Bear in mind, we have seen on video multiple times, he is guilty only of owning a gun, legally, I might add. Being an American and owning a gun. He helps a lady up out of the snow, and that is what sets ICE off to attack him. They pushed the lady down. The lady was blowing a whistle at them, and for the crime of blowing a whistle, I'm being sarcastic, it's not a crime. She was blowing a whistle at them, and because that bothered them so, an ICE agent shoved her down, and Alex Preddy, being a decent man, picked her up. He offered her a hand. Then they maced him and the lady, swarmed Alex Preddy, threw him to the ground, began beating him, tore the gun away from his back, which he appeared not to be going for at all. They just took his gun away and then shot him in the back over and over. Then refused to let nearby medical experts assist Alex Preddy because they wanted to count the bullets in him, the bullet holes in it. I think this is a pretty good observation from DJX. It seems to me the administration is worried about a blue tsunami in the midterms, so they are changing their tune. Yeah. And Jedamend complimenting Donald James here, and I agree. ICE and DHS cannot be trusted. Lies have been proven. That's it exactly. That's exactly the problem here. They cannot be trusted because their lies are so obvious. I mean, nor can Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that Renee Good ran over Jonathan Ross. But let's stick to one thing at a time. They can't be trusted. They've lied about all these things. All right, so here's what we're doing. In case you're not familiar, let's start with what the good guys are doing, and then I'll talk about what I'm doing. We're doing a national shutdown. There. We're doing a national shutdown. That would be Friday, January 30th, a.k.a. This week. No work, no school, no shopping. Stop funding ICE. Now, I was fool enough to click pledge to join. I don't know why you have to pledge to well, maybe it helps, honestly. Maybe it helps them to say we had so many so-and-sos pledge to join. Okay, you can pledge to join. It's more important that you simply not show up to work. Don't go out shopping. Chuck L with the great suggestion. Shut down all Cracker Barrels after Sunday services. I like that. Oh, good Lord. There we are. Okay. So here's what I would like you to do. I would like you to throw a party on Friday. You should be getting used to this by now. Host a party. Invite as many of your friends as you can, even if that's just 3 people. Even if that's just 2 people. Even if that's just you and the one friend you realize you can trust. When you stop and think about it. But invite who you can from your community. If you don't have enough of a community to throw a party, consider yourself a secret agent as of this point. And understand that your job is to develop social skills, go out there and charm people. Charm people with a mission. Doesn't matter if you're naturally charming or not. Go out and make enough friends that the next time this happens, and we are guaranteed it will happen again, the next time you can invite someone to a party on a Friday that you are throwing. Why are you throwing a party? Because of Keith Porter Jr., because of Renee Good, because of Alex Preddy, because we are denying this evil system our dollars, because we are making there be consequences for killing us. If you're willing to do all sorts of drastic, cool things, surely you're willing to take a day off of work. Friday, January 30th, that is the day. We did this last Friday. I suspect there's going to be a lot of days in the near future that we do it, because this is leading towards a general strike, and this is good preparation for it. You don't have to be, you don't have to have the crazy amount of supplies, etc., that you might have for a general strike. You're taking one day. Do your shopping over the next 2 days. Get your snackums and such for the party. Now, during that party, I'll be happy to provide some entertainment. We are going to be watching more Holy Mac. But the important thing is simply that you don't go to work. Also, when you throw a party at your place, you are providing folks who perhaps cannot turn up to a protest, say, you're providing them a thing they can go to and do on this day off of work that will allow them to express how they feel without endangering them. Because after all, ICE requires a warrant to search your house, and or your home. And what the difference between those warrants are, an administrative warrant and a court warrant, because you are, of course, a WYCD viewer. In case you forgot, an administrative warrant is nothing, and you don't have to worry about it. In terms of legally relevant to you, nope, it's just a suggestion. A court warrant you would have to obey. However, a court warrant is signed by a judge at the bottom and has a name of the court at the top. So unless you see that, you do not have to allow ICE onto your property. Which means you can throw a party and invite your Spanish-speaking friends. And you can all together, throughout the nation, protest the abuses of ICE. These are American Gestapo. They are killing us in the streets. There are 800 human beings missing from Alligator Alcatraz. We do not know what happened to them. They refuse to tell us. 5-year-old boy Liam, I believe, is still in Dilley Detention Center in Texas. They snatched up a 2-year-old girl. We're not asking. Do you understand? We are demanding. That is the difference. If you can't take off of work on Friday, try anyway. See if you can somehow find a way to survive. Tell a lie if you have to. But it's most important that you try to take Friday off. You could also just be radically honest with your manager. You could sit them down and say, listen, I don't ask you to understand or I don't ask you to agree with what I believe. I just ask you to please respect the fact that I do believe this. I must take Friday off of work. I am going to take Friday off of work. I will starve to death if there's not another day you can put me on the schedule for to make up for it. But I will be taking Friday off, and I hope you won't be firing me for that. If it's that serious, you could phrase it like that. If it's close to that, say how close to that it is. But you can be frank with your manager and say, I think this is serious. Please make it possible for me to participate. Maybe they secretly agree with you about all this. Who knows? The reasoning here, folks, is becoming more and more accepted. This is not how the government should be allowed to behave. They killed a Second Amendment American. They killed a Veterans Administration nurse just for having a gun. And don't forget, this started with them killing a hillbilly. They killed Keith Porter Jr. because he shot a round into the air to celebrate New Year's. It's illegal to be a hillbilly in America now? Republicans should be on your side. If they aren't yet, they will be. Everybody will be eventually. This is so, yeah, as Chuck points out, he was a VA nurse. Somebody who worked for the Veterans Administration, healing veterans, killed for owning a gun. Kristi Noem, Kash Patel, used the fact that he owned a gun as an excuse for the killing. They said when you approach police and you have a gun, that's your fault. This shouldn't have happened, quote unquote. Emily French with the right attitude. Oh, and then they killed a hillbilly. Think about that, folks. They killed somebody for daring to be pretty much, whether you like it or not, pretty much the most American a person can be. Drunkenly shooting off a round into the air on New Year's in celebration is some Yosemite Sam American behavior. And ICE, being un-American, of course, had to kill him about it. Emily French says, glad to stay in and not work and not shop. We'll be frickin' cold anyway. Great point, Emily French. Great attitude. Hermit Horologist said, I'm in Canada, so I've already boycotted the U.S. Good for you. I would like to ask folks from other countries to help us out during these times. If you know of an American that is trying to both throw a party in order to get as many people not working as possible, and not buy things, maybe send them chips, maybe send them red Solo cups. Maybe send them something to drink. I don't know. Think about what y'all can do. I don't have a great answer for you yet, but you are welcome to join us in the cookout, if only because capitalism generally. We really should be, though, taking the lead. You should be, by this point, hopefully, throwing parties yourself and inviting people to them. It doesn't matter if nobody shows up. It doesn't matter if it's just you sitting in a paper cone party hat, a little cup, punch bowl, music playing pathetically. Okay, start like that then. It's better than nothing. But I would encourage you all, throw a party. You take it upon yourself to host. And all that has to be is in your place of living. You lay out a table with food. You put on some music. You clean the place as much as you can. And you send a text out to your 10 most trustworthy friends and say, on Friday, January 30th, there is a national shutdown. Nobody should go to work. Nobody should go to school. Because if you do, even if you had no choice, it's just the reality that if you go to work, if you go to school, if you shop, you are participating in the economy that killed Keith Porter Jr., Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and the next one. Gentleman says, I'm immunocompromised. I can't do parties. Sure you can. You surely can. Do a Zoom party. Join us for the cookout. You are welcome at ours, and you won't catch any of my filth. Although my filth is remarkably contagious. Emily French says, yeah, have a me party. Exactly, Amanda the Pivot. Proof Dragon. No Jay Dizzle at my party. Well, that's certainly understandable. The mackerel will keep us company. Yes, they will. But I understand what you're saying, gentlemen. You can't do a party physically in person. That's fine. But just participate in any way you can. Naturkit, I'll show up for the cookout. Thank you. Honestly, that's, I suppose, how folks from other countries can help us the most. Just show up to these parties, like the virtual ones. Keep an eye on us and do what you always do. Oh, try to fight. Oh my God, I am not the youth I used to be. Yeah, show up to these events when you can. Keep an eye on them, and within your own country, try to stop neoliberalism. I don't have a fancy way to say it. Just neoliberalism, unregulated capitalism. It's all the same thing. Doesn't matter which country it's coming from. It's hurting us all. If you get over anywhere, you're helping us everywhere. Kitty party every day. Donald James X. I probably known people like Jay Drizzle that I've partied with before. So many, I believe. It depends. Yeah, had heated discussions at keg parties. Depends where you live. I do. If you saw my show yesterday, I do think specifically Jay Drizzle. Oh, what the hell? We got. I'm doing this entire show about January 30th today because I'm doing this in front of a group of people who I know already know the context of all this. You know the economic conditions. You get it. What I need you to do is throw a party. What I need you to do is invite all the people you trust, even if you don't think they'll agree with you. You trust them not to turn you into ice or turn you over to ice for throwing a party. However, Yeah, if you saw the episode yesterday, Jay Drizzle or Dizzle 79. I suspect I vacillate between thinking they are a bot and thinking they are a Russian plant and thinking they are, in fact, just having a reaction not unlike a child in the foster care system to leaving the cult, I think. Hey, speaking of, here's something weird. You're going to start having some surprising faces turn up at your Wicked cookouts. They shot a VA nurse in the back for being a gun owner. Now, they shot a hillbilly for essentially the same reason. They shot a capital W, capital H, white mother of 3 in front of her dog, in front of her kid's school, in front of her spouse. Oh, bless you, Groovy. I'll join you shortly. I am on my last dregs in the tank. My point is, more and more people that we're not comfortable with are going to start agreeing with us. I don't know that that's going to be entirely a good thing, as we've already seen. But they're going to start first. They're going to turn up in our spaces because they're going to be wondering, wait a minute, what were these folks saying? What were these folks that were constantly against me all the time? What were they saying? Because right now, my folks, they don't look so good. Then they're going to start showing up because they are sincere believers of a couple of things that we believe. Somebody somewhere is going to succeed in getting them to acknowledge that it is cheaper to provide health care via single-payer health care. Or somebody somewhere is going to convince them that unions are a right, or something. But as progressives, you have, if you're a progressive right now watching this show today, you have lived a life where you've been, in my opinion, correct about everything and listened to about nothing. So it's going to feel very, very strange to you to see people suddenly turning up where you are. And it's going to feel different. When I was speaking with some organizer friends recently, I pointed out to them that the culture is going to change around you, whether you're ready for it or not. And that's necessary to victory. That doesn't mean we change the culture. It means that the people will be added to the culture as you win the conversation, because they will show up and they will have recently been hanging out with Nazis. So I imagine they'll enjoy strudel. But the point is, we got to make adjustments. And we don't even have to change who we are. You just have to, I suppose, brace yourself. So there's going to be some odd yeses coming to your parties eventually. Just prepare yourself mentally for it. And good luck. Oh, I never have follow-up good news. But this is how you can make it easier. No. You just gotta have some people that you don't like hanging out with. that you have a social obligation then to hang out with. It's going to be very uncomfortable. Good luck. Yeah, and this is it. The lies are so obvious that I have been able to get people to admit it on the stream. People who disagree with me about ICE generally to acknowledge that they are being lied to. That's how obvious they are. In fact, I got Jay Dizzle, who you saw later in another stream was saying the most despicable things you can say. I nonetheless got him to acknowledge that Kristi Noem was lying. If it's that obvious, there's going to be some real consequences. The lies, Emily French says, being told about these murder victims is insult to injury. Yeah. State-sanctioned murder. Absolutely. Manda the Pivot says, I did the ADA march in D.C. this summer, and there were conservatives with us because now it was personal. Hell yeah. ACA? Yeah. Yeah. First of all, thank you for marching, Amanda. Thank you very much. And second of all, I mean, I've been preaching this since last year, but just to summarize, you have been correct if you've been a progressive, since you've been a progressive, broadly about what the U.S. needs. Now, America needs what progressives are pitching. Like, the time is here. So just by virtue of having the correct answer, other people are going to have to show up to your doorstep, so to speak, your political doorstep. And it's rarely talked about how, I suppose, the side effects of that. They're gonna come there with a different culture, a different set of foibles, different references. The same words might mean different things, and it's just gonna be weird. I would just ask you to try to remember, even though this is unfair to ask of you, but I have to, try to remember that your issues, whatever issues crop up between you and these newbies, they are there by design. And they are there specifically because you are right. And it's very important to the villains that nobody else hear that you're right. Mix Glitchmaster says, I work in a construction union. I'm used to socially interacting with people who disagree with me politically. Hell yes, you are exactly who we need in this moment, man. I'm not used to making my positions clear. I'm working on that, though. Okay, good. You've seen how I interact with similar folks. I would say you are welcome to show them any of my vertical streams if you would like some slightly palatable content for them. But really, there's going to be nobody better than you yourself, because you will understand them more because you have more experience than I do interacting socially with them, as you say. And you don't have to preach to them, I suppose. I would just say you can focus on those things that you know they care about. This is so well put from Magic. The revolution will be awkward. Yes. The revolution will be full of people speaking at the same time. No, it's okay. Sure. No, it's well, yeah. That's gonna be the revolution. It's gonna be so fucking stupid and awkward. It's not gonna be fun. It's not gonna be cool. We're not gonna have a moment where we charge a hill and put up a flag. Even the people whipping our asses in the street I mean, at least back in the day, they had those classic hats with the badge like right up there, or they had like a white helmet and a like a nightstick. Now we got dorks in what, ski masks and Vans. Their gear they brought from home. Oh. Revolution is just going to be stupid, but we have to do it anyway. Yes, sir. Exactly. Yes. Embrace the awkward. Weaponize the awkward. Get used to it. Be like, all right, all right. So fucking stupid, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah, embrace the awkward. Be like Batman, fighting in the mud. A creature of the gutter. You were born here. Oh. Let's get to the good part. There you go, baby. All right, back to this murder. That whiplash. Yeah, this is well put. Oh yeah, we were doing a little Dark Knight Returns, Carly Wynn. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, buddy. But I already closed the tab. Yeah, so let's talk about these cookouts. Because Emily French says quite well, we're in the building phase, not the charge phase. Correct. But here's the deal. You don't have to have a big party. You don't have to have a popular party. You don't have to have a party that was successful by any measure. But I would suggest that this be the time you send out texts. If the first time around you thought, oh, that's a good idea, when I have more time to prepare, I'll do another one. And then 6 months passed, and the second Wicked Cookout came around, and you thought, well, this one was too quick around the corner. But one of these times, I might actually throw a party wherein we all together protest ICE. And now the third one's here. Even if you don't expect anybody to respond or attend, I would say, even if people do respond and attend, and they hate the party you throw, that's better than nothing. This would be a time. This would be the time to say to yourself, how much snackums can I put out? Can I ask people to bring snackums and beverages? How many people can fit in my living space? And how many people can I text? You can text them one message and then just copy paste that. Find 2 sentences that explain what you're doing. ICE is out of control. I'm participating in a general strike on Friday, comma, who would like to join me at a party I'm throwing? Where are people seeing like half the comments that they're seeing? I can't see Letterhack's comments. Let me open this. All right. So updates on what happened. As you saw, obviously, Alex Preddy was murdered. You could argue it was manslaughter. But in the course of his assault, he was also shot. Greg Bovino left the state. It looks like he might be getting it looks like he might have been given the opportunity to retire rather than getting fired. Both Greg Bovino and Kristi Noem described Alex Preddy as having approached with his gun, having suggested or outright stated that he threatened ICE with it, that he brandished it. We now have tons of video evidence. Actually, we had it then. Tons of video evidence demonstrating that they're just lying to you. And further, all those people that I mentioned, they've seen the body cams. So Saturday, the shooting happened, and Bovino and Noem went out there and lied to you about it. On Saturday, didn't even get to Sunday. On Saturday, all their lies were debunked. Over the weekend, Bovino, Noem, they all had a chance to review the body cam footage, which will include things like the words said by the officer who, the agent who snatched Preddy's gun away from his back and then ran away as his co-conspirators were murdering Preddy, who was then unarmed. You'll note that that agent in the video doesn't shout, "Stop, stop, stop," when he hears shooting. Let's play that again.
And does the sound?
It's the fella in the gray here, right?
Seconds later,
He pulled the gun.
Shoots.
Then you hear,
and does the sounds show?
Bang, bang, bang. But this guy doesn't shout anything. He doesn't say stop. This guy runs away while holding the gun. Again, he now knows that Preddy is unarmed because he's holding Preddy's gun. People on their phones were recording a crime that they would have tried to hide from us, that these people would have tried to get away with.
Does the sounds show?
As he runs away, coward that he is, you see Preddy's dying feet there. He's probably dead by this point. He's been shot multiple times.
Show.
But he scurries off. Bang, 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 bang. They shoot him on the ground. Do you hear him shouting, "Stop, stop"?
Multiple times.
Because again, this guy, right, y'all? Guy in the middle.
Later.
Who just right now got up. That's him holding Preddy's gun. You see that gun? It's passing over the jeans right now, back and forth. That gun. That's Preddy's gun. That on a close-up, we saw him take away. You see? There he is, snatching it. This is in reverse.
Out from Mr. Pretty's waist.
There it is.
Seconds later.
There it is. Boom. You just heard a shot. He just heard a shot. The fella right there who knows he's got Preddy's gun and therefore knows Preddy is unarmed just heard his co-conspirators firing into the back of Preddy, killing this guy, shooting him. This guy knows Preddy is unarmed. So even if the rest of these motherfuckers don't know that, even if the rest of these folks don't know that, he does, and he should be yelling at them, wait, you're making a mistake.
Shoots. And as the
Boom, boom. You see him panic? Look, where is he going? What lawful thing is he doing right now? Why, when you snatch up somebody's gun like that?
and as
It's hard for me to see Alex Preddy twist in death over and over. But if we got to be traumatized by this, then we got to be traumatized by it.
shoots.
There
And
he
as the
is, flopping over. This guy is not yelling stop. This guy is not trying to keep them from further beating or shooting or stabbing or whatever they do to people, Alex Preddy.
sounds show
He's just running away. And then they continue to fire into his body.
multiple times.
He wasn't there to
And he lets that happen. Just to be clear. After that, they shout, where's the gun? Where's the gun? These are death squads, gang. These are murderous motherfuckers. And it actually does not matter whether they intend to murder or if they just enjoy being so irresponsible that they know it will inevitably lead to death. If they're just so incompetent that it's been weaponized. But they've threatened us. After Renee Good was murdered, they said, didn't you learn your lesson? Literally. Literally, ICE agents said that and went unpunished, meaning Kristi Noem says that's okay for them to say. Hermit horologist, I didn't see that. I saw the guy just snatch the gun and scurry off. But maybe. All I know is that if he were an honest man, if he were if he weren't trying to just execute somebody, then he would have shouted out to his fellow agents, this guy doesn't have a gun. Stop, stop, stop. I've got his gun. Stop. Don't shoot. There is something we can do about this. There's something long-term. Long-term, you can join the general strike. I want to point out also, I have started what I thought would be the main point of the show 5 minutes before the end of the show, 2 weeks in a row now. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. But, oh well. Yeah, it's culpable in the man's murder. He chose. I suppose I'm not as intrigued by the details because after seeing him walk away and not tell the other people that are shooting him that he's got the gun, he's responsible for Alex Preddy's death. He killed him. The manner in which he killed him is up for debate, but or plenty of discussion can be had. But he willfully caused Preddy's death. And you might say, well, a gunshot went off and, fight or flight. Okay, well, shouldn't be doing a job where gunshots can go off then. Somebody has to be paid, has to pay for this. Ghost Dog TV says, I'm waiting for my union to call it not quite planting season yet. Look, don't wait for your union to participate in January 30th. Don't. If only because it will pressure your union. It will make them feel like they're behind the ball, because they are, because now's the time. Not later, now. I respect that you are trying to work in concert with your union. I do respect that. You're going about this intelligently, and I appreciate that. But in my humble opinion, no, don't wait for them. You pressure them by being ahead of them. January 30th, throw a party. Tell folks, I'm not going into work. Throw a party, invite folks to it, tell them why. Long term, join the general strike. That is a movement that is going to request many conditions change in America, including universal health care and no private prisons. I'll just be blunt with you. They have a 10-point plan for fixing America that mimics the Black Panthers' plan, a 10-point plan, because it was a good idea. It has been the Panthers correctly identified the sicknesses in America, and General Strike just updated it for modern times, but we haven't changed in anything, so the problems are still the same. Anywho, on Friday, I hope to see you at my channel because we are protesting, and it is the first. It's the opening moves in something that will hopefully become the general strike. They have a plan for fixing America. That plan is powered by the threat of withholding our labor. We are going to sign strike cards if you haven't already. We are going to, okay. Oh, there we are. Somehow I went to mybible.com. All right. I'm going to be asking you to sign strike cards at thegeneralstrikeus.com. That is just a card that says you intend to participate in the general strike when it's called. The goal, by the way, of the general strike is to get 11 million participants on board with signed strike cards. Because if 11 million people, the right 11 million people, which is you, signed up for the general strike and refused to work until certain conditions were met, we could ask for anything. If 11 million people got on board, we could ask for anything. So we're going to ask for universal health care and all of that, but first we need you to sign your strike card. Now, here's the thing. Maybe we'll never get to that point. Maybe we'll never get 11 million. But as we get closer, as we get more and more, already got several million. But as we get more and more people, the folks that are negotiating on behalf of the general strike will be able to negotiate more and more, to the point where we might be able to pressure politicians into agreeing to our conditions, regardless of whether or not we're actually going to get the full 11 million. There are different phases to the general strike, and I encourage you to sign up. In fact, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it at the cookout. I hope to see you there. One more thing. We are also, as part of the general strike, going to be asking you to learn to grow food as a hobby, get a little garden, and of course, open a savings account. But more on that later. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. Missing you already. My name's Jake.
Do you guys want to see my impression of a Democratic representative who's been watching minorities get brutalized by ICE for the past year? Oh shit! Oh, god damn! They are so underfunded. Oh, wow.
This is unconstitutional. We must protect our democracy. Great. How are you going to do that? Justice will be served.
Cool. When?
This is not who we are as a country. Okay. We need to save America.
Yes, we agree. Go do that.
I just need $5.
Slavery lasted over 200 years. Because progress takes time.
You know how many strongly worded letters I could write with this bad boy?
We're the Democrats. We protect trans people. Or protect sports from trans people. What the is gonna make y'all for us? You're so needy!
A woman's right to choose is so important, and we're trying to legislate that. But it's a tough and difficult process.
I just passed the Fuck You Die Act. It's an act where you get fucked and die.
You can't afford a single-payer system. We just can't. It's just too much money, and we
Hey
have...
there, if you join my new personal army, you get paid $100,000 each and $50,000 sign-on bonus, and you get to kidnap people and you can kill people.
Guys, I'm just a little baby. I can't do anything. I can't pass anything. I can't do anything. I'm just a little baby.
I can do literally anything.
$1 trillion to Israel.
$1 trillion to Israel.
You just watched a short compilation of hilarious Gen Z TikTokers that I put together who tried to satirize the modern-day Democratic Party. And I mean no disrespect when I say try, because those skits were great. It's just that we've reached a point where the Democratic Party's supposed resistance to Trump's fascism is so embarrassingly pathetic that it's almost impossible to parody them because their behavior is indistinguishable from satire at this point. Take this 2020 tweet from Ben Rosen, for example, where in response to Republicans having the military abduct protesters and throw them in unmarked vans, he says the Democratic Party's response would be to mark the vans. And that's essentially their response to Trump's ICE Gestapo, because rather than calling for the entire agency to be abolished, which is what we all want, here's just one of the solutions that they've cooked up.
So I have legislation that would require ICE agents and Border Patrol to wear uniforms that contain QR codes, which you could scan from a distance to avoid physical contact with those officers. And that would generate a digital ID that would contain the name of the officer, the badge number, and the agency to which the officer belongs. And that would bring greater accountability and transparency to policing.
Do you see what I mean? They are beyond parody. Like, imagine doing that in real life. Excuse me, officer, do you mind holding still while I scan your QR code? Because I do want to report you to Secretary Kristina immediately, and I'm sure she will take disciplinary action when she finds out how uncouth your behavior has been, sir. Like, bro, they're going to tell you to fuck off and then blast you in the face point blank with chemical weapons. What is this supposed to accomplish? I mean, the thought process that goes into some of these solutions that they cook up is just mind-boggling to me. But I mean, this is the game that Democrats always play. A popular sentiment emerges. This time it's a call for abolishing ICE. And rather than riding that wave, Democrats find a way to suppress that popular movement. They did this with Medicare for all. They did this with marijuana legalization. They even did it with a literal genocide in Gaza. And as Michael Denzel Smith put it in this op-ed for The Intercept, abolish ICE is more popular than ever. How will Democrats drop the ball this time? And I love how there's not even an assumption by anyone anymore, including journalists, that Democrats are going to even try to do the right thing or even the politically smart thing, because we all know that there's no point in getting our hopes up because they simply won't. They will not do what we want under any circumstances ever. As Russell Payne of Salon reports, Democratic leadership is explicitly opposing calls to abolish ICE in favor of reforms. And Michael Denzel Smith explains that other Democrats in prominent positions of power are also on the same page. He writes, few, if any, of the Democratic Party's power brokers are willing to side with the likes of progressives like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has held steadfast in her support of shutting ICE down. Senator Chris Murphy, the top Democrat on Appropriations Subcommittee, which oversees the Department of Homeland Security's budget, told protesters outside of an ICE office in Washington that their goal should be to make ICE comply with the law. Representative Darren Soto dismissed the idea of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus working to terminate ICE. So after the ICE Gestapo, which is President Neck Pussy's personal paramilitary at this point, executed a person in broad daylight and continues to terrorize communities by going door to door to hunt down immigrants, Democrats, the so-called resistance, aren't even willing to entertain the idea of abolishing ICE. Even the mayor of the city that is currently being occupied is opposed to the idea.
Do you support abolishing ICE?
I do not support abolishing ICE. However, I absolutely oppose the way that this administration is conducting themselves with us.
So he's not opposed to the existence of ICE per se, it's just that he's opposed to the way that the Gestapo is doing Gestapo-like things. Mind you, he's not going to do anything to stop the things that they're doing that he doesn't like, aside from using naughty words, but even that is a little bit too extreme for our liberal media establishment.
You went on national television and you said to ICE, get the F out of Minneapolis. Do you regret that language? I mean, that doesn't sound like turning the temperature down.
Mr. Mayor, sir, you said that the gas chambers are, quote, fucking killing people, it seems. Is it really necessary to use such profanity when describing mass atrocities? Like, this is part of the reason why our so-called opposition party is so weak, because the remaining non-conservative media institutions that we still have are focused on tone policing the meaningless gestures of useless politicians and treating their inaction as if even that is too much. The ICE Gestapo is going door to door, and they are now executing people in the streets and strangling people in concentration camps. I think it's time to wake the fuck up and stop worrying about trivial things like language. But that's the thing. They're never going to wake up. And Democrats aren't thinking of ways that they're going to use their eventual power to carry out the will of the people, because they're instead trying to find ways to meet the fascists halfway and then subsequently pitch said collaboration with fascists to us as progress. So that way we feel like we're getting something from them. Case in point, just listen to 2028 frontrunner Gavin Newsom's embarrassing capitulation to Ben Shapiro.
AOC said this week that ICE should be abolished. You disagree?
Oh, I disagree when I think a candidate for president by the name of Harris said that in the last campaign. I came out, I remember being on Chris Hayes hours later saying, I think that's a mistake. So absolutely.
And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Humiliating. This is supposed to be the next leader of the Democratic Party. Oh, and before that, Gavin Newsom was boasting about vetoing a bill that would have prevented him from cooperating with ICE. And at a different point in the podcast, Ben Shapiro got him to deny Israel's genocide in Gaza. Not that he ever recognized it in the first place, but he just explicitly said with his full chest that he disagrees with international human rights groups and scholars about what we can all see with our own eyes. Might as well eat out Ben's pussy while you're at it, Gavin, because you're very clearly willing to give him whatever he wants, because this is what Democrats do. But like, I just want to step back really and let what we just saw marinate for a second. The next potential leader of the Democratic Party is a genocide-denying fascist collaborator, and he's not doing this behind the scenes. We're not getting a report about this from an anonymous source. He is publicly doing this shit in front of our fucking eyes and expects people to vote for him. We're doing so great as a party, man. But let's humor Democrats for a second and assume that reforming ICE would actually suffice, even though that's not the case. But like, assuming that they're able to recapture control of the government, what kind of reforms would they actually propose to try to placate the base that's insisting that the entire agency be abolished? Like, you would think it'd have to be pretty significant, so that way they at least try to meet us halfway, since they're not giving us what we want. Well, that's not actually the case. I say that because here's what Cory Booker, another influential Democrat who's probably going to run for president in 2028, is proposing.
We must do more. The tragic death of Renee Good has brought into clear spotlight so many of the things the Trump administration is doing to make our communities less safe. I'm continuing to lead new legislation that will bring further high professional standards and accountability to ICE officials. We must also set minimum training standards We must ban the hiring of anyone affiliated with hate groups. We must hold agency leaders accountable. We must require every federal officer to wear a body-worn camera during public-facing enforcement actions and require that footage be preserved so that the truth can't be hidden or destroyed.
Yeah, except the problem is that the criminal who executed Renee Good, who the regime is now protecting, filmed himself doing it. And everybody is just denying what we all saw with our own eyes. So I'm not necessarily sure that more cameras are going to do the trick, especially given how police officers who do have them just turn them off before they commit crimes and brutalize people. Like, the regime told them that they have absolute immunity, and they're very clearly protecting them even when they commit murder in broad daylight. So I feel like they're not going to be on their best behavior if they have body cameras. Oh, and I love the idea that ICE would somehow be better if they had more training. Actually, no, I don't think it's a good idea to give the Gestapo even more training. It's not that, you know, they don't know how to de-escalate. It's that they want to escalate because this entire organization is composed of complete extremists who are beholden to Donald Trump. Like, they are seeking out people who are extreme. As for holding these Nazis accountable, in theory, that one actually sounds great, but the devil is in the details. What kind of accountability are we talking about here? And for the record, I do understand that Democrats wouldn't be able to abolish ICE now, even if they wanted to, but we're asking them in the short term to at least try to fight. Use the little leverage that they have to try to claw back at least some of the funding and do something to try to ensure that there's a little bit of accountability in the short term until they can retake power. But they're not even doing the bare minimum. They're proposing useless half measures to make it look like they're doing something so we stop nagging them. But to add insult to injury, they're not even willing to fight for the half measures that they're proposing to try to placate us. Like, listen to what Booker said when he was asked about potentially shutting down the government to force Republicans to include accountability measures in their upcoming appropriations bill. Just get a load of this shit.
So we could say things like shutting down the government. We saw what happened. We had the longest government shutdown in a while. Democrats could not hold together to sustain that kind of pressure. What I am saying right now is we, the people, because the power of the people is greater than the people in the power, more people are going to have to put pressure on Republicans who are getting closer and closer to their reelections.
It's so sad, it's almost funny. Why would we expect the people in power to do something when we all know that that's the job of the people that know power? They're the ones who have to step up and pressure Republicans, not senators. And I mean, if he really believed that, then wouldn't he want to use the connections and power that he has as a senator to get labor leaders and faith leaders and activists together to formulate some kind of a plan to actually apply pressure on this regime? Well, of course not, because he doesn't want to set the expectation too high and get people to think that senators are actually supposed to do things. That would be crazy. Look, at this point, I'm sure that we're all well aware of the game that they play every single time, right? They coast by doing less than the bare minimum until the next election, and then they cross their fingers and hope that by then Americans are so tired of Republican fuckery that they come running back to Democrats with open arms at the next election. In fact, the more pain Republicans cause, the more opportunities Democrats will have to fundraise off of our anger. Mark Kelly can send us 5 more text messages a day about how the Trump administration is politically persecuting him. Alyssa Slotkin can text us again and tell us that a $25 donation is going to help her fight Trump even harder. Fascism is a boon to their business, and everybody knows this. And it feels pointless to even entertain the prospect of them ever even considering the abolition of ICE in the first place, seeing as how the more likely outcome is that they're going to side with Republicans to increase ICE funding. I say this because, as journalist Pablo Manriquez points out, Senate Democrats got steamrolled once again by Republicans with an appropriations bill that adds millions of dollars in funding to DHS's ICE budget without any additional riders requiring them to unmask or wear badges. Now, at the time that I record this video, we don't know how many Democrats are going to support this. It seems like progressives are actually holding strong. Having said that, though, would we be surprised if a very large number of Democrats supported this? We wouldn't, right? We shouldn't be. if that's the case. We all know that a large portion of Democrats are going to vote for this and then sell it to us by saying that they won other useless concessions that we weren't asking for in other areas. This is what Rosa DeLauro, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, is already doing, even though she just said last week that she opposes ICE funding. But don't take it from me, she was pretty unequivocal about this.
I am going to set the record straight. I do not support an increase in ICE funding. Can I repeat that? I do not support increasing funding for ICE.
That's very reassuring. The problem is that fast forward to today, and she's already rationalizing a vote to, you guessed it, increase ICE funding. The Hill reports, in endorsing a bill that would carry forward a huge spike in funding to ICE, Representative Rosa DeLauro, the senior Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee, acknowledged it excludes most of the ICE reforms Democrats have demanded since the January 7th shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis. But a shutdown or a short-term spending patch, she argued, would be worse. Per Common Dream, she added, I understand that many of my Democratic colleagues may be dissatisfied with any bill that funds ICE. I share their frustration with the out-of-control agency, DeLauro said, while also stressing that the bill is more than just ICE. She specifically pointed to funding for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Transportation Security Administration, and the U.S. Coast Guard. So I get that you're disappointed that the bill increases funding for ICE, but it also includes funding for the U.S. Coast Guard. Huh? You excited about that? That's pretty cool, huh? I mean, what am I supposed to even say? I shouldn't have to say this, but I couldn't give two shits about the motherfucking Coast Guard when state-sponsored terrorists are occupying U.S. cities. Like, they don't understand the gravity of the situation. ICE just snatched a half-naked elderly man from his home and detained him, only to bring him back hours later after finding out that he is a U.S. citizen. Not that that kind of treatment would be acceptable to non-citizens, but when the barbarians have broken down the gates, you have to respond to that threat with the urgency that it requires. But time and again, Democrats are waving the white flag before the battle even begins. But as frustrating as it is to see them refuse to fight Republican fascists again and again and again, we have to remind ourselves that what we're witnessing, it's not incompetency, it's not stupidity, they're not out of touch. The Democratic Party, at least most of them, are choosing to not fight fascists because they are fascist collaborators. I'll say it again, they are fascist collaborators. For every AOC, there's about 20 or 30 John Fettermans. And I want you to test this theory, okay? If you have a Democratic representative, look at their statements about ICE, and then reference this graphic shared by Nina Turner to see if they were one of the 75 Democrats who voted to express gratitude for ICE back in 2025. And if you have a Democratic senator, take a look at what they're saying now, and then double check this roll call article to see if they were one of the 12 Democrats who voted with Republicans for the unconstitutional Lake and Riley Act, which stripped due process away from all immigrants, including Dreamers. You might even be surprised by some of those names, like Raphael Warnock, John Ossoff, and Ruben Gallego, because they're often portrayed in media as more progressive Democrats, but in actuality, when push comes to shove, they sided with Republicans. Hell, I know that you've gotten at least 12 texts from Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin, like I have, and based on those texts, you would assume that they're at the front lines of the resistance, when in actuality, these duplicitous cowards are partially responsible for the fascist mess that we're in right now in the first place. Just look at the way that Ruben Gallego pretended to oppose ICE after Jake Tapper pointed out that this man just voted to increase their funding last year.
A year ago, you voted to expand ICE funding. What are you going to do this week, this time? Because Democratic Senator Chris Murphy said, quote, Democrats cannot vote for a Department of Homeland Security budget that doesn't restrain the growing lawlessness of this agency.
Yeah, he's 100% right, and I'm talking to him. If we cannot vote for anything that actually adds more money and doesn't constrain ICE, it's not what what we want out of ICE. Again, we want a security force that is focused on targeting and deporting criminals. What they're doing right now is none of that.
So he definitely doesn't want to abolish ICE because it would be crazy to abolish an agency that was created in 2003. But what he wants is certain things out of ICE. And he's not getting those things. So he just wants ICE to meet his expectations. Great job. I'm sure that Trump is shaking in his boots when he sees how the opposition party is asserting their disappointment about the way that Nazis are doing Nazi shit. Like, this is why things are so bad right now. Because there's no check on Trump's tyranny. None. And I want to be clear, in calling Democrats fascist collaborators, I'm not trying to create a false equivalence between them and Republicans, because they are unquestionably less bad than Republicans in every conceivable way. And I still believe, as bad as they are, the worst Democrat is still preferable to the best Republican. So I don't subscribe to both sides of them because I genuinely don't believe that both sides are equally bad. Having said that, the Democratic Party's complicity with Republican cruelty is part of the reason why we're in this predicament in the first place. If they tried to use their power to fight the looming threat of fascism over the last couple of decades and tried to meaningfully address people's declining material conditions, I don't actually believe that people would have been desperate enough to fall for a fascist demagogue like Trump in the first place. So to the extent that we can boot Republicans from power for purposes of harm reduction, I'm all for that. I think we should try to do that. Elections do still matter, assuming that they're still free and fair, but let's not pretend like the Democratic Party is going to save us, because I'm afraid that that ship has sailed. Our only hope at this point is to bind together and use our labor as leverage while we still have that, because it's only a matter of time before AI takes the rest of our jobs. But the good news is that labor leaders and activists in Minneapolis are doing just that. On January 23rd, they're holding a general strike to drive ICE out of their state once and for all. They've agreed to do work stoppages, pause consumer spending, and not go to school in order to grind their state's economy to a halt, to send a message to political leaders that they're not going to tolerate this bullshit any longer. And some New Yorkers are even pledging to do the same in order to stand in solidarity with Minneapolis. And something like this can't be successful unless enough people do it, because in order to have leverage over the economy, you need people to turn out in big numbers. Because, if protesting doesn't get the attention of leaders, then hitting their donors where it hurts the most will, which is their wallets. So in order to make an impact, to make a dent in the economy, cripple it potentially, you need a lot of people to get involved. So this is going to be something to watch very closely, because if they're successful here, maybe it can happen at the national level. Who knows? But there does need to be organizational muscle behind this and a coherent set of demands. Otherwise, it's just not going to be successful. It's very difficult to pull off. But the way you build support for something like this is to get the rest of the country to see that politics as usual is not going to save us. Hoping for the manifestation of a democratic savior is not going to do anything. If you think that that's the case, then hope in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up faster. It's time for all of us to recognize that a new, radical form of politics is what is required to address the threat posed by radical fascists. And on that note, I'm going to leave you with a clip from comedian Jeffrey Asmus, who is going to explain why Americans need to once and for all shed their centrism and milquetoast liberalism, because it's simply not going to cut it at a time when fascists have already conquered the country. So enjoy.
You can't be liberal anymore. You got to go further left than the Democrats right now. They've given up on us. We got to move. Because liberals are such fucking losers. I can't be part of that bullshit. They're such pussies. Liberals, like when Republicans get mad, they form a militia and storm the Capitol. When liberals get mad, they knit a hat that says, "Fuck Trump." It's just so embarrassing. Liberals still think art is powerful. Isn't that so embarrassing? Like, my poetry will stop fascism. It's like, buy a fucking gun or shut up. I'm done.
Suerte. Suerte, señora. Suelta la niña. 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 Bring your kids out with you. Okay. All your kids now.
I will, please. Oh my God! Why? My son is a citizen. We're citizens. My son is a citizen. We have paperwork. We have all the paperwork.
Why are they getting my dad? Why are they getting my dad? No, my dad. No, they're getting my dad.
If you thought you've seen it all, I can assure you that the ICE Gestapo is always cooking up new ways to terrorize people. And nobody is safe, not even kids, apparently. You just saw them terrorize multiple children, regardless if they were citizens or not. And this is not a new phenomenon, by the way. In fact, they deported 3 children last April who happened to be U.S. citizens. Among them was a 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer who was deported without medication. And if they are willing to deny due process to a 4-year-old citizen with stage 4 cancer, that should tell you everything you need to know about these jackbooted thugs. But that wasn't an isolated incident, because photographer Mostafa Bassem captured this moment of a boy being stopped and questioned by ICE thugs about his citizenship while he was returning home after buying a snack. And since he didn't have documentation on him, they decided to kidnap him, leaving his parents to wonder why their son left and never came back. There's also 5-year-old Liam Ramos, who was snatched by ICE thugs in Minneapolis on his way home from preschool. And as Congressman Jimmy Gomez reports, they actually kidnapped Liam to use him as bait to lure out his father. And it apparently worked because both the father and his 5-year-old were whisked away to a concentration camp in Texas. But he's one of multiple kids to go missing in that school district. And Liam's teacher is now speaking out on his behalf to local news. And what she says is genuinely heartbreaking.
Inside Valley View Elementary in Columbia Heights, there's a preschool classroom filled with 4- and 5-year-olds who may soon wonder what happened to one of their classmates, Liam Ramos.
He's a bright young student, and he's so kind.
Ella Sullivan is Liam's preschool teacher. She says her students haven't asked about Liam yet, but they will, and she and other teachers wonder how they can possibly answer their questions.
All I want is for him to be safe and back here.
The family's lawyer says Liam is likely being held with his father at a detention facility in Texas.
We have clients that once they're picked up, they're whisked away to the airport literally within hours.
School officials say Liam is one of 4 students who have been detained by ICE agents over the last 2 weeks, including another student who was also detained on Tuesday.
On the way to school, a 17-year-old high school student, a minor, was taken by armed, masked agents. Alone. No parents were present.
Superintendent Zena Stenvik says the other 2 students include another 17-year-old and her mother, who were detained by ICE last week, and a 10-year-old girl who was also detained with her mother on their way to school 2 weeks ago.
And by the end of the school day, they were already in a detention center in Texas, and they are still there.
He's terrified. It's terrifying and unfathomably depraved, especially because Liam and his father are both asylum seekers who came here presumably to flee political persecution or danger. But I mean, it wouldn't make a difference if they were permanent residents or even citizens, because this 5-year-old girl was deported to Honduras, even though she is a United States citizen. So it's becoming increasingly clear that citizenship is no longer a deterrent. If you're not white, they will target you, period. And this is because our rogue Supreme Court greenlit racial profiling, and ICE is sure as shit making use of that unconstitutional decision, and it is creating a nightmare for certain communities. I watched a TikTok from a woman in Minneapolis who said that they're all right now basically living like the early days of the COVID-19 quarantine in 2020, because anytime you go out, you put yourself in danger if you don't have white skin. For example, this woman in Louisiana was followed by 3 ICE Nazis when she left home, but luckily she got back home in time for her father to run them off. Just watch.
Leave me alone!
Hispanic people against Hispanic, bro. We have this feeling that it's not going to be the last time. I think it's a persecution. Why? Because now it doesn't matter if you have papers, if you speak English, or you're citizens. It's not enough.
And he's right about that. This is a common occurrence. Nasra Ahmed, a 23-year-old Somali American, was abducted by ICE and detained for 2 days, even though she is a U.S. citizen. They called her a racial slur, and they slammed her to the ground so hard that they gave her a literal concussion. There's also 56-year-old Chung Lee Scott Tao, another U.S. citizen who was kidnapped by ICE from his home. And the Sahan Journal reports he was paraded out of his home on St. Paul's East Side Sunday afternoon into the frigid cold, wearing only a pair of blue shorts and Crocs, a baby blanket draped over his shoulders, his hands cuffed behind him, flanked by federal immigration officers who ignored his request to change into warmer clothes. The agents had broken through his front door moments earlier with guns drawn as his grandson slept nearby, said Tao, a 56-year-old U.S. citizen. They arrested him without a warrant because he matched the description of one of their targets, and they then drove him around for an hour before dropping him off at home without an apology, Tao told Sahan Journal. In other words, they're basically kidnapping people for the crime of not being white. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen anymore. It doesn't even matter if you're a fucking cop, because even though cops are on the side of ICE, they're also being targeted when they're off duty if they're not white.
We, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers.
That is crazy. So people of color are literally being hunted down wherever they are. It doesn't matter if you're a law-abiding citizen or not. Your skin color is a sufficient justification for your imprisonment to these brown shirts. Just to give you another example, journalist Aaron Reichlin-Melnick shared this excerpt from a Star Tribune article that details how truly twisted these thugs are. He writes, ICE agents ate lunch at a small local Mexican restaurant in Minnesota, enjoyed their meal, then came back later that night as the restaurant was closing down and arrested the people who had served them. I mean, this level of sheer racism and moral depravity can't be reformed. It's like we've taken a time machine back to fucking Nazi Germany, and on that note, we kind of just breezed by the fact that they broke down Chong Li Scott Tao's door, just like the Gestapo did during the Third Reich, by the way. But here's a picture of what they did to his door. They quite literally barged in by breaking the fucking frame of his door without a warrant, mind you, and they kidnapped him. They kidnapped a U.S. citizen. And this is just the beginning of their campaign to terrorize people by going door to door. This has already started in Minneapolis. I have a video about this. But an ICE whistleblower sent a memo to a senator that confirms that they're being told it's okay for them to break into people's homes without judicial warrants, which is why we're seeing this happen so much more frequently. And this is a textbook violation of the Fourth Amendment, but as I pointed out before, the Constitution that's governed us for hundreds of years is no longer in effect. So the provisions that once shielded us from this kind of overt government tyranny are no longer there to protect us. And it's not just the Fourth Amendment that's being trampled on, by the way, it's also the First Amendment. I say this because even white U.S. citizens who try to use their privilege to protect people of color in their communities are being brutalized for peacefully exercising their free speech.
In Minneapolis, federal agents clashed with protesters once again Friday, including when one protester in an animal mask danced in the street outside of the Whipple Federal Building, which has become ground zero for anti-ICE protests in the city. Federal agents quickly approached that person and forced them to the ground.
I got out of my car with my whistle and I started blowing my whistle, and then they started macing us, and I didn't do anything but blow my whistle, and the officer punched me in the face, knocked off my glasses, and I was still whistling, and then he punched me again and knocked me down, and then they arrested me.
Today I got arrested for being in a street. I wasn't impeding traffic. I was just scolding Nazis for their bad decisions. And they came up, they lined up, and then they sprinted after me. And they chased me for blocks. I was running for my life. I was scared. I don't know what they're going to do to me. They're fucking Nazis. A woman was filming me from her minivan, and I begged her to let me in because I was scared. So I jumped in the back of her minivan, and you know what they did? They came up and they put a gun to her face. They pulled a pistol on her and put a gun to her face. This is not America. This is not freedom. This is fascism. It's here now. While I was detained, they put us into a cell without ventilation. They put us in there, and people were pepper sprayed, so we're just coughing the whole time. They didn't read me my rights. They didn't read any of their rights. No one got to speak to a lawyer. One man was in there. They beat his face in. He was bleeding. His face was smashed in for the crime of blowing a whistle in public. Wake the fuck up, America!
So the dude in the furry mask was just dancing, but it didn't matter. The Gestapo tackled him to the ground anyway, and the news pretends like it was a clash when in actuality, it was the jackbooted thugs that unilaterally decided to assault peaceful protesters. A clash implies that both sides are equally culpable. But that was very clearly not the case based on the footage that they showed us. And getting punched in the face or getting a gun to the head are just some of the things that they're going to do to brutalize you if you dare to film them or peacefully protest. This picture was published in the Star Tribune, and it shows ICE Nazis blasting this person right in the fucking face at point blank after they kidnapped 2 minors in South Minneapolis. And I'm assuming that this person was telling them to stop or yelling at them, and this was the punishment for that. And this kind of state-sanctioned violence is happening across the country. At a California protest following Renee Good's execution, 21-year-old Caden Rumler was blinded in one eye permanently after a brown shirt hit him in the face with a projectile. But he was just the first person to be blinded in one eye, because at that same protest, 31-year-old Brian Rodriguez was also blinded in one eye after an ICE Nazi shot him in the face with a projectile for peacefully protesting as well. And I think it's important that we hear from Caden, because his life is never going to be the same because he dared to try to be a good citizen and peacefully protest. But the fact that he survived is a minor miracle in and of itself. Just listen to what he says.
From what I've heard the doctors say and everyone else, yes, I will be blind for life. They said my globe was ruptured. I had my lower lid was cut up, and they had to take skin from my temple to fix it. There's a lot to it. I don't remember all the things that they said. I have fractures in my skull that they can't fix, and I can't sneeze or cough because it's dangerous too. I remember also when I shot, there was pepper in it, and I had pepper down my throat. It made it hard to breathe for a long time. They pulled a piece of plastic the size of a nickel out of my eye. They said I had shards of metal, glass, and plastic all throughout my eye and behind my eye and in my skull. And they also said that I had a piece of shrapnel metal about a few millimeters away from my carotid artery. And they said it was a miracle I survived, because if it got any closer, if it hit that, I would have died that night.
So they nearly killed him. And I'm so relieved that he survived, but he's going to be blind for the rest of his life, all because he decided to peacefully protest because he was outraged at what the government is doing. This is outrageous. But if you think that shit-talking from the comfort of our own homes is the only way to stay safe, think again, because the Trump regime actually sent a Secret Service agent to a woman's home because of an edgy tweet where she says, when Caroline Leavitt gets what she deserves, I hope it's televised. But she wasn't alone, because in Miami, the mayor's office paid a different person a visit because of a Facebook post where she criticized the public figure, writing, the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way, even leaves the room when they vote on related matters, wants you to know that you're all welcome here, clown emoji. And because she wrote that on Facebook, the mayor's office decided to pay her a visit to her home, specifically because she said that the person she was criticizing supported the death of Palestinians, which they somehow interpreted as a call for violence against that individual. No, she's saying violence is bad. Maybe reread what she wrote. But even though the Miami mayor's office isn't necessarily linked to the Trump regime, they might be aligned politically, but they're not linked. Still, Trump set the stage for the persecution of all political opponents because he signed NSPM 7, which directs the government to treat anyone who opposes MAGA as potential terrorists. So that was a signal to conservatives everywhere that they can abuse power as well. So it's important now more than ever for us to utilize what little free speech rights we still have left, because the path that we're headed down is very troubling, to put it one way. But to be more frank, these violations that we've talked about today of the Fourth Amendment and the First Amendment, they are nothing short of outright fucking tyranny. This is the big government that conservatives have been warning us about for years. But now that it's here, they're licking the boot that's treading on us. And I want to show you what I mean by that. So remember the guy who was punched in the face for blowing his whistle? Well, in response to that video, someone ironically named David Liberty says, quote, I started blowing my whistle, then he wonders why he got punched in the fucking face, Lamau. So much for liberty, right? Remember Chong Lee Scott Tao? Well, in response to that video, particularly the moment when his neighbor was crying in horror as she watched her neighbor get abducted by the Nazi Gestapo, this large MAGA account made fun of her, saying liberal white woman in Minneapolis cries hysterically as ICE conducts a search for 2 child rapists in her neighborhood. First of all, that's a lie. Second of all, I don't think that you should imply anyone else is in favor of being soft on pedophiles when you voted for Epstein's best buddy, aka President Neck Pussy. Now, we didn't talk about this story today, but a 12-year-old is going viral because he was bullied by other kids who called him an illegal immigrant even though he's a U.S. citizen. Now, I'm sure that the kid that bullied him learned to be racist from his parents, and this is the direct result of the toxic racist climate cultivated by the Trump regime. But in response to this little boy, Twitter user Pedro Gonzalez shared the cruel response from some conservatives that is truly like beyond the pale. One account asks if he wants us to help him pack. Another turned him into a meme with the caption, "Oh no, look at crying child, we must throw away civilization." And then Bill D'Agostino, a right-wing media figure, straight up just said, fuck them. This is the modern day conservative movement in 2026. Fuck them kids. That's where we're at. But this is a reminder that the extent of the Nazi problem in this country is so much greater than just ICE and the Trump regime. Like, there's a sizable portion of the country that is cheering all of this on, that's explicitly pro-fascist and pro-Nazi. So it's important to bring this up because abolishing ICE and impeaching and prosecuting the Trump regime criminals, that's not going to be enough. Like, I don't know how else to say this, but around half the country has completely lost their grip on reality. And they've become so cruel that they're incapable of living in a civilized society with other people. So we need a sweeping, systematic re-education and denazification campaign in this country to reintegrate these people back into society, because they've become so tribalist, so barbarian, that they just can't coexist with other human beings at this point. They refuse to coexist with people who aren't like them. And we can't let their sickness persist and tear the rest of society apart. Like, you have to address this head on. And it's important to say that because I think a lot of people assume that if, there were better opportunities and the economy was doing better, maybe some of these people would come back to reality on their own volition and stop fixating on minorities so much. And I think that that's true for some of them. But let's be honest, most of them are in desperate need of actual rehabilitation. Like, we have to find a way to reverse their brainwashing. Otherwise, society can't exist. Like, you can't have people living in 2 different planes of existence. People who are hostile towards literal children, like, that's not healthy. But as for Trump's Gestapo, each and every one of them who broke laws need to be tried and they need to be prosecuted if the Constitution is ever restored, because you cannot have a country where crimes like this are committed on a daily basis and nothing is done about it. And I think that the 2028 Democrat who makes this a priority is going to be a shoo-in for the next election, assuming that there's another election. But as disgusting as these stories that we've talked about today are, I can't help but fear how much worse things are going to get as this continues, how much more human rights violations we're going to see as this carries on. So as bad as it is now, cherish it, because it could get even worse soon.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. We got a sort of last minute session going on today. My guest is a really just like longtime friend of mine. We grew up together. We're both union brothers, and he's living out in Minneapolis right now. He's a New Hampshire native, but he's been doing work and just living on the ground in Minneapolis. My good friend Zach Green, back again for another episode. Zach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, in spite of it all. That's the perennial question, and I just keep telling everyone, we're getting through it. I like to say we. It's hard to think of myself as an I anymore. So, yeah, we're getting through it.
Understandable. So we'll just we'll start out with Bovino literally came to your neighborhood, correct?
Yeah. So for those of you not familiar with the geography of Minneapolis, I live in Uptown, which is ironically on the south side of the city. Uptown, Chicago's Uptown, I believe. So in any case, and then I'm in an even smaller neighborhood considered the Wedge. It's kind of shaped in a wedge shape. And so, yeah, on Wednesday this past week, as a lot of people I think are aware now, that there's these signal chats, these neighborhood rapid response chats. And so around 9:30 in the morning or so, no, sorry, I'm getting my days mixed up. It's been a week, for anyone paying attention.
You're good. You're good, man.
Sorry. So this was Wednesday afternoon, around 2:00. So you got the video here.
Yeah, pulling it up right now.
Yeah, so a little bit prior to this, I got the alert that Bovino and his convoy were at the Speedway gas station, 25th and Hennepin. So that's roughly 3 or 4 blocks west of where I live. I can see out my window to the park, Mueller Park. This is where all of this goes down. In my video, I don't think you can see Bovino because I kind of locked into this situation that we're seeing right now, which is this ICE agent harassing this young black man. And I just kind of locked into that. That was where I felt called to in that moment. Of course, I think the image of that day, the headlines of that day, is what Bovino wanted, and that's him unleashing a canister of CS gas. There's been debate over which chemical munitions, and I personally don't, get too caught up in that. The fact is, they're using chemical warfare on residents, and as far as I could tell, there was no mission that day. They had been at several other gas stations throughout the south side of the city. Multiple. One was a restaurant where I ate at just the night before, called Ola Arepa. So he was kind of doing this reign of terror through the city for his press tour, and you'll see other videos where he has one of his propagandists with a DSLR and a long lens who sits in the back seat and just tapes all this. It's not for legal purposes. I'm pretty sure. I think it's for posterity. Not for posterity.
No, yeah, propaganda, dude. You gotta feed that machine.
Yeah, you gotta hype that little Wizard of Oz up. So
right. I'm surprised they're not calling all the other videos AI right now. You know what I mean? It's what I expect from them at this point.
Truly, yeah. So yeah, as you can see, this is a park. Not in the dead of winter, it's pretty active. There's a lot of children that hang out there. There's a playground on the other side of the park, basketball court. I live in a very residential neighborhood. There's a few apartment complexes. I live in one of those. So yeah, I got on the scene and just kind of went full into urgency mode and couldn't quite grasp, the totality of it. And I looked at later videos and there were observers that were pinned to the ground by 2, 3, 4 agents, just, being brutalized in broad daylight.
Right. So, okay. And I mean, just a sort of quick moment here that we can take to talk about this. So people are seeing green gas in that particular video. And just so that we know, There's been like enough reporting on this that I feel sort of comfortable sharing this stuff.
Sure.
This is we know now, based off of canisters, photos that people have taken, posted to the internet, and then subsequent articles that date all the way back to like the BLM protests and stuff like that around George Floyd, that like these are the canisters that we see on site. There's a few different versions of it. We can go back. This is the company that produces them. This is, according to them, this is the least lethal version, but even on their own website, they say expose you to chemicals including lead salts, methylene chloride, and hexavalent chromium, which are known to the state of California to cause cancer, lead salts, which are known to the state of California to cause birth defects and or other reproductive harm. So this is like, this stuff is banned by the Geneva Convention. Like, this is really, we're allowed to use it on people inside the United States, but you cannot, it is illegal internationally to use these products for any type of crowd control or any type of warfare situation. So just to like note that, it's like, this is kind of where we're at. So, that kind of begs the question, like, when it comes to like being prepared to go out and protest, deal with these situations, what are you guys doing to gear up? Like, when you're heading out there to keep yourself safe, what are the types of things that you're getting, you're wearing, you're making sure to like avoid any type of like additional exposure to chemical irritants, other crowd control methods? Like, you know, I know they're using the sonic stuff now to just sort of like the general idea with being on the ground.
Yeah. So I just want to say, like, I'm learning as I'm going. You know, I've been a fairly active person. I would call myself an activist. But this is not something I do all the time. I haven't, spent years of my life preparing for warfare in my neighborhood.
Right, we're film workers, dude. Like, what is?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, so like, but that being said, Carter, like, I work in film and TV. I work in grip and electric, which is very heavy duty work, and they're high intensity situations. So like, preparedness is something I always take very seriously. And
right.
Fortunately and coincidentally, Monday, a comrade and I went to the Whipple building, the federal Whipple building. This is located south of the Twin Cities, kind of by the airport. And this is where they're detaining people, and this is where ICE is staging. And so they come in and out all day in their, masked SUVs. And, anyway, so Monday I was at Whipple building, and my friend and I, we both talked about the possibility of chemical munitions and how to prepare ourselves. So my friend picked up these 3M respirator masks. Particularly, you want like a P100 filter.
Right.
I don't know the technicalities or specifics of that, but I just know like that you want at minimum a P100 filter. A KN95 mask, unfortunately, is not going to do you a lot of good, but it'll be somewhat preventative. And so the mistake I made, because I left in a panic, was I did not grab my gas mask. And also I did not have a pair of goggles. You really want goggles that seal and cup to your eyes. And you can also buy, so like these P100 masks, they come in half masks or full masks. So some come with the like face shield attached to it. You'll also see, state police and people in riot gear have iterations of these masks. I've been seeing people with like literal like gas masks from, that look like, out of like World War II kind of vibe sort of thing going on. So,
right. Yeah.
Ideally, you want some face covering, some sort of respirator over your mouth and over your mouth and over your nose, and with a tight seal, goggles or some kind of eye protective wear. On Wednesday, like I said, I ran out in a panic, and we're not our best selves when we're panicking. It's so important to slow yourself down and say, what do I need right now to keep myself safe first? I did not do that. It's also dead of winter here. It's incredibly like mind-numbingly cold. So I had a neck gaiter, and even that, I mean, it was a pretty thick fleece neck gaiter, and it was helpful, but still, you know, I was choking, throat burning, eyes burning, nose burning. You can hear me coughing in that video and coughing up spit, and it's you do not want to be in that stuff. It is very, very nasty, toxic stuff. And as you said, carcinogenic. It gets on your clothes. You have to immediately wash your clothes, everything that you're wearing when you come into contact with this stuff. You immediately take a cold shower. You don't want this stuff sticking to your skin. It's bad. Like, it's just
right. Yeah, and I know because as I read about it, the more I learn, it's like it specifically adheres to moisture. So like, it can be like, and it's not just like water-based moisture; it can be oil-based moisture as well. So I'm seeing like a lot of times people like, don't wear makeup if you're, you know, if that's something that you do. Don't any oil-based stuff that you have on your skin, it's gonna stick to that. So you want to be safe. You want to make sure that you can get that off of you, or just not have it on you in the first place when you go to these protests, because you never know what you're going to encounter, and they have a whole bunch of different kinds of gas with a whole bunch of different kinds of really fucked up chemicals in them.
Not to mention too, pepper spray has been pretty ubiquitous throughout this. So you're seeing people with orange or like a yellowy liquid on their face, and that I assume is the capsaicin, which is the chemical in peppers that, you know, burn. And so people are just getting hosed down with that stuff. Those little canisters, I mean, everything that has been done at this point is within point blank range, or closer. And, you know, like, which it's already violent as it is, but like to be that invasive and that close and that, like, it is brutality. I mean, this is not de-escalation tactics. This is not what even law enforcement, which, you know, I have a long litany of issues with, even they are not often, although as we know, they do themselves, they are not often at point blank range. Like, that is not their training.
Right. So, okay. Now, this is like, we're talking about like individual stuff that you can do right now, but that kind of moves on to the next question of like, you guys are doing a lot of sort of like grassroots coalition based organizing to make sure that there's safe sites, things like that. Tell me a little bit about what you guys like, the sort of like the nitty gritty on, like, you know, whether it's like a medic center in a cafe or something like that. Like, let's talk about that and what that looks like, so that people that are watching this, whether they're in Minnesota or New Hampshire or anywhere in this country right now, can hear this and then try and replicate that, so that they are maintaining safety and working together, and also building connections and coalition with other people that are inside the cause.
Sure. So again, I'll do my best. You know, I'm not working with a specific organization right now, so I'm, you know, operating as an individual community member who gives a shit.
Which is honestly probably most people that are going to catch this, you know what I mean? Like, there's not necessarily like more people are just regular folks that are upset right now and are like, I got to do something, as opposed to like somebody that's in an organization. So it's a valuable perspective to have.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, everything starts with your network, your neighborhood organizing. So to dial it back a few weeks ago, I mean, to peel this back even further, there's many layers and reasons why Minneapolis, why Minnesota, and maybe that's a conversation for later. But anyway, this incursion, this Operation Metro Surge, really actually started in December. It started prior to the holidays and slowly was starting to escalate. then, like, I would say pretty much as soon as the new year began, I mean, it was full on, 2,000 agents on the ground. And like some people were caught on their heels, right? Like a lot of us average sort of just people were just like caught, not prepared. And so there's been a lot of wonderful organizations here, Monarca, Unidos, the Immigrant Law Center, and Defend 612. And so Defend 612, they've been doing these trainings where they've teamed up with organizers in Chicago who experienced a surge prior to us over the summer and through the fall, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was like if memory serves, we're talking about that that apartment building where they like ICE airdropped in the middle of the night because like the slumlord was upset with the tenants, and so he called in ICE and said, "Oh, there's Tren de Aragua in there," and they started pulling naked kids out of their apartments and putting them on the street in handcuffs and whatnot. So I if I'm not mistaken, that's the origin point of that particular story.
Yes, and so this is Operation Midway Blitz. They like to come up with these cute operation names for each city that they terrorize. Like Maine is now Catch of the Day.
Yeah, Charlotte's Web, and yeah, that like just fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Defense 612, they started offering these trainings in collaboration with Chicago organizers, with organizers that have been doing this work for a long time, really spearheaded by Latinx activists and people that have been dealing with immigration enforcement their whole lives. Like ICE is a relatively new arm of the federal government, but it has had other iterations throughout our history and continues to be a problem. And so I joined one of these trainings. It was about an hour and a half. They kind of broke down like what to be looking out for, how to identify these agents who are trying to operate undercover. A lot of people refer to them as secret police, Gestapo, like, you name it, any sort of fascist army you can think of. And so, but part of these trainings, once you register for them, they have kind of a very secure and protected matrix of neighborhoods. And within that, there's a lot of sort of community guidelines that they, expect you to adhere to. And they take the security culture of it very, very strongly. Like it's a lot of these documents that go around, I mean, they're in encrypted documents, and all just, to protect ourselves, protect each other. And so once you get into this network, you things are broken down by neighborhood, and you find your signal group in your neighborhood, the closest to you. And it can take, when I had joined, Signal chats only have the capacity for 1,000 users at a time, which sounds like a lot, but we are in a city. So somewhere, more rural or less populous, like that might actually be, pretty solid, but like in the Twin Cities, we're about 500,000 in each city. So these chats get overwhelmed pretty quickly. Like the groups get big pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're talking about like 500-600 different group chats just to make sure that you've got everybody in it.
Yeah, it's wild. And so now in Uptown, like Whittier, where I am, there's 4 of these rapid response chats because there's just so many people on the daily trying to get connected and trying to get involved. So these chats are kind of broad. And then I will say, like, once people are trained up and they get involved in these chats, you're kind of there's a little bit of a learning curve once you're in there, and once you kind of realize the apparatus and what we're doing. And so some are dedicated specifically to ICE Watch. And what this means is like you are buddying up with people, never go alone. do not go alone to any sort of ICE Watch activity, protest, anything for that matter these days. Just like have someone with you, because safety is paramount. They're disappearing people, and you want someone there to be able to document that, or you want to be the person able to document that, right?
Right.
So that's a big thing. So yeah, like I said, like some of these chats are dedicated just to giving announcements and alerts about ICE in the area. Then there's daily chats. The daily chats, they are refreshed every single day. They're deleted at night. And in these daily chats, this is where you can communicate with other people on the ground, what they're observing. We use the salute method, which is size, activity, location. I always forget what the U is. T is. There's info on this, and it is not fresh on the dome right now, so forgive me.
You're good. You're good. It's a mess out there, and I applaud you for having as much off the top of the dome as you do.
Thank you. Yeah. So in short, like the salute method is like you want to be using as much visual information and geographic information as possible, so that you can confirm that this isn't your neighbor that you're, harassing with 10 other commuter cars, that this is in fact a confirmed ICE agent. And so when people put that in the chat, then there's a process of vetting that against a database. People do what's called plate checks. And basically, like, Enterprise, they're renting out the majority of these vehicles to ICE. They have these like contracts that are kind of like above the local like enterprise location level. And so they, through their like fleet management, they basically have like wholesale rented thousands of vehicles, right? So at this point, like most of those vehicles have been clocked. Like, and yeah, so
the insurance policies on those vehicles must be insane, dude. I know, because they keep smashing other people's vehicles with them. I'm like, guys, you're gonna destroy the whole enterprise rent-a-car fleet. Like, what do you like? It's just
yeah. I mean, it's wild, and not to mention like people are being brutalized inside these vehicles too. And Enterprise like specifically has a policy where like weapons cannot be transported in their vehicles. These are not police vehicles. Like these are not intended for this purpose, among many other things. So, anywho, so yeah, there's ICE Watch, there's mutual aid groups, there's just like general strategy chats and discussion. There is just like a whole plethora. Like when people say like in times of organizing, which hopefully is always, like to find your lane, there's a lot of truth to that. It's just like finding what suits you best. And like ICE Watch, that is considered frontline work because you're more than likely to encounter ICE agents while you are looking for them, right?
Right.
And it's not so much. I mean, the bigger goal, right, is to prevent detainment, is to prevent kidnapping, is to prevent immigrants being deported. Because almost these abductions happen very quickly. Sometimes they can happen within 1 to 2 minutes. They often operate very early in the morning when it's dark out and people are going to work. They'll go to bus stops. They're at schools. It is a very hostile approach that they are taking.
Is there like community grocery deliveries and stuff like that for people who are trying to stay inside and not just not even encounter a situation where they'd have to go out?
Yeah, so a lot of our immigrant neighbors and I'm not sure the total demographic breakdown of this, but a a lot of people are on lockdown right now, right? Like they can't go to work for fear of ice. They can't go to the grocery store. So there are also a lot of mutual aid groups. When I say groups, like I mean group chats, but also like organizations that are distributing food. One thing too to bear in mind, like, and when I reference like sort of picking a lane, if you're doing active ice watch, ICE has acquired technology where they can track your license plates, they can record you from their vehicles, and they can follow you to your home and harass you further. So if you are someone who is, doing ICE watch or patrol, however you want to call it, it's better that you don't also do grocery deliveries, right? Like that you're not delivering mutual aid, because if your vehicle is tracked and can be followed, like you are then potentially bringing danger to your neighbor's doorstep.
Right.
So that's been a thing too, that, a big safety thing, that if you solely intend to do kind of frontline work, like you have to be more judicious with how you move, basically.
Right. And I just throwing this up on the screen really quick is a report from 404 Media. This was back in June, but there's been sort of like redundancies on this particular reporting. It just went into the Wall Street Journal. We're talking about Mobile Fortify, which is an application that ICE is using to do facial recognition. So they're cataloging people's faces. So it's like if you're out on the street, if you're doing that kind of thing, like just even basic protesting, it's worth covering your face as much as possible. We talked about using protective gear to avoid tear gas and whatnot, but if you want to remain concealed as well, to help mitigate these situations. And then also, if you're not, it's important to remember that like your face, that data is very likely logged into some sort of system somewhere. And if you then want to go and do something that's like, oh, well, I want to reel back on doing ICE watch and I want to deliver groceries instead, you as an individual in that space might actually be compromised already. So it's important to like, again, to say, to your point earlier about like you really passionate, you want to get into it, it's important to stop and take a second and think about the repercussions of anything and everything that you have done up to that point, because while well-intentioned, you could be doing something that could actually still be endangering other folks.
Correct. Yeah. There's been some interesting debate in some of the neighborhood dialogues about, are you showing up to a protest as a protester or as an observer, as a legal observer? And I don't necessarily like feel prescriptive about that, but it is a good question to ask yourself, because if you're at a protest and you're agitating, like that is one tactic, but also like you have to keep in mind that again, the ultimate goal is to try to prevent abductions, detainment, brutality, right? So there's even many roles within like just showing up when ICE is rolling down your block. Are you there to blow a whistle? Are you there to just record? Are you recording and you're also engaging with ICE like I did on Wednesday? Right. So yeah, it's very complex, and like, while these situations are urgent and get your nervous system really, frazzled, like it's good to take a beat and kind of really like square up with yourself and talk through this with friends and community too. Like how do you want to show up in this moment?
Right. So, and I mean, and to get to the general community side of things, like what are you guys as a community doing to just like fight the doom, like the psychological impact of just like having this happen to you, right? Like, because to my understanding, Minneapolis is like a really peaceful city for the most part. Like it's very chill. You guys like the Minnesota nice type of thing. And I just, like, to my understanding, like the Somali community there is actually like incredibly well integrated, and they're really, really generous, nice people. And, you know, like despite whatever the Nick Shirley idiot boy video propagated for folks, it paints a really like inaccurate picture of what that community is like. So it's like, just help me understand like a little bit of the picture of the diversity of the community and how you guys are like holding up and showing solidarity in an emotional, psychological way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, and it's something like we're trying our best at. But a lot of that can look like, I mean, you know, I can't pretend that, you know, I've gone to a couple of dinners now and with friends, and you try to kind of shoot the shit and sort of find your way to some kind of normal conversation, and that's just, it's hard to come by. But you know, a lot of friends have invited me over for dinner for soup and just to like, you know, warm up. Again, this is my adopted home, and there's a large Scandinavian population here, and they are very into this idea of this word I can never pronounce, but Huga. That's my best.
Butcher it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is ultimately sort of like this investment in coziness, right? It's like low dim lighting and candles, warm, you know, socks, and curling up with a pet and blankets, and, you know, it's just like very getting into that. So, you know, I think a lot of us have kind of tried to activate that to calm our nervous systems a bit. There's been, I was just talking with my friend's mom the other night, who was watching my dog. You know, that's the kind of like community care that's going on. You know, she's part of a singing group. They go out in the streets and they sing together. And that's part of their resistance, and that's part of a way that they heal. And, you know, that's not uncommon to movement work. But, you know, they're, like a weekend or two ago, I mean, Minneapolis, like if you've never been here, I mean, it is like one of the quirkiest, weirdest, like we are whacked out of our heads. Like we are silly people. And I love it. Like it is such a ridiculous place sometimes that like all you can do is laugh. And so like 2 weekends ago, there was a art sled rally where people make these sleds out of cardboard, and they bomb down this big, huge hill, and they're very creative.
I think I've seen some clips of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, you know, stuff like that, like brings a lot of joy. And I don't want to sour this, but like there is another piece to this. When going to these events, like it is largely white people that are there. And I say that because any person of color right now, largely, they're under their own lockdown, their own imposed lockdown. They're not leaving their homes. They don't get to experience this kind of joy. They don't get to have that camaraderie the way that we're having that right now. And so like that is something to take stock of as well. And I think that is part of the bigger picture of this, is that this whole operation is a clearinghouse to have a white America. Right. And so like this is the byproduct that is happening with the presence of ICE, with them coming in and terrorizing these communities. So like as much as we are able to find these little slivers of joy, like I'm also trying to hold in my head that it also comes with something that cannot be universally shared in this moment. And yeah, it's very upsetting. But then like you will also see, and that's not to say like, you know, they're absolutely like one of our city council members, Jason Chavez, who's Latinx. I mean, he is everywhere. Like this guy, he is not even my ward city council person, and he was in the park with us on Wednesday when we were getting tear gassed. He's everywhere. Elliot Payne, who is a Black man and city council member, president of the city council, he's everywhere. I saw him yesterday. And it goes beyond too just those folks, like the elected folks. Like there are, Somali neighbors and people that are showing up regardless, like without fear, without hesitation. But like by and large, a lot of folks are having to sit this one out. And that is because they're under the threat of deportation or worse,
Yeah, no, I totally get it. And I mean, like, I think that's probably a good way to mention, like, look, like if you are a lesser of melanin content, it's probably important for you to like double over, right, in terms of the amount of effort that you do, which is going to be draining and it's going to be hard, but that's also like it's sort of incumbent upon you to do so, and not you specifically, but just writ large, because you've got these communities, people that are your neighbors, that have cared for you, that have fed you, that have hung out with you, you drank, you've grilled together, like whatever, and they're just they don't have that out. You know what I mean? They don't have a way to go blow off steam or do something that would make them not be sitting there freaking out. And in all likelihood, for them to just sit in their apartment or whatever and like watch reruns on Netflix or some shit is just increasing the level of anxiety, and, the cortisol is welling up no matter what. So it's like, I mean, and I think this is probably to a certain degree, the goal of things is to cause this, physiological response in literally everybody, and have it be sort of hitting all of those different angles at the same time. And it doesn't necessarily have to be strategic, like I don't want to ascribe any kind of intelligence levels to Bavino or Pam Bondi or Kristina that they have not fucking earned. But there is certainly a more subversive aspect of this that's important to consider in terms of just like maintaining mental clarity and emotional clarity as you're going through this process.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure. Is there a question in there?
It wasn't a question. It's more like just like a general response to like what you're, I think like just to kind of like maybe like restate things a little differently for people. It's like, I mean, dude, like we're both from New Hampshire, like it is like white people country up here. So, and it's like, I'm saying that to anybody that's watching this to just kind of be cognizant of the fact that like, that's the reality. So, that's an important aspect of things. So like, let's move to a different section of this. Alex Peretti was legally carrying a firearm. That was something he was allowed to do by Minnesota state law. Something we can do in New Hampshire. I've also seen photos of people that are out on the street that are openly carrying firearms that seem to be, acting in defense to a certain degree of protesters, activists, observers, what have you. But again, there's not really any good way to be able to tell the difference between them and ICE, because ICE doesn't have any, prescribed uniform that they wear. That's kind of like the whole point, right? So I'm just sort of curious as to like what kind of information you can provide us in terms of that more, that, as the temperature is fucking rising. Help us who are not in that situation, like on the ground in that particular space, help us understand what managing sort of that more militant aspect of things is like, and how you as, an activist or a protester who's not necessarily carrying, how you navigate that space.
Yeah, I mean, it's not simple, and it's the landscape is shifting every day. There's a independent journalist here. I think his handle is Ghost_Lee. And he was kind of updating people on like, the tactics are changing from day to day. He's been at the Whipple building again. This is like sort of the hive of ICE. And so we're seeing, like, we're learning that some of these agents, they will wear hijabs. They will, put sort of, there's this picture that's been going around of someone putting a coexist and a vegan sticker on the back of their truck, to try to sort of blend in a way, or fit the sort of, lefty stereotype of a Minneapolitan. So it's getting harder. And so a lot of it, like, unfortunately, like, you kind of have to go off your gut instincts. You kind of have to look at people's behaviors. And you almost have to be a little more of a psychologist or a sociologist than just your average observer. I haven't, again, like, so Wednesday, the guys that were with Bovino, I mean, they're in full tactical gear. They're wearing bulletproof vests and helmets and equipment that is really, frankly, akin to the IDF, right? Like, if you've, like, or IOF. And so, but they're trying to enter this space where they're becoming more plainclothes. They might be wearing jeans and sneakers and hoodies now. The guys that tackled Alex, I mean, they're very clearly wearing sort of civilian wear, but then they also have tactical vests on. And, part of that makes me think, like, they were prepared to get into some sort of entanglement, and to also be able to strip that stuff off and just blend in with a crowd. So again, it's like, it's hard to give a super prescriptive, like, this is an ICE agent, this is what you need to be looking for. And same goes with media too, honestly. Like, there was a situation about a week or two ago now at a local cafe where these two guys, maybe three, were in a white SUV Suburban, which is like a pretty common vehicle that we're seeing ICE go around in with tinted windows. And, the guy, he said, I'm with Telemundo, I'm press. He showed us his press badge. And the reason I put it in quotations is, like, I work in media, you work in media. Like, oftentimes any sort of, like, media identification, like, they will have, like, a logo on it. It will, there's a certain professional quality to it that this press badge seemed to be lacking. I did look him up on the internet, got his name, and he had, some articles out there and a LinkedIn profile and, like, but, like, a Twitter account that hadn't been active in about 5 years. So there was just, like, some kind of sus things going on. And so in that situation, like, again, like, that's where you're running the plate numbers with your group, whoever's on top of that database. Like, and an unfortunate thing that's happening too is that, like, some people that are legit press, they're getting vehicles that ICE use because they go back into the system, the rental car system.
Right. Yeah. You're pulling from the same pool either way in order to get the vehicle.
Yeah. So it's a constant shifting landscape. And yeah, it's like, that's why safety is just paramount. And if you look at that video with Alex, I mean, he was literally saving someone's life. I mean, he was standing in front of a neighbor trying to protect them from an abduction. He was using his full body, and he put his body on the line, and was horrifically murdered for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, man. I don't like it's weird because in a lot of ways, like, I don't know what to say about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about it that's just so arresting, because I think, like, for a lot of us, it's like, this is shit that we read about in history class. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking back at like it was all so abstract. You know what I mean? Yeah. And now you have to live through it and process it, except the technology is so vastly different from anything that we've ever seen before. You know what I mean? And, to your point about the IOF, and, it's like, I've said it on lately in other interviews and stuff like that. Like, this could not be more Israeli coded. in terms of the way that it's being implemented directly, and that follows the exact mapping of like we're gonna have this country in the Middle East that's essentially the 51st state of the US do all of this weird militaristic experimentation on this group of people that they basically just like forced out of their own land. They're going to do all of these really messed up police tactics. We're going to have them come and train our United States police forces. And then you've got like, you know, ICE coming in and they'll only train for 47 days because that's the number that Trump is. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
and so it's like whatever they're getting is probably very much so straight out of the IDF playbook. And that's the imperial boomerang, folks. That's how that sort of global fascism turns and spins around. And it's, you know, again, this is less a question and more a statement that I'm sure you can probably add to. But it's like this is how this works, and it's important to understand the breadth of everything when you're thinking about what we're up against, what we're dealing with, how to process it. You know, like just remember that we're in a total surveillance state, and that World War III probably already started, and it just looks different because we have tech that lets us hide behind the fact that it's not just a wall of bodies walking into a massacre.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's like we know that a lot of these people train with the IDF. Some people that have joined the ranks of ICE, I mean, they've been in military service prior to this, so they've gotten trainings from them. We know that your average police forces on a lot of occasions train with IDF, and if you look at on the ground there, I mean, it is a known apartheid system. And kind of earlier what I was talking about, where it's sort of like, white people kind of get to carry on while where melanated folk have to go underground, essentially. I mean, like that is apartheid. This, clearing the way. It's ethnic cleansing. I mean, Bovino basically said in a press conference this past week that they will not leave until the operation is finished. What does that mean exactly? How does
right? That's my immediate question: is what does that even look like, dude? Like,
yeah, I mean,
how do you define that?
Right, because I mean, obviously, they're not targeting just Somali people or Latinx people, or but it's just sort of like we have this whole neighborhood here, Cedar Riverside, which is like one of the largest Somali diaspora outside of Somalia, like in the US, right in Minneapolis. And so, it's like, are they waiting to invade there? I mean, Israel, they have the power to wipe Palestine off the map, wipe Gaza off the map. They're not doing that. And the reason they're not doing it is because they want it slow and torturous, and it would be too apparent what their plan is, right? So it is slow, it is tedious, it is painful. And that, I think, is what we're kind of seeing here, is this slow, torturous process that has no specific aim that is stated outright. But I think we can, put two and two together and understand that this is a way to have a white supremacist nation.
Right. And it's, I think that's
more than it
important
already
to point out. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's what that was exactly where I was going to go with it, is it's like, look, this stuff doesn't, everybody gets all caught up in the ideology of everything and the explanation of all this bullshit. And it's like, look, man, stop thinking about it in an academic sense for a moment and think about it in a de facto sense. Think about it in terms of just all right, if I'm just going to measure the material reality that we're exposed to and we're dealing with, is this an accurate description of what's going on or not? And the answer is yeah. So, I mean, it's it's not hyperbolic to use language that people are using. I understand why people would call ICE Gestapo, right? To me, there's a very obvious logical connection to it. And I think the problem there sometimes, you know, sort of to your point earlier, is it's like it becomes rhetorical, you know, it becomes sort of like it allows an opportunity for it to be like hyperbolized and like sort of like characterized in media in a way that seems like everybody's just being unreasonable. So it's just like a lot of times from my perspective, it's a lot easier to just call the balls and strikes as they come and just be more direct about like, this is what happened. This dude was shot in the back 10 times after he had his firearm taken from him, and he had been pepper sprayed in the face and beaten, pistol whipped, like that. Just talk about the material realities of things. You know what I mean? Like that's the way I'm sort of like trying to come at it now, because I feel like that's going to make a way better appeal to a lot of people that aren't already sort of like inside some sort of like lefty activist sphere. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and we have to uplift and call things as they are, because like, you know, as we've seen, like, you know, AI is playing a factor into this, right? Like the Trump administration, they're actively manipulating videos and footage. The picture of the gun that, you know, Alex had, allegedly that was a picture that was grabbed from Reddit that was posted 5 days ago. Like straight up. No. I mean, so like Nikema Levy Armstrong, who's a attorney here and an activist, you know, Black woman, she was arrested, and they, you know, there's this image going around side by side of her on the perp walk, and she's just kind of straight faced, and then there's an image next to it that the White House put out where she's in tears, sobbing, and her mouth is open. And
right.
And so, like, you know, and too, when people were ringing the alarms about the dangers of AI, like, this is what we're talking about. Like, it is now being weaponized against reality. And so we need people to verbalize and to say things as they are. You need to say what you saw. Like, and I will say, like, part of this community defense too is like getting good practice at like understanding objective reality.
Right.
Knowing what to look for, knowing like what the signs of danger are. You know, I filled out a report that I sent to the ACLU and to the Attorney General's office about, you know, because during that raid on that ambush on Wednesday, I had a flashbang thrown at me. And that's fucked up. Like, that could have like easily, like, I could have lost my eyesight, like, you know, or whatever, right?
Glad we're talking right now, dude. Like, you know. Yeah,
like I had a comrade yesterday who got some kind of munition, a ballistic of some sort, in her head. She had to get 2 staples in her head. You know, like, people are getting fucked up out here, if not killed. So, like, it unfortunately behooves us to start talking about things in harsher, realer terms. And, like, you know, this is why there's a lot of ire when we have these sort of spineless takes and press tours from Democrats and Republicans. Like, you know, yeah, it's all connected.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So that's a nice way to sort of like tie it up and put a bow on it there. This last question, I don't want to keep you too long because I'm sure you're really busy with everything that's going on over there right now. But any specific like mutual aid groups, people, activist organizations, anything that you want to shout out, any recommendations that you might have for people who are, you know, like just stuff that's right off the top of your head, things that you've been sort of like ideas that have been coming up over and over and over again for you that like it's like you want to share with folks, things that any of that sort of like last looks type of thoughts that you might have going through your head or about ways that people can help themselves, the broader coalition, or just like their neighbors and comrades.
Yeah. So I'll try to get you these links after, and maybe that's a better way to plug people in. But
yeah, definitely. Whatever it is, we'll throw it in the description at the bottom of the video. That way people can directly access it.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of Smitten Kitten has been doing incredible work. They're, you know, they've kind of like, they're in the heart of Uptown. They've been featured on the New York Times, The Daily, and like they're getting a lot of press. But they've been literally putting cash in people's hands. Like they've been organizing a bunch of mutual aid supplies and groceries and deliveries. So they're a adult toy store in our town. Like all things Minneapolis, like it is.
Hell yeah,
it's like that out here. So they're great. There's also this really I found it very useful. It's called standwithminnesota.com, and that is they have basically gathered organizations that are working on the ground day in and day out with immigrant support. There's links there for rent support. A lot of people, we still don't have an eviction moratorium right now, which is insane to me.
That's fucking crazy. You guys are look, it's as cold over there as it is over here. Like, we've got this as a very similar polar vortex going on in New Hampshire right now that you guys have in Minnesota. Like, I get it. Like, I'm out here trying to frame a house in the middle of winter, and I'm missing days at work because it's just too fucking cold to do anything. Like, to not have an eviction moratorium is so inhumane. It blows my mind. Like, that's fucked. Oh, sorry. I can't help but react to that. Like,
yeah, I mean, the upside is that our city council unanimously voted in favor for it. However, our milquetoast governor has not signed off on that. So people can call our governor if you'd like, put some pressure on him. That would be a great thing to help.
Yeah, Walls deserves a little bit of hell, if you ask me. I think that's duly warranted. Just looking from the outside, Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people, they see him. I've had to have these conversations with my mother. They're very eloquent speakers, right? Like, they're very folksy. They're very they're what you want your model Democrat to look like, right? But they're full of shit. They're not doing shit.
Dude, hey, I stand Omar Fateh so hard. You know what I mean? Like, that dude should have been your mayor. That's my. I know. I'm seeing clips of the dude. He is out there with his mega sweet tooth, and he's just rocking it so hard with the team. And I'm just I really appreciate him for doing that.
Yeah. No, I've met him a couple times. Realest dude out there. Autonomous Yurt Union, they're incredible. They build yurts. If you don't know what a yurt is, it's like this sort of Scandinavian design circular shelter that is completely insulated, and they also buy firewood to keep these yurts heated with wood stoves. So they're helping our houseless neighbors in this polar vortex, but just year round. And they're also starting to expand to other cities.
Awesome.
It's a really grassroots organization, and a little bit goes a long way. They just buy dump trucks full of firewood and keep people warm through the winter. So.
I mean, that's I just thinking about the unhoused population here in New Hampshire right now, and just what they're up against with this weather. That's such a good resource for any of the sort of northern, more rural states that are dealing with unhoused populations and trying to figure out how to manage that. That is awesome.
Yeah. Another plug, where Alex was killed yesterday, it's called Eat Street, and it's one of our sort of dining food corridor destinations in the cities, and a lot of those restaurants stepped the fuck up. We didn't get to talk about this, but I literally kind of became a nurse without any training, working inside of a restaurant yesterday, and we were flushing people.
Right. Yeah. No, I did want to ask about that. So let's take a minute or two, just talk about that a little bit, because that sounds like we've talked about sort of food and organizing and stuff like that, but the medical side of things is really important too. So yeah, let's talk about it a little bit.
Yeah. So as soon as I heard the news, it was around 9:30 in the morning yesterday. It was becoming clear pretty quickly. We knew there was a shooting. We didn't know right away whether Alex had made it. So there was a while where we were kind of in the lurch, and And then it quickly became clear that he was pronounced dead on the scene. And so it's like, it's very easy to give into freeze in that moment. And there was some freeze for me.
Yeah.
Cause you just like, what the fuck do you do with that?
Right.
And so all I knew was to take my 2 feet and walk out the door. And so I grabbed, this time I was very prepared. I have a backpack that I carry a IFAC in, which is an independent first aid kit, or individual first aid kit. And it's like to treat like ballistics, basically. Like it's very like military grade shit.
Yeah.
And so I keep that in my backpack. I keep heat resistant gloves, for gas canisters and things of that nature. And put on my respirator, and I just started walking 20 minutes east of where I live to the site. And immediately, I mean, the streets are barricaded with dumpsters. People are pulling mattresses out of the alleyways, pallets, trash cans, whatever they can for community defense and protection, because they know that ICE is on the scene. ICE is escalating. They're throwing canisters, pepper bullets and rounds and rubber bullets and, all the shit. So I show up there, there's already gas in the air. Like once you know that smell, and you can see it too, right? Like there's smoke, billowing about. And so I get on site. I'm kind of trying to assess the situation. Again, I go back to this thought of like, am I here as a protester or am I here to help? And yesterday I chose to be there to help. And so like I have a squirt bottle for any like cyclists that are watching. Like if you have like a water bottle with a squeeze top, that is perfect to bring with you to a protest. If you need to flush someone's eyes out,
yep,
it's really handy to have on you. So I had all that equipment with me, and I go and meet up with a friend, and we're kind of going back and forth. Like the state police at this point had created a perimeter around the block, and they're in full riot gear. And they're just and people are fucking pissed. I'm pissed. People are milling about. People are going face to face with officers. And the scene is just like you like it's moths to a flame, and this is what they want. This is what ICE wants. They know that we care. They know that we give a shit, and so when they create these scenarios, they know we're gonna show up, right? So it's just like it's a straight up battle scene. There's probably 3 blocks along Nicollet that are just fully covered in gas smoke. And anyway, so my hands started to feel like a little bit like numb in one of my fingers. I hadn't been out there that long, but I just like started to notice this. And so I was like, someone on a megaphone was announcing that there were 2 medics inside of this local restaurant on that block. And if anyone needed medical attention, to go inside. And so I figured, okay, like if there's medics on site, they probably have some hand warmers or something to kind of just get the blood circulating again. So I go in there, and the 2 medics, they're like, one is a nurse, the other one, she is a street medic. They've been doing this for a long time. They're probably somewhere in their 60s. And pretty instantaneously, they ask if there are other medics in the building. And I kind of like tepidly raise my hand. Like I've had this stop the bleed training in 2020. Okay. Mind you, like that's very specific. That's like street medic stuff, packing wounds, preparing for that kind of shit. Right. And I've, been absorbing some information about how to, flush people's eyes for tear gas and chemicals and things of that nature. But like, I hadn't done it in practice yet. So this nurse, he's like, all right, there's someone who needs help right now. He's like, right the fuck now. We're going to this bathroom. If you want to learn how to do this, you come with me. And he's like very, stern about this, but like, he's an old head. He's just like, he's activated. He's like, let's fuck.
No, man, that's the fucking way. That's the fucking way. That's the way you learn. You got to learn in that situation. You just got to like, dude, straight into the deep end. And no like water wingies on it. Just get out, get doing it.
Yeah. So like we're in there. We're standing in the bathroom inside of this restaurant, 5 adults, and this person who had been covered in tear gas, he's instructing her to take her sweatshirt off, take her jacket off, hat, because again, this stuff just sticks to your clothing and it's awful. And he started to show us, demonstrate like how you do an eye flush and how you like what the next steps are after you're in a spray of chemicals. So it was like on the job training right away, right? And I kind of have this like hesitation of like, is this my lane right now? Is this what I'm doing like right the fuck now? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. So like my friend had like gone elsewhere in the neighborhood to go on another mission, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm like holding up here now. So like within 30 minutes, we kind of became a field hospital. Other medics started to show up. We had 2 physicians, one of which had been an EMT for a decade before he became a doctor, and his wife, who's also a physician, and then his parents, who are former physicians, were there. And then nurses started to show up. Wow. And street medics. And suddenly people are rushing in bottles of water, plastic bottles of water for eye flushes. We've got 2 bathrooms that are becoming, triage. And then we're starting to use the toilets because there's not enough space at the sink because people are just coming in droves. Like we just kept getting these waves and waves and waves of people, being tear gassed. And so, we're talking a very narrow hallway, like a very long but narrow hallway. And so at the very back of the hallway, now we've got 2 recycling bins that have now become ad hoc eye wash stations where like I was washing, the eyes of a local reporter, like, who had gotten gassed, like, just your everyday people, like just coming in who had never experienced this before. And sometime in the afternoon, like we started to get more supplies. Like we had saline syringes that you can, like kind of flush into people's eyes. We had bandages, Mylar blankets coming through. We had people bringing, ambivents, basically respirators for, children, saline bags, like just, it started to look, it became basically a field hospital. We turned a prep kitchen into a field hospital. Like we used a baking rack to like organize gauze and medications like aspirin and Tylenol. And like, so like before you can even think about it, it's happening. And that's what I mean when it's like, you just fucking put one foot in front of the other. You don't know where you're going to end up sometimes. And like, before you know it, you're in a restaurant that's now a hospital. Like, and to be in that situation, and then we all kind of learned together Alex's identity, and that he was a ICU nurse at the VA, and one of the physician, his mother recognized him right away.
Oh wow, dude.
So like we're a very interconnected city. Alex's spirit like came over us that day, came over me, like in a very specific way, in a very like unintended way. I kind of don't believe in coincidences anymore.
Sure.
Yeah, it was some heavy shit.
Yeah, no, I mean that's incredible. I mean, like just the thinking about just sort of like the synergy of that moment, and like, I mean, I'm glad you shared this story because like I think like hearing that as it progressed is like I really hope that anybody's watching this understands like just how real it gets and how quick it gets, like, or how quick it is that it gets that real. And like it's important, like this is literally happening here in this country. This isn't like some weird foreign war that you're having reported on second, third hand. This is like these are our friends and family. You know what I mean? Like these are people that folks know. And I can't imagine how just incredibly galvanized that whole team of people must have been when they heard that, you know, that was a VA ICA nurse. You know what I mean? Like that's just it's wild to me. So that's such a unique perspective to have on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just funny, like, over the course of talking with you today, like, and just me realizing, like, I've gone from Ice Watch to, you know, participating in the community to being a nurse, like, to, you know, like, we don't realize, like, how many skills we actually have until, like, we need to use them sometimes, and like, and that it's sort of baked into us, and things just like this, like there's this alchemy that happens in crisis, and you activate, you turn that dial on, because like in our DNA, we want to help people. We don't want to live in crisis. We don't want to live in occupation. We don't want to live in a whitewashed nation. Like, we want to live where people are treated with dignity and care and have joy and are able to be with their families and able to love and laugh and like fucking cry together and like light candles together and, you know, go ice skating or whatever. You know, it's just like,
right. Yeah. Just do shit. Just like enjoy your existence for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't have to be this way because one dude wants all the fucking money in the world and wants all the praise for it. You know, like we are in a narcissist's fucking wet dream, and we don't have to participate in that.
Well, I thank you so much for sharing that story. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your time today, Zach. Like, just, I know like you probably have work, you have more aid to get back to, you have more stuff you got to get into, and for you to just like take this like hour and 15 minutes that we just did to like get on here and talk to a whole bunch of like random New Hampshire people that are just like stuck in their houses and just kind of like freaking out, looking at their social media on the doom scroll, you know, like it means a lot to me, because I think like, you know, I mean, dude, like, you were on this channel back when I started it. You know what I mean? Like, we did yeah. activism together during COVID. And like, it's just like, when I sit here and I think about like going back to then, like, I did not envision that like it would have ratcheted up so high at this point in time and for us to be sitting here having this conversation today. But it's like, in a lot of ways, I feel like it's just as important as it ever was, if not more. And like, again, you know, the whole goal is not like to be some sort of fuck ass internet influencer or whatever. Like, it's about getting information to people. And so like, I really hope that anybody that's checking this out now is able to just sort of like take stock of like everything that you said. We'll throw links in the description. We'll make sure everybody's got the resources. Because again, this isn't about like making media or being like, you know, whatever. It's about making sure that everybody's fucking safe and doing the most that they possibly can for everybody that they care about, and even people that they don't care about. You know what I mean? Like, it's about the wellness of all of us. That's where we're at. So
100%.
Dude, thank you so much.
No, thank you. I mean, really, yeah, it means a lot. And I want New Hampshire, I want everyone to stay safe and know that you have the tools to resist this. Like, you have it in you. It is in your DNA to resist this. And we have to. It's a mandate.
Awesome. Well, thank you again so much, Zach. And we'll probably catch up with you again at some point. I'm sure this saga is not over.
No, thank you.
All right, folks, that does it for today. It's a long one, but it's like, we got to do it. So, if you care about the channel, if you're interested, you want to learn more, you want to check out other stuff, make sure to hit the subscribe button. If you want to support it, you can go on Patreon, but please, like, all of that comes second to just like clicking on the links below and just getting involved and making sure you're there for your neighbors and your family and yourself. So with that, take it easy, everybody, and we will catch up with you again later.
Hello. I know what you're all thinking. Kristina, what happened? What's with the hair? It's straight. Yes, I straightened my hair. Also, welcome to Kristina's Corner. I'm very not prepared because I woke up like an hour ago. I was like, let's go. I'm still playing catch up from streaming like over 100 hours last week to raise rent funds. As you can see, I'm still housed. Yay. And now I gotta make sure I gotta pay my phone bill. So yay. It's getting to the point where my hair is getting a little bit longer and the curls are just not curling because of, no humidity, whatever. So I'm gonna start straightening my hair now. And the product that I used when TikTok was so good, because I got off a TikTok shop, Wavy Talk is the brand. They use steam in their products to lock the moisture so your hair kind of stays hydrated when you're also straightening it and stuff like that. Smart idea, because when you're using a regular flat iron, your hair gets very staticky and yeah. Anyway, but I'm depending on ghost energy to keep me going. Anyway, so it's been a week. The last week went by very slowly. We're finally at the home stretch, at the end of January, and things are not good. Clearly, apparently, the right to bear arms is woke now. We found out why the Academy did not want to nominate Ariana Grande for an Oscar for Wicked for Good. And now TikTok is owned by a pro-Trump guy, because once again we have nothing for us besides Upscrolled. Yeah. So for those who don't know, there's a website, there's a social media platform called Upscrolled. Apparently it's out of Australia, created by a Palestinian. Only matter of time before someone tries to sell that, because apparently all of our social media has to be US made, and it's driving me nuts. TikTok really went downhill real fast. And it's so funny because a lot of people are like, oh, well, it's the servers because of the ice storm. And I'm like, no, it's because they spent like the better part of this past year trying to change up the algorithm, make it very friendly towards right-wingers and make it QVC, and it did not really work. They had all this time to prepare, and they still messed up the app. I know people who still have videos sitting at 0 views. Well, there's room for fixes, okay? Nothing wrong with that. I mean, look at Bluesky. By the way, guys, I do not recommend using Bluesky as a notification to go live or whatever, like do that new thing, because if you do, you will find Nazis in your chat, like I did when I started my streamathon. I was like, what? I was like, why are these people, Nick Fuentes 1488, whatever the fuck, in what? I'm like, Bluesky having all these Nazis. That's kind of weird. Anyway, so that's not good. So do not recommend that. Anyway, so wait, Wicked for Good is still showing at my theater? That's crazy. So I want to talk about the Oscar snubs, because y'all know I'm so salty about that. And and this is why I fucking hate the Academy, because every year the Academy, the body is made up of like actors and directors, like your peers, people who, awesome, cool. They get the vote on who gets nominated and who ends up winning, right? A lot of these people, I want names because they piss me off, because last year for like stuff gets leaked, obviously. Last year a lot of them were like, well, I don't like Demi Moore, I fucking hate that bitch, so I'm not gonna nominate her or whatever, vote for her for the substance. Okay, what about her performance? And then there's others, they're like, well, I didn't have time to watch any of these movies, so I just winged it. And I'm like, okay, why are you here? I do not understand. Like listen. There are people that I do not like, but like, I'm gonna, if there's one thing you gotta do when you're voting for the Academy Awards is separate the art from the artist. Unless it's Roman Polanski or Woody Allen. But so let's talk about this. I mean, if y'all know, I don't know if you guys are aware of what the reason for the Ariana Grande snub, but it's a doozy. It's a doozy, and it pissed me off. Anyway, so why one Oscars voter was completely turned off by Wicked for Good, Ariana Grande, and Cynthia Erivo. You're gonna love this. Wicked was a full-blown cultural moment when it hit theaters in 2024, which meant expectations were sky high for its follow-up, Wicked for Good. But as award season rolls around, the contrast between the two films is hard to ignore. While the first movie earned 10 Academy Award nominations, the sequel was not treated kindly when it came to the 2026 Oscar nominations. Now, one Academy voter is shedding light on why the film failed to connect and why its two leads ultimately left them cold. So, no word about the performances? Okay. Speaking with News Nation, the land of misfit pundits, we all know that, the voters said they found the sequel largely underwhelming and emotionally distant despite the star power involved. In their view, the film never fully clicked, even with performers as acclaimed as Ariana Grande Cynthia Erivo at its center. They explained the movie wasn't that great. The two have amazing on-screen chemistry, but spend most of the movie apart. And that's the reason why Variety has claimed, out of all the 6 reasons why Wicked for Good did not hit, a lot of people said, well, you know, with the backlash from the first promo campaign where people were claiming they were weird, they developed eating disorders, they were feeding off of each other negatively, they actually are feuding and they're not friends. A lot of people realized, oh, separating the two leads for this movie was not a good idea. Keeping them far apart from each other until world premieres hit, not a good idea. Also, the voter also pointed to the two films' extensive press tour as a factor that didn't help their perception. While Ariana Grande Cynthia Erivo dominated headlines during the promotional run of the first part leading up to For Good, the tone of their appearances struck some viewers as off-putting and rather than endearing. Shut up. The voters said the constant viral moments and heightened emotional displays ultimately worked against the sequel, adding, I was also just completely turned off by their promotional performances. They creeped a lot of people out in their rush to feel authentic. They came off as cosplaying. I'm sorry, but when you spend like 6 years working on a dream role and connecting with your cast, you're gonna feel some type of way. And also, theater kids are gonna theater kid, you know. The voters said it wasn't just the movie that lost them, but the promotional campaign surrounding it as well. Okay, so which one is it? You didn't like the fact that they were separated, or you hate the fact that they were close? I don't pick a struggle. In their view, the press appearances felt off-putting, adding that the star's efforts to come across as genuine often had the opposite effect. You cannot tell me there was not a smear campaign against these two from day one. You cannot tell me there was a smear campaign. The fact that Amelia Perez got more nominations than the first Wicked movie is fucking crazy. And also, I got more on that when it comes to Sinners later, because there are some white leftists who have the worst takes on Sinners, and it's making me very mad about that. Several unscripted moments from the Wicked for Good press tour went viral, diverting attention from the film itself. I mean, really though? I felt like because it did so well. I mean, it did really well. If that's the case, then the movie wouldn't have done so well at the box office, no? One widely discussed panel appearance showed producer Mark Platt grabbing Ariana Grande's arm, prompting a visibly uncomfortable reaction and a swift protective response with Cynthia Erivo. The clip spread quickly, with many viewers calling the exchange awkward and What is wrong with people? A similar reaction followed at a Paris premiere moment in which the two actors were asked to describe each other's auras. What began as a light question spiraled into another viral clip, either Grande nervously second-guessed her answer, and Erivo responded with an elaborate description of her own. According to the voter, that cumulative fatigue played into awards, shut up, bluntly adding the movie wasn't that good, and if it sucked the air out of any red carpet they were on. But you're also saying that keeping them apart was a bad idea, though. And no one, okay, so they sucked out the air out of any red carpet that they were on, and no one wanted to go through that again. Think of it this way: we were This is the kicker. This is the kicker, y'all. We were protecting Ariana from her anxiety and Cynthia from having to intervene again. I repeat, this Oscar voter, I will find you. We were protecting Ariana from her anxiety and Cynthia from having to intervene again. That's why you couldn't give her an Oscar nomination. It's not like she would have won. I mean, we all know. I mean, the fucking BAFTA snubbed Amy Madigan for Weapons. What are you doing, BAFTAs? The Brits, they think they know everything. Whether audiences felt the same way as the Oscar voters' assessment or not, the vibe between the two films is now firmly part of the conversation. For those curious to revisit what made the franchise take off in the first place, the original Wicked is currently available to stream, while Wicked for Good can also be rented with an Amazon Prime Video subscription, giving viewers a chance to decide for themselves where the magic faded. I know where the magic faded. Fucking idiots on YouTube analyzing every little fucking like thing going on between Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. Like, ugh. I don't understand. I like, I remember last year when everyone was like, okay, like Amelia Perez, no offense, but okay, I love musicals, but Amelia Perez fucking sucked. It had stereotypes about trans, like Amelia Perez could have been a revolutionary movie had it come out like 10 years ago. Kind of like how I felt about Green Book. Why did that win Best Picture? I guess they didn't want to give Bohemian Rhapsody the award, but even then, Vice existed. Okay. Anyway, so like with Sinners getting 16 Academy Award nominations, a lot of white leftists who think they know better, you don't, are saying, well, the Academy's awarding. It's not like they're okay. Nominations and awards are two different things. You have to win the nomination to get the award, right? So, someone was like, oh, you know, all these nominations for Sinners is just, you know, white liberal guilt and enthusiasm. Instead of the fact that the movie's good and worthy of nominations. Listen. If you want to talk about white liberal guilt and enthusiasm in the Academy, Amelia Perez is something that you can apply that argument to. Green Book is a movie you can apply that argument to, because Green Book had come out because a lot of people said that Green Book had to come out in the 90s. Oh, it would have been a revolutionary movie worthy of Academy Awards. But Green Book really hones in on like this movie is going through the lens of like racism and the night if it came out like out of the 90s. But like a movie like Green Book coming out in 2018, it's not a revolutionary movie. The concept is so outdated with how they handle racism and homophobia. Sinners, on the other hand, I don't think Ryan Coogler had, I'm gonna make this for white liberals in mind. Like I don't think a lot of black artists who make art think, oh, I want to make this for white liberals. No. I mean, wider audience appeal is important, right? Very important. But like, I don't think I contributed to Sinner's success, is what I'm saying. And I don't understand why people cannot say it's a good movie. It's worthy of nominations. And also, dude, they've added more categories, like best casting. We all know Sinners is probably gonna get that one, but like, just because it was nominated for 16 Academy Awards doesn't mean it's gonna win any. I know what y'all thinking. Kristina, shut up. I know it's probably gonna win best Ludwig, best score. Let's do it. But like, look at The Color Purple. Remember The Color Purple? Good movie. 11 Oscar nominations, right? 11. 0 wins that year. 0 wins back in what, 86 or whatever. Whoopi Goldberg was up for Best Actress. She lost. The Academy realized they fucked up with that one, decided, let's give her the Best Supporting Actress for Ghost. And what's so funny about the Oscars is that, you know, yes, like Ariana Grande was nominated last year for the first Wicked movie, but they gave it to Zoe Saldana, not because of how good her performance of Amelia Perez was, but a lot of the Academy was like, we have to give her a career Oscar. But don't worry, guys, next year we'll give it to Ariana Grande. Okay, but there's going to be other movies that come out that could be worthy of nominations and wins over her. I'm sorry, but the way the Academy goes about these things is like, I'm like, y'all, I don't get y'all. I do not get y'all. You have access to screeners. You don't watch the movies. You bitch about, you know, people you don't like, so you're not going to nominate them. I will never understand. I'm like, who the fuck are these people? I need to figure out who. It's probably some old white dude too that's making these, that says all these shit like every year after year. Meanwhile, Ariana Grande and Kirsten Dunst are like, we are watching every movie. Okay, we're part of the Academy. We gotta take this shit seriously. It's our job. We're not getting paid, but it's our job. You know. So, I don't know. It's as much as I love award season, I also hate it at the same time because anonymous Oscar voter like quotes get leaked, and it's like, why is this happening every time? I just don't. Again, you cannot tell me there was not a smear campaign against 2 women. I mean, I remember when that one guy ambushed I think what was the Singapore Wicked premiere, and Ariana Grande like almost got attacked by like that guy who likes to ambush celebrities, and Cynthia Erivo like came to her came to her rescue, and it within 24 hours the tone shift from like, oh, Cynthia Erivo is like protecting her friend and defending her friend from a psycho to, oh my god, why is she being so masculine and weird? And I'm like, what? Huh? I'm like, did we not see what happened? She got attacked by a crazed lunatic. Like, I don't, what's going, what? So it was, misogynoir and misogyny and sexism and it's racism. Like, it's basically what happened here. Like, it's so funny that like a crazed stalker ended up getting sympathy in the end. Also, the fact that Universal did nothing to say, hey, you guys need to tone down like the accusations of like them behaving weird or like the attack. Like, no one came to their defense, and it makes me mad. Like, the only person who's done that is Marissa Bodie, who plays Nessa Rose, the Wicked Witch of the East. She's the only one who spoke out saying, it's kind of weird that y'all, are attacking these 2 women who worked their asses off for a project that they've been passionate about for almost 7 years now. Like, what is happening? And she even called out Universal. Like, I was like, damn, she ain't afraid to. Marissa Bodie's not afraid to say shit, because here's the fun fact: when they did that Wicked One Wonderful Night where they performed like the songs from the movies for what was it, for CBS? I think it was CBS, right? Or was it NBC? One of those. They had to cut out Marissa Bodie's speech about Trump and fascism. And I'm like, you mean to tell me that the movie about fascism, you had to cut out the one actress talking about fascism when she herself ends up becoming a fascist in the movie? Okay, I see what you're doing here. If there's one musical Trump probably does not like, it's Wicked. Oh, thank you. I'm ready for it to get longer. I'm ready for my hair to get longer. So, hey, let's talk about what's been going on in Minnesota. I'm very mad. It happened again, and now all of a sudden it's woke to own a gun. It is you cannot be protecting yourself against jackbooted government thugs. It's insane. It's insane that we are at this point where that the right wing has like this narrative that right wingers are really out here saying, well, he had a gun, he reached for the gun. And I'm like, what is this, the musical Chicago? Oh yes, they both reach for the gun, and yes, they both reach for the gun. You know that song, right? And I was like, oh my god, this is exactly like that scene in Chicago where Billy Flynn is like getting the press and propagandizing Roxy's story and make it out like, oh, she did self-defense, and all the press is like, yes. And so I posted that, and it did no numbers on TikTok because TikTok sucks now. but it is what it is. I just think it's weird that they're, oh, thank you. It's kind of crazy to me that the right is so prepared for like a narrative It's like, well, he was out harassing ICE agents. No, he was not. Oh, he attacked ICE agents. No, he did not. He was helping a woman who got attacked by ICE agents. He's a nurse. He has experience. A lot of nurses do come to these protests to aid people who have been injured by jackbooted government thugs. Okay? I don't know why this needs to be said. But, like, also, too, there's nothing. There is, like, with Alex and Renee, there is, like, nothing about their background that screams, these people deserved it. No offense, but not everyone deserves to get killed. Especially when they're not doing anything wrong. Like everything we found on like again, we had to also like the fact that they went this hard against two white folks is kind of crazy, but like not to be expected because white allies out here always getting shit from the government when they dare to help minorities, because we're not on their side. So the fact that they can't find anything on Alex Pretty or Renee Good, it's like they made up, like they're photoshopping like him in drag, giving the middle finger. Like a lot of people are like, you people are so susceptible to like fake shit. It's annoying. They're like, well, we have to, and then they're like, ha 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 ha, nah, 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 and it's like, okay, so you admit that you're just making up lies. Okay, the shoe was on the other foot, or the boot was on the other foot. Like the fact that the right wing is now against the Second Amendment. And I was watching Jon Stewart's, whole clip about that last night. Was like, we expect you guys to, give up the First and the Fourth and the 14th and the 10th. And they're like, but the Second Amendment, you guys are giving up your Second Amendment rights. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but liberals do own guns. Liberal gun ownership is like abortion. We don't talk about it ad nauseum, so I gotta eat dinner. Also, Movie Night Extravaganza is coming on at 7 p.m. I mean, probably not in this space, but 7 p.m. tonight over at the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. We have Josh Olson coming on. Also, Friday we had Adam McKay on, and that dude was pulling our leg. He was like, I'm doing a movie called The Heroes of Ice with Sylvester Stallone, and we were looking at him like, okay. I'm like, okay, I think you're fucking with us, but like, this is kind of funny. Keep going with this bit. And Natasha Lyonne from, Orange is the New Black and Russian Doll. Like, she commented on our post by Adam McKay. So she's a confirmed Movie Night Extravaganza watcher. Also, the woman who wrote one of my favorite movies of all time, Fresh, on Hulu. Yes. I'm so excited. I was like, yes, let's get her on to discuss Fresh. I love that movie with Sebastian Stan and Daisy Edgar Jones. Good movie about cannibalism. Anyway. So I want to talk about the tic-tac-toe, the tic-tac-toe, whatever the fuck. So TikTok is now officially in U.S. hands, and so many liberals I know are like, yeah, but ByteDance is owned by China. And I'm like, here's the thing. TikTok has been around since 2018, owned by ByteDance since then. But it took, what, like 6 years for y'all to freak out about it? And a lot of people are like, how did this happen? How did this TikTok being owned by the U.S. come to be? Well, a lot of people like to go back to Trump's first term. He dropped it right away. But when October 7th happened, a lot of creators, a lot of Palestinians were using TikTok as a way to expose Israel's crimes, expose the truth. Democrats did not like that. They noticed that, part of the reason they did not like that. They did not like that this was happening, that a lot of people were becoming more sympathetic towards Palestine. So they started, ranting and raving about, the kids are learning to be anti-Semitic through TikTok. And then conservative Republicans were like, oh, wait a minute, this is owned by the Chinese government, by commies. So we're gonna piggyback off of the Democrats, Israel anti-Semitism, whatever the fuck, but make it about xenophobia. And that's what happened. And Democrats were like, you know what? If you're on our side, we'll be fine with your xenophobia about Chinese people. We have our reasons. You have our reasons. Let's come together and destroy another social media app. And so, because of what the Democrats started under Biden, because Biden wanted this, they thought they honed it on, let's have TikTok be owned by the US. And here's the problem, though. Most billionaires are pro-Trump conservative assholes who are friends with Trump. So the same guy who owns Paramount and potentially Warner Brothers CNN, if he gets his way, now owns TikTok. And Democrats are now like, oh my God, what? Why did this happen? I can't believe it. Now TikTok is a pro-Trump social media outlet now. What are we going to do? And I'm like, you motherfuckers did this. Democrats, you did this. You did this. This is all you. It's not Trump's fault. Who do you think was going to... Do y'all not understand how many fucking like liberal billionaires there are? Not very many. And even so, you think George Soros is going to buy TikTok? No. The only way this was going to be a US-owned property now is if some Trump sycophant buys the app. And now you can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You can't talk about Palestine. You're not getting any views. No one's making any money anymore. And I kept saying shit's going to get weird on this app real fast once it got banned and unbanned. I would like my apology in writing and tips, donations. Come on. Say it with me. Kristina was right. She was right all along. I mean, Democrats want to play dumb, and now we're going to investigate TikTok's ownership under the U.S. It's like, why? 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 But the good news is TikTok uninstallment is up by 150%, and Upscrolled is the #1 app on the App Store. Ain't that great news, y'all? I'm so happy. What a great time to... I mean, I'm just hoping it doesn't become another Bluesky where it's so boring. Like, Blue Sky is so boring. It took them forever. Like, we still can't even share photos in DMs over on Bluesky. It's like, guys, you've had this app for 3 years now, and y'all still haven't done anything cool with it. Anyway, it just makes me mad because like we're getting to a point where, and this is where I'm like, I agree with Taylor Lorenz, my girl, about this. It's like, the more like consolidation and the more the right wingers, either like social media owners capitulate to Trump, like Mark Zuckerberg, or like billionaires like Elon Musk, buy beloved social media apps and try to change the algorithm in the right's favor. It's getting to the point where it's like, what do we have? We could have the truth at our feet, but it's getting to the point where misinformation runs this shit, right? So it's gonna get to the point where it's like, what are we doing? What can we do? Because I mean, even though Elon Musk has purposely fixed the algorithm for right wingers, a lot of right wingers are bitching about their tweets not being shown or going viral or making money on X, the everything app. And it's like, even Elon Musk is like, the algorithm is fixed against us. I'm like, dude, you are the maker of the algorithm on Twitter. You do something. But no matter how many times he tries to fix it, we are smarter because a lot of people are blocking these right wingers and not engaging with them. And it doesn't matter how many times they try, they can keep bitching and moaning, but it's like, sorry, dude, you're just not likable. You are not likable. You are not you're not a good person. So Oracle, am I right? Also, Barry Weiss wants to again just make CBS. Well, actually, no, let me talk about another thing first. So the Holocaust Memorial Museum, right? The Holocaust Memorial Museum Has something to say, right? Okay, can I please find like something that's not like a Zionist publication to make this point? Okay, why not The Hill? Okay. Oh, Trump's in Iowa giving that's stupid. Okay. So, hey guys, never again, right? Never again. Never again. So, Holocaust Museum, Tim Walz's Anne Frank comparison deeply offensive. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has faced criticism from the U.S. Holocaust Museum after he compared Anne Frank hiding from Nazis in Germany to the current experience of children in Minnesota amid Operation Metro Surge. Anne Frank was targeted and murdered solely because she was Jewish. Leaders making false equivalencies in her experience for political purposes is never acceptable, the Washington, D.C.-based museum wrote on the social media platform X, the everything app. Despite tensions in Minneapolis, exploiting the Holocaust is deeply offensive, especially as anti-Semitism surges. Hey, you know what I think? I think the reason why anti-Semitism is getting worse is because of Zionist organizations like this fucking museum. Because let me tell you guys something. Do you know how many people I posted it, and I literally had a lot of my friends who are for color say this is why black people don't fuck with Jewish people. We don't they cannot for some reason Zionist organizations cannot understand that never again is not a unique experience just for Jewish people. Okay, never again slavery, never again segregation, never again women I never 9/11 never again means never again that a tragedy could happen. I cannot understand. Do they not see the comparisons? Jackboot government thugs going door to door asking people for their papers, people going into hiding or missing that are undocumented. Basically, Jewish people lost their status as citizens and were deemed undocumented and illegal during World War II. This is why people can't take the ADL seriously. This is why I'm sorry, but I just can't take this anymore. Out of all the Holocaust Museum says this is not like this at all. I'm sorry, but undocumented immigrants are being sent to camps where they're being raped and starved and shaving off their hair. What? The only thing that's missing from these camps that these undocumented immigrants are being sent to, they're missing the ovens. The only thing that's really missing are the ovens. I'm gonna say it, and it pisses me off. These people are being sent to these things. They're being stripped bare. They're shaving their head. I mean, I'm surprised they're not getting tatted up with a serial number. But they're being in cramped quarters. They're being starved. They're being tortured. A lot of them are actually being assaulted to the point where some of them even die in custody or in these places. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Would someone have would someone need to write their own version of it? Some undocumented child has to write their own version of a diary of Anne Frank for people to understand that yes, this is actually a thing that's happening. That the comparisons to the Gestapo actually are a thing. I don't understand what is it going to take for human rights organizations that just care about anti-Semitism now to realize it's not just Jewish people, it's anyone. It's the comparisons are there. The comparisons are real. And the fact that the Holocaust museums slow down there. This is only a unique experience for us. Okay, what about the Armenian genocide? Rwanda, okay? Is that not is that something you can't make the comparisons then? Anyway. I'm just mad that this is a thing that's happening and the comparisons are real, but Zionist organization was like, pump the brakes, okay? This is not the same situation, okay? Things are different. I'm like, okay, and I've said it, and I just said it. The only thing that's different is that these places that undocumented immigrants are being sent to and tortured at don't have ovens to cremate them in. That's the only difference. I mean, we could get there. We probably are going to get there if down the line. I'm that pessimistic. Because it's going to get to a point where those places are going to get overcrowded. Right? And there's not going to be enough room. I mean, there already isn't enough room. I mean, we've seen CCOT. We've seen these places and what they look like. And it's like, yeah, it's no different from Auschwitz or Bergen-Belsen almost. Like everyone's in cramped quarters. They're being beaten. They're being raped. They're being starved. I don't know what else to say, guys. It's just infuriating where people are like, we can't be making the Anne Frank comparisons. I'm like, but we have to, though. If we're downplaying what's happening now, it can happen again. It can happen again. I mean, it's happening right now. I mean, there are steps. There are steps that can, like, there's literally like a step-by-step, like, how we get to a Holocaust, how we get to a genocide, how we get to fascism. And we're kind of like on step 8 or 9 towards fascism already, but like, who's counting at this point, right? Who's counting? Who's counting? Like even like people like even like Zionist Jews are out here saying, well, 1 million Jewish children were killed during the Holocaust. Illegal immigrants are offered thousands of dollars to take a free flight home. They're not going to take it though. Also, I doubt Trump's government is offering immigrants free money to leave. I don't know, but stuff like this makes me mad because when you're downplaying the suffering of a group of one group of people because you felt like you're suffered the most, it's not helpful. Because by downplaying what's going on, it's gonna happen again. Like literally, like a lot of people want like these ICE agents to have like a Nuremberg trials, right? They want to have like that. They can't just get fired. Like when if Democrats have like the ability to actually hold these people accountable, which I doubt it, something has to happen, right? But even my thought is the Nuremberg trials didn't go far enough. But that's a controversial thing to say, apparently. But I don't know. It just makes me mad that Jewish organizations are like, don't be making these comparisons because they're not the same at all. When the only difference between what's happening now and then is that there aren't ovens yet. So anyway, I got some more Oscar news that's kind of disgusting, honestly. So y'all know the Safdie brothers, right? They are director brothers, but they had a falling out, right? They had a falling out, and a lot of people wondered like why they didn't really like say anything, like we don't maybe create it, but apparently it's a lot worse than we originally assumed, and it's probably because one of them is up for a bunch of Oscars, the other isn't, so this shit's getting out. So it's trigger warning, it's not good because Marty Supreme is up for a bunch of Oscars, so fucking blogger. So the alleged truth about the Safdie brothers' rift is darker than you think. This is why we have ad blockers. Okay, I hate this shit. After months of speculation, we might finally know what allegedly led directing duo Josh and Betty Safdie to part ways. The two brothers who made a splash with their work on 2019's Uncut Gems have been in the spotlight separately for a while now. Benny has landed a few high-profile acting gigs in Christopher Nolan films and the Super Mario Bros. Movie, as well as directing Dwayne Johnson in the recent biopic The Smashing Machine. Josh, meanwhile, just got nominated for Best Director Oscar for his work on Marty Supreme. But what led to them falling out? Oh my god, I just exited out of this. Jesus Christ. According to a new report from Page 6, the rift is allegedly due to an incident that occurred on the set of the brothers' 2017 film Good Time. The report claims that a 17-year-old girl was cast to play a sex worker in one of the film's scenes, which required her to be nude and to simulate having sex with a character played by Buddy Duress. What is the point of Xing out of this? It keeps popping up. The girl's age would have already caused issues with the Screen Actors Guild, but actions made by Duress, whose real name is Michael Satlis, and who passed away due to a heroin overdose in fall 2020, allegedly made things even worse. What a surprise. What a surprise. I can't exit out of this? Jesus Christ. The situation is allegedly dark. I don't know. Do you have to say allegedly? Like, I hate that. Stathis allegedly pulled down his pants, exposed himself, and asked the girl if he could stick it in as the cameras continued to roll. He had been recently released from prison around the filming of Good Time, having been incarcerated on drug charges, weapons violations, and fencing stolen property and motor vehicle theft multiple times. See, this is why, hey, Safdie brothers, this is why you can't just hire anyone. According to multiple sources cited in the report, Josh was operating as a de facto commander on set during this time, literally watching the scene on a monitor while Benny was holding the boom mic for the scene. Josh learned of the girl's age shortly after the scene was filmed. Again, background checks. It's not that hard to do. Any director who had seen that should have yelled cut and stopped the scene, but Josh let it continue, a source cited in the reports argued. The scene was ultimately cut from Good Time, but it was used in footage to sell the film at the 2016 Cannes Film Festival. A separate report from Variety alleges that the actress, who was still listed in the film's final credits, was only paid in cigarettes by one of the film's producers, Sebastian Mayer McLeod. In 2022, Bear McLeod threatened to go public with the details about the film's production. The story came out amid his divorce case with Emily Bonajowski, a chain of events that apparently led to Benny learning about the full story behind the incident. You literally were there. The Safdies cut ties with Bear McLeod afterwards, and by the time details were fully made public in early 2023, this included claims that Bear McLeod also had an affair with the young actress in question. Benny stopped working with his brother altogether. It is unclear if and how this reporting could affect Josh's run for Best Director, as well as Marty Supreme's overall performance during the Oscars. The film star Timothée Chalamet is currently seen as the frontrunner for the Best Actor trophy. So here's the thing. I remember when Emilia Perez was nominated for 13 Academy Awards, and all of us were like, what? Why? But then when the actress who played the lead, Sophia Gascon, whatever her name is, trans actress, but then shit started coming out about her past and how bigoted she was, and it kind of impacted the Academy's view on Emilia Perez. So the same thing is happening with Marty Supreme. Now, granted, I liked Marty Supreme. Is it Timothée's best work? No, it's not. It's not even gonna be his best work after this movie comes out. Like, it's fine. It's good. Like I want it to be Leo. I want it to be Michael B. Jordan. But for some reason, Timothée has been working so hard to just win the Academy. I'm like, dude, it took Leo 30 years as an actor to win for an Oscar that was definitely a career Oscar, because people were like, here, damn, give him for the Bear movie. But now it's like, here, let's give Timothée the Oscar for the ping pong movie, even though he's only 30. He's only 30. dude, you got plenty of time. I'm like I'm like, most of your films have good Rotten Tomato scores. What are you doing, man? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's me, but it's like he's doing the try hard thing, and it's like I can't believe the Academy's actually eating this up. Anyway, I will die on the hill and say Marty Supreme is not Timothée Chalamet's best work. Like, there are definitely, you know, there could be. I mean, even the Dune movie, hell, the Wonka movie, the fucking Wonka movie is better than. Oh man, I know I'm so bad, but what do you expect? I need to get dinner. So, anyway, Marty Supreme, the ping pong movie. I honestly, my Letterboxd review is that, oh, I was hoping this would be like a documentary about Martin Scorsese. I'm so funny, right, guys? Sweet. Anyway, so now we know they're trying to do a smear campaign against Marty Supreme. And yeah, people think I'm delusional for thinking there was a smear campaign against Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo for Wicked for Good. Okay, well, you know what? When it comes to women, it's always, oh, we're being hysterical. And it's like, I don't know. I'm pointing stuff out here. Oh man, this is funny as hell. After the forced sale of TikTok to U.S. owners has finalized, the Democrats' official TikTok account has had their uploads suppressed, going from millions of views proposed to 0 in their latest short. Democrats got, and my friend Raquel said it best, Democrats got what they voted for. They were angry that pro-Palestine speech was going viral on TikTok, so they repeatedly claimed it was a Chinese propaganda machine, and they voted to sell it, buy and sign off on it. Now they're also fucked. Yep. That is true. Yep. Yep. This is all true. This is all true. This is very much true. We told liberals, hey, this is not going to be the thing you wanted. So, I don't know. Also, strangely, the Libertarian Party being anti-gun in Alex Pretty's case is so hilarious. But I explained this earlier. We saw this coming. Oh man. Wait, what? What? Oh, baby is officially back. Nearly 40 years after. I mean, oh god, nearly 40 years after Dirty Dancing hit theaters, Lionsgate confirms the sequel is set to begin filming this year. And yes, Jennifer Grey will reprise her iconic role as Frances Baby Housman. Oh man, but Patrick Swayze's dead. What are we gonna do? How's this story gonna play out? I'm dying to know. Anyway, I don't know. Sorry, I got my nose. I love how I start talking and shit. This is what happens. Anyway, so y'all, you know what? All that's going on with ICE and how Democrats are handling this. It's always the same moderates who always stop the Democrats' agenda, right? So I keep telling these liberals, I'm like, even if Kamala Harris was gonna win, they would definitely not help her with her agenda, and would want it to be as watered down as possible. I mean, look at Mansion the Cinema with Biden. Same shit happened. No matter how incrementalist his agenda was, they're like, not incrementalist enough. But I wonder, do Democrats see these TikToks or these Instagram reels, these tweets and stuff, mocking them? And what I mean is, this is what I'm referring to by like with them mocking. This is what I'm referring to, guys. But do Democrats see this shit and go, oh, damn, this is not a good look?
All over our country. Get the fuck out of our city!
We were a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, strongly worded letter.
Yes, we did. And I told them in the next DHS negotiation, when we raise ICE's funding,
raise it up.
That I did so hesitantly.
Very hesitantly. Very hesitantly. Thank you, Senator. Abolish ICE.
Well, we are not abolishing ICE.
No, not defunding.
That's not going to happen. Yeah. We're going to make them more diverse.
Yes.
We are going to add body cams.
Yes,
We're going to see everything that they do.
They won't try and do anything if they got the body cams.
We are going to make sure that they are doing their jobs in the safest possible way.
Click here to resist and donate $5 to our campaign.
I mean, do they not see these videos and go, oh, you know what? This is actually not a good look for us. It's like, you better stop it now, ICE, or else we will give you more funding and we're gonna DEI ICE. You know, it doesn't look good when they're doing that shit. It's like, oh Jesus. It's crazy. One stop away? What do you one stop away? Bitch, my food's getting cold. God, I hate that DoorDash does this shit now. God, I hope my Alphaba cosplay comes in time for Wicked for Good. Yeah, we're so discussing Wicked for Good on Moon Knight Extravaganza because usually we always do like one film that should have been a Best Picture nominee or like a film that that got every award besides, but we're doing a flat out snub this time. I'm excited because my friend Julia's coming on. It's gonna be great. She's gonna be Glinda and I'm gonna be Alphaba. God, I hope she got her Glinda cosplay. I gotta message her, be like, did you get it? Did you get it? Come on, girl. Anyway, so guys, Ice Storm, right? How that literally was nothing. I mean, we got some snow. Oh, Jesus. Oh, damn, that's brutal. Anyway, so speaking of the ice storm, 2/3 of us were impacted, and like, I have a thing. I have a thing. You know, this is the thing. This is the thing. This is exactly what happened. Winter Storm, Aiken, South Carolina, January 2026. We will rebuild. It literally, everyone's like, get ready. You're going to lose life. All that panic. People are returning their generators because they thought that they were going to lose power. And it's like, I mean, it's nice for actually finally getting winters, but I'm going to be moving back up to Jersey in a few months. So, yes. Real winters. It's going to feel like Christmas for reals. Oh, man, it's going to be worth celebrating the holiday. Stupid fucking calic. Ugh. Let me tell you guys something. Gen Z is over here like, oh, millennials and their side parts. They look so stupid. And I'm over here like, not to be that bitch or anything, but for those of us who have curly hair, widow's peaks, middle parts don't look good on us. Okay? Middle parts will never look good on us. Middle parts? No. Side parts? Yes, because you have to hide the cowl. You got to hide the big forehead too. Like, come on now. See look how much better this looks. Ooh, yeah, ooh, you know? Anyway. Apparently we're supposed to get more snow on Saturday, and I'm like, awesome, cool. Awesome. Anyway. Whoop-de-doo. Oh, my food's gonna be here soon, I think, hopefully. I got a show to do at 7, and then I'm gonna be streaming for a few hours overnight, because overnight's where it's at if you want to stream on Twitch, and it sucks, but it also sucks when you have a day job. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Anywho. Anyway. Sorry, guys. I'm like be closing in on my show because Alex is going to be playing a video game. Yay! I would hang out, but I gotta eat food, and we're starting an hour early on Movie Night Extravaganza. Yay! Oh, Norman Finkelstein is on Upscroll. Good to know. Good to know. Ah, my nose. Oh my god, you guys. I watched the Brady Bunch movie on stream. I love that movie so much. But like a lot of people are like, how come it did not like do well? I'm like, because back in the 90s, there was no nostalgia for the 70s, really. I mean, club hits were becoming a thing, but like the 70s nostalgia of like the bell bottoms and the hair, it just the nostalgia for that time period just wasn't there, which is why the movie didn't do so good. But now in hindsight, it's like the Brady Bunch movie came out, like if they did the movie in like the early to mid 2000s, where like early 2000s bell bottoms were making a comeback, hip huggers and all that, yeah, probably would have done well. I love that movie. I love it. Sequels, yeah. First one, yes. Perfect casting in every way. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head out. But I won't be here. But at 7 o'clock or the Movie Night Extravaganza, 7 Eastern on the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel, we're gonna have Josh also on to discuss Thief. I'm excited. So, and then I'm gonna be streaming on my Twitch channel way after that. So that should be fun. Anywho, I will see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. This hour went by a lot slower than I thought it did. Oh man, I'm so tired. I still need to catch up on like streaming for like 90 hours and not getting any sleep. Anyway, bye-bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space where I talk movies, music, video games, TV, whatever I want on this channel. I am just posting that we're live here. Yo, did you guys see the fucking Daredevil season 2 trailer? We got Jessica Jones back. It looks fucking sick. I'm excited. I am very, very, very excited. The first season, go watch. Matter of fact, let me just share real quick what I've been doing on my channel. I got a little bit of Ball Pit, the game that I've been obsessed with and I can't stop talking about, released a new update yesterday. So I streamed that for a bit. We are 4 days a week now over here on this space. All kinds of creators, top of the hour news. We are doing the damn thing. We got 3.5 thousand subscribers now. So we're growing. We're growing. I just made a reaction today to this new rap group that I heard about called Shoe Gang, who did a whole album of like Eminem beats and they made their own songs with them. It was fucking awesome. It's called Shady Past, where they tell their own story using Eminem's beats. Did a reaction to a new rapper that I discovered, IDK. I don't know about him, but he's fucking awesome. I love that album. I got 2 new albums I'm listening to. Also, Kanye West's second album. I never liked Kanye, so I'm going through his albums to see what people fucking have nostalgia for. And, some trailer reactions, more song reactions, stuff like that. Going to be making a video tomorrow about games that I like to play before bed, some recommendations. But again, folks, I am trying to just get in that algorithm on YouTube, that pop culture algorithm, so I can spread the good word of good politics. But today we're playing a game that I decided it was a toss-up between what I understand. I've never played either of these games, but I've heard they're both highly regarded. Disco Elysium, which I hear is like a detective story, and you make choices, and all those choices affect what happens in the game and whatnot, and possibly socialism. I heard maybe through the grapevine, and this other game called This War Is Mine, which is a little more bleak, and I feel like that's kind of what we need, because I saw, not everyone's in the Discord, but in our private work Discord, some creators, Visora, sharing what to do at protests and rationing food and all this kind of stuff that unfortunately is getting more and more relevant as the days go by. So we're going to play this game and we're going to see how it goes. Let me throw it up here on the screen. Okay. What about this? Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. Look, you see all my fucking... Oh, no. Maybe if I put myself in the other corner, can I do that? I can. Oh, God. No. What about that? All right. Well, look, how about this? Nick, if you can put me on the other side. Oh, there you go. That works. All right, so here we go. This War Is Mine. From what I understand about this game, it's like a resource gathering game. And you got to kind of manage that in a war-torn country. I guess we'll do a classic one. Let me know if it's too loud or sound-wise and whatnot. Matter of fact, options. Let's turn everything down a little bit. 7 should be good. We'll apply that, and there we go. Try to survive in a besieged city. Set up mods. Discover the stories. Okay. Survive. Let's go. Let's see. So, again, from what I understand, this is a war-torn situation. And we got to ration and make hard choices about what to do. Which, again, we're basically... So imagine we're in Minneapolis right now. Or Gaza. More so Gaza, probably. And again, yes, this is very bleak. And I really have been staying away from the news because Jesus Christ... You know, fucking Christ. So let's get into a little. Let's make a little bit of fantasy here. How long has this siege lasted? It's hard to say when every day is a struggle for survival. The city is crawling with snipers. Shelling is ordinary business almost every night. Phones don't work. There's a shortage of food and meds, and many people are left homeless. Bruno and Marco have always been good friends. So when the war broke out, they decided to stick together. They met Pavle while scavenging for supplies. He used to be Pogorin's star football player. Now he's just another homeless victim of war, so they teamed up hoping for the best. All right. Our things, what do we have? Nothing. Oh, I can drag. There's Marco. There's Bruno. He's a good cook, slightly sick. Marco, skilled scavenger. Pavle, fast runner, slightly wounded. All right. Is like time passing? Oh boy, it is. Oh god. Oh, that's my favorite. I love when time passes. It doesn't make me anxious. All right, so we're doing stuff. We're gathering. What do we get? Herbs. Drag for more. Okay, we got a couple things. Components. Oh, here. So, okay. Take all. I see. All right. So this is what I just searched. This is my storage here. All right. We're scavenging. What about you? You do something. What about you? Go do this. What about you? What's this shit? Offers a decent sleep without back pain, no matter if it's day or night. All right, should we make a bed? How much do we need to make a bed? We don't have wood. We don't have enough wood. Carly says, yay, more interested in this game. Okay. John Lithium, interested to see how this goes. I've heard a little bit about it, but haven't seen gameplay till now. Sup, Earthbag? How you doing? Welcome. From my community. Small as it is. Okay. So I can't make a bed yet. That's fine. What about this? Oh, no. I don't want you to do that. Whatever. Oh, you go do that. I don't know what he's doing. Can you cook something? Do we have a kitchen? It's locked. Funny, I had tools. All right. So we can't get into the basement without some tools. This dude's got a headache. What's this? Fucking go scavenge then, I guess. Then you. If you're not gonna be helpful, you go to the top floor and you scavenge. How's that? proper tools, we could build the stuff we need. All right. Well, I don't have a blueprint for tools. I went to the workbench, and it told me that I could only make a bed. All right. What's this? What's in the closet here? Okay, all right, we're getting stuff. I think we can actually make that bed now. All right. I don't like having to manage multiple characters. How about you go up here too? Disco Elysium is very good, but very dense and more theoretical politics since it's our real life. It's so fashy historically as well as that word. Okay. Well, I was wondering, the only thing with Disco Elysium was I was wondering how long it would like take to get into, you know? Or is there like a 7-hour character creator? All right, so this door is locked. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Can you help him? Is that a thing? You have the shivers. Well, that's not good. Can we close this door? Ooh, no. Wait. Wait. You go back. You. Actually, probably shouldn't do this with this guy. Whatever. Take it all. Go in the treehouse. Okay, what's in the treehouse? I like the art style. It looks like pencil drawn. Everything. That's really cool. All right, you go back in the house. You know what? Take a load off here. Actually, you know what? Go down and make a bed. Yeah. Okay, so these guys cleaned this out. You help him. And you. Ooh, what's this? Diamonds? Jewelry. All right. How about you go help him? Fuck. Actually, no. You go build this, and this guy go fucking sit down, and this guy, you go finish digging. Bro, go up. You already walked this way. I have to fucking direct you? All right, make the fucking bed. Okay, where do we put the bed? Not in the basement. Put it right there. Boom. All right. You get health or whatever this is. You come down here. And what is this? Okay. Improved workshop. All right, we need one more of those things. But I need tools, dude. What's outside here? Is there anything like on top? This guy has a tool. Bio. Before the war, I used to own a restaurant. I even had my own TV show, Bruno's Cuisine. I'm sure you've seen it. I visited beautiful places where I filmed cooking exquisite dishes. All that seems... So we got Anthony Bourdain here. Don't you think nowadays you're lucky if you get your hands on some canned meat or a bag of rice, and who knows how long the war is going to last. All right. You know what? Go lie down. And you come clean this rubble. Oh god, Knight's here. All right, did we do anything? Kinda. What is this shit? This neighborhood recently got shelled, and many houses are still burning. People were fleeing for their lives in a hurry, so we may find some useful stuff without meeting anyone. Okay. Plan the night. Ooh. Okay, no. You sleep. You sleep in the bed, actually. We need our cook to sleep in the bed. Skilled scavenger, you're gonna scavenge. Fast runner. Guard. I need a guard, right? Disco hit a little too close to home at points. Well, we're gonna play that eventually. So prepare yourselves. Hold on. I gotta just scroll up here. Okay. Boom. All right. So you're gonna guard. Well, fuck it. Fuck it. We ball, dude. Oh wait, can we only one person scavenges? I see. All right. So then you guard. All right. That's all right. Our shelter's here. Are we gonna go far? Let's go. Oh. Huge amounts. Oh, I see. Which place do I want to loot? Huge amounts of materials, some weapons, lots of parts. Huge amount of weapons, lots of food, huge amount of material. I mean, this seems to be the best one. Semi-detached house. Go, let's do it. Take with you. Fucking nothing. What does he need? I mean, he could probably use a weapon, but we don't have anything. All right, whatever. Go ahead. Let's see what we do. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. The Peculiar, I think it's fantastic. Yeah, no, we're going to play Disco Elysium eventually. You know, for as long as this channel exists, which I hope to be forever, we're going to play lots and lots of games. Me and Hank are already talking about Rocket League. All right, I re-downloaded it on PlayStation, and I do have it on the computer, so we are going to do some Rocket League. Hell, you know, maybe there's going to be some marathon streams. You don't know. You don't know what we're doing. Oh my God, I got to do it? Oh shit. This is the part where the shots were coming from. I'd better be careful. Oh, great. But you're the cook. I told you to go to sleep. No. Whatever. What are we doing, dude? Is this my house? I don't know what's happening, bro. Oh shit. I'm gonna get shot, dude. Run. 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 Get out. That was terrible. I wanted Bruno to go to sleep and heal. He got shot. All right, it's day 2. Whatever. I stole something. I got something. Bruno, for God's sakes, go to sleep. This night was calm. Bruno's been searching for supplies. Okay, whatever. You weren't supposed to. You're supposed to go to fucking bed, asshole. Marco. Fucking do something useful. You're hungry. Okay, well, how do I make food? I don't know what to do, dude. What is this? Fertilizer. There's gardening in this shit. Okay. Can I make anything? Oh, here we go. Workshops. Crude stove. Rainwater collector. That's probably a good idea. Moonshine. I don't need moonshine, bro. Fuel. How many? 2, I guess. There is a kitchen. Let's do 2 fuel. Okay, make some fuel and then go. Well, what else do we make? I told him to go to sleep. What else are you gonna make? The rainwater thing? I need a stove. I need food. Simple heater. I mean, that would be helpful too. Fuck it. Give me the stove. Drag anywhere. Okay. You're going to go in the kitchen. Right there. Place. Okay. Great. Fantastic. All right. We're banging on some cylinders. We're doing some stuff. We're doing some things. Stuff for things. All right, so we're building a stove here. This looks like a refrigerator. Like there would be stuff in there already. Bruno, what's going on, bro? You still recovering? I'd really like if you got up at some point today. Look, I know I just put you to sleep and you were out all night getting shot at. I'm so scared about like invaders already, like my paranoia. And this is what it does, man. This is what fascism does. It makes you afraid. It's like Walking Dead, where you're just afraid of your neighbors, afraid of people around you. Okay, so now can you make something? Cooked food. We need water. What? I don't have any meat. What is this? Raw food? Okay. Great. Okay. You go down here and you make some more stuff. You go in there. Door's fucking locked. All right. And this door is locked, but Bruno has a tool or something. I want the rainwater thing. And I can't do this either now. All right, fine. What is this? Filter? To purify rain. I gotta purify the water? Oh my god. Dude, this game is intense. All right. What are we doing here? Well, what else can we make? Hey, what's this? Improvement. Can I do that? I'll do that. Fuck it, I'll do that. Okay, you come look in that closet. Ugh. How's the sound, by the way? Can you hear the game? Should I? Here, I'll turn it up a little bit. Okay, so what else can we make? Ooh, lots more stuff. What's that? Board up. Yes, I would like to do that. A guitar? What is this? The fucking Last of Us? What is this? Trap for small animals. Oh, okay. We can catch some food. All right. We should be working on that next. I don't know. We gotta scavenge more, right? Ooh, we got a little bit of food. All right, great. And you go work on this. And you, well, actually, how about you? Okay, yeah, you get up. You come here and look in there. Got to purify the water. Somebody got to give a sword in here. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what made me think of it. Not very filling, but it's food. Bro, did you not make the food? I don't even know what I did. Still hungry, slightly sick. Well, you ate something, so you're the only one who has. Congratulations, Bruno. All right, hungry. You go up there. And you, can you open this? No, I don't think so. There's nothing else outside. I don't know, man. Go back to sleep. But my tools should do the trick. What tools are you talking to me about? Bio. I thought I've been through hell before. I'm a fireman. I've entered blazing buildings to save more lives. I can't remember, but back then I had people teamed up against the common foe, namely the fire. Nowadays, your former neighbor can kill you because your grandparents spoke a different language. This is true hell on earth. Indeed, sir. Okay, what do we got, though, bro? Do you have tools? Weapon parts. Like, why can't I make... where's the workbench for just stuff? You know what I mean? All right, whatever. You go in there. You... I don't know, man. I want you to use your tools. But you don't have tools. And also this. But my tool, both of you need some fucking tools, dude. All right, whatever. You know what? You, my boy, come sit down. Yeah, this dude should get a rest. All right, so we can make like chairs, beds, heater, but like, where are the lockpick tools? You know what I'm saying? All right, and you know what? I could do with some bandages. You know what? I'm sure you could, dude. And you are gonna go get some sleep. All right. Yeah, we can't do that yet. That's fine. Yeah, you get some sleep, bro. All right, it's nighttime. Okay. All right. You guard. You fast runner. You sleep in the bed, and you, Marco, you're scavenging. All right, where are we scavenging? We're scavenging. Oh. Let's go. Shelled cottage. Let's rock and roll. I don't like this part. This part's fucking nerve-wracking. Okay. Go. Stuff outside. All we have is fist. Well, do I need the toy? I might. You know what? No, I'm dropping it. Okay. Yes, take all that. Okay, but I would like some food. Can I peek? Okay, it doesn't look like there's anybody in there. Food. Give me some food. Okay. All that. We can drop some wood. Yeah, because we need all this. What's this? Sugar? I don't need moonshine. But I do need all this water. Oh. Actually. Okay, that's enough. Okay, we good. We got some food, we got some sugar and some water. Sugar in water. And we out. We out. Okay, we back. But look, we did it. So that's a successful scavenging trip. If I ever saw one myself. Okay, I'm digging this. I'm kind of scared because in games like this, I always want to like auto save and like have multiple save files and whatnot, but I guess that defeats the point. Hello, look at all this stuff. I wish you could bring home so much every night. Hell yeah, man. Ooh, what was that? We were attacked last night. Marco has been searching for supplies and brought some interesting things. Someone tried to rob us. They didn't seem very determined, so they didn't do much harm. Too bad we had no weapons. Pavli was wounded, but the attackers didn't steal anything. All right, we should put more people on guard. Oy. All right. Okay. Can we make some fucking like tools and shit? Right? Like, how do I do that here? Okay. How about you? Look, you go cook stuff. You come down here. Pavla, he's recovering. Okay. For God's sake, can we make some fucking tools? Here, Metal Workshop allows you to make tools. Such as shovels, crowbar. Oh, finally. Here we go. Yes. Boom. Thank God. Okay, I'm just an idiot. I wasn't reading anything. Okay, now you cook. How many? Ooh, I can only make 2. Well, no, I can't. I can make another. Oh, whatever. All right, you make you make this, and then you go back to sleep. Thank you. You go back to sleep. You no. You cook, motherfucker. I have 3 of these. There we go. Okay. Make. Thank you. Fantastic. Now we're cooking on some cylinders. Now we're doing the damn thing. Again, this is what's happening in Minnesota right now. Okay. You get some soup. You get some soup. You get some soup. Oh shit! There's a person. We're gonna trade. Let's trade, bro. What you got? We need some bandages. What do you want? I got some sugar. Oh, how about this? How about one of these? You don't want one of those? Very bro, really? What, really? For one bandage? Canned meal? I have food stuff. Tobacco? What the fuck do I need tobacco for? Ooh, a cigarette. Nah, bro. We need bandages. Look, that I do appreciate that this dude has a lot of stuff. I want both bandages. I'll give you all the sugar. And weapon parts? How about that? No? Fine, I'm taking it back then. Okay, one more. He's weakening. No. Okay. Yeah, we're going to take some of that. Take that back. I'm not giving you all my wood, dude. Okay. All right, that works. Thank you. Goodbye. Nope. Okay, now you. No. Who's the wounded dude? You. Take a bandage. How do I do that? Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Just click that. Okay, fantastic. Now, who didn't eat? You didn't eat. Okay, you go eat. And you, why don't you make some fucking tools? Take a seat. Fantastic. Now we're banging on some cylinders, bro. I'm telling you. All right, lockpick. Make. Great. You're tired. You go lie down. You go in there. You need to survive before you thrive. Exactly. All right, what do we got in this closet here? Books. A good book is uplifting. The more we have, the better. If times are hard, we can make them into fuel. All right. Yeah, you guys go up there and clear that rubble. Oh, he just hopped up. That's cool. I mean, you know, lockpick for this one too. All right, fine. You're still tired. You come down here and make a lockpick. Okay, you go sit down then. All right, then you know what? You go make a lockpick and you lie down. What do you mean you haven't slept in some time? You just got up, motherfucker. All right, I don't have enough. All right. I think that's going to be it. Well, you know what? He could use a chair. Can we make a chair? Oh, no. You sit back down. You. Can you make a chair? No. All right. End the day. Okay. Wounded. You're going to guard. Slightly sick and tired. I'm going to sleep in the bed. And you... Oh, should we just, like, chill? No, we need to scavenge, bro. You're a fast runner, but you're tired. But you're wounded, rather. Supermarket. Bro, that's pretty far away, man. It's like a less detailed Project Zomboid. I've never played that. We have visited these places. Danger. Oh, it says danger right there. Let's go get materials. I think we need some material. Oh, lots of food, lots of materials. Danger. Lots of food, lots of meds, lots of parts. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. More detail depending on what you're talking about. Graphics of the game. Oh, I see. That's interesting, chat. Hold on. All right, take all this stuff. Grab it. Nothing. All right, take it. Let's take a look inside. Oh, okay. Well, got someone sitting right there. Oh, we got two people. All right, well. Oh, you see me? Oh, no. 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 Taking it all. Look, we're battling. Okay, we're fighting. Run away. Okay, you're not doing anything. Are you gonna kill us? No. Please don't hurt my wife. All right, fine. I'm just gonna rob you. All right, well, look, man. He came down. He saw me. That's fine. I'm just gonna take all your stuff. I will leave you the teddy bear. Exit. Right. Hello, ma'am. Sit back in your chair, dude. I beg you, don't take your stuff. Look, I'm sorry. I need it. I need the water. I'll leave you a little bit of water. How about that? I'm nice. Food. All right, that's it. Look, I'm leaving now. I'm sorry, bro. I left you some stuff. All right, I'm not as bad as the bandits. Okay? Let me limp out of here, please. I hope you won't come back. Look, I might be back. Because that was scary but easy. And that was kind of sad that we had to rob them. I don't want to do that. But that's what this game does, man. It makes you feel bad. It makes you weigh your choices. You understand me? All right, look. We made it through the night, brought meds. Just leave it at that. Yep. Oh, it's taking its toll on him. All right. Night was calm. Indeed. Fantastic. All right. Slightly wounded, sad, tired. Can you read a book? Can we get you a book? Can you like use a book? All right. You slept poorly. Oh, poor you. Oh no, you go make a fucking lockpick. And you go cook. Actually, hold on. What is this stuff? Simple medications based on herbs. Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. Still, they're better than nothing. Taste is terrible, but they can save your life in sickness. All right. Yeah, you make a lockpick. Slightly wounded. Slept poorly. All right. Slightly sick. No, you go cook, Bruno. Actually, you go take that. Take that med. You, can you read? Can we give you a book? Can you do something happy? Some thoughts. Our shelter offers a bit of reprieve from the horrors. We only have one chair. We have one bed. Oh, I see. But we could use more. It's hard to get a good night's sleep on hard, cold concrete. We don't have a radio. We don't know what's going on in the city. We really miss books. Well, we have 2 books. A good book can help us forget the horrors. Staying here is better than living in the complete ruin. Cigarettes consumed per day 3. We have breaches in the walls. Our shelter is not safe, and we have to constantly be on guard. Well, yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to do something about it, all right? Relax. All right, now you have the lockpick, so go do that. You cook some fucking food. Why can't we cook food? Oh. Right, so we... well, all right. We're going to use one of our books to make some fuel here. But don't we have wood? Can't I make fuel with this? Maybe I should put all the, like, making stuff things over here. Yeah, why? I'm not going to use the books. All right, use that. Make a bunch of fucking consumable fuels. Okay, Bruno. Actually, you know what? Fuck that guy. No. Make some food. Okay, now you go in there. You eat the food. You go eat the food. Yeah, I'm not opening the fucking door, dude. Slightly sick on meds. You go sit down. Yeah, and you... All right, you go lay down. You make another food for this guy up here. We're doing the thing, I think. Yeah, I'm not opening this fucking door, bro. You can go ahead and keep banging. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go open the door. Let's immediately renege on that decision. Look, you're asking for help. You could kill me. All right. Save people from a collapsed building. Thank goodness you're here. A shell hit a tenement down the street and people are buried under the rubble. Please help me pull them out. Every pair of hands is needed. We will organize a makeshift hospital for the wounded at my home. I have some beds and medical supplies. Yes. Okay, go with him, Bruno. Look, if I'm fucked, I'm fucked. If I lose Bruno, then I lose Bruno. Do I have another lockpick? I don't. Okay, then you go make a fucking lockpick. If I can. I don't even know if I can. God damn it. These fucking lockpicks. Alright. No, we can't. Alright, fine. Let me go back to bed. And you come get some food. All right, this game's pretty cool, guys. I'm digging it. I like that he can just jump down like that. That's pretty cool. But here's the thing, like, why can't I get him? Ooh. Oh, they write like stories? That's fucking cool. Day 3, I know it's wrong, but I had to take what we need, otherwise we'd have no chance. Day 4, my story. All the shelling, sniper fire, and lack of supplies makes you want to hide away, sit down and cry. But we cannot let them crush our spirit. We have to show them that they can't take away our dignity. It's difficult here, but you know how we did it in our street. Day 4, if a shell hit our shelter, we could be in a similar situation to those people. They could count on us. I hope we can count on them. Word, man. I hope Bruno comes back. Watch someone port this to 3DS and Switch. Yeah. I mean, it's probably already on Switch. This is a modern game. All right, so you just ate. Slept poorly. All right, well, you know what? Can we build a bed? Can we have a second bed? No. We need way more stuff. Okay. All right. What can we have you make or do? Fucking nothing. Is Homeboy gonna come back? Can we get down here? We need a lockpick for this, don't we? Yeah. All right. All right. Why don't you go sit in this chair? Maybe I can make it like an armchair and they can sleep in that at least. Yeah, I'm digging this, man. This is cool. All right, you guys chill. We're gonna end. I guess Bruno's not coming back. Let's hope he got back. You know what? You get to sleep in the bed and you sleep. Okay, we're staying home tonight. Day 5. Bruno returned after helping pull out some of the people buried under that collapsed apartment building. Okay. Did we get anything for that? All right. You know what? I think that's going to do it, folks. Because we got 7 minutes left. Any unsaved progress? Well, I don't know how to save. Can I save? Well, temperature should be Fahrenheit. Excuse me. Pencil effect. Sketchy. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that's a little jarring. Soft. Maybe let's let Bruno cook something. Bro, this guy keeps sleeping poorly, man. And you go fucking make some wood. All right. Let's leave. I think it's got to auto save, right? Cool. Okay. Look, folks. Folks, I'm gonna keep going, and we're gonna, take a look at what's going on in the world a little bit, because I honestly don't know, and I'm a little scared to look. Is that okay? I just moved my screen over. Is that all right? I think that's okay. All right. I'm going to take a look-see. And remember, folks, you are watching this space on YouTube, soon to be everywhere. Yeah, it's an interesting game. I kind of want to keep playing and see where it takes us. But, next time. But yeah, folks, I don't know, man. Look, if that game teaches us anything, is that we're going to need to rely on each other. Sometimes, yes, screw each other over as just a people. But sometimes we need to come together and just trust. And someone comes to you asking for help. Maybe you say yes and you go help. See what you can do. Maybe you get something out of it. Maybe you don't. In the situation that we just experienced. Johnny, that's exactly why I did it. I appreciate taking a break from the news. I know, man. I know. This space has everything. It's got news. It's got opinions. It's got video games. It's got movie talk coming up next. Because I was going to say, stick around for some actual news as I usually do. But I think Carlos is being affected by the winter storms. And so is us. So is us. Because it is fucking freezing here in New York. Snow everywhere. Piles of it. I did see this, and I want to share. Oh, Difficult Truth did enter the studio. So I guess we are having a Difficult Truth. Oh, so they're going to record Movie Night Extravaganza and then play it at 8. I see. Okay. So you have a little time with me left, folks. You have a little bit of time with me left. And we're going to check out the news because I don't know what's happening today. I mean, again, we all know what happened over the weekend. Yet another murder from the Gestapo. But I was looking at James Gunn here, and he's posting these pictures. And if you know anything about DC Comics, you'll know that Chocos are their version of Oreos. They're non-licensed Oreo brand, but they are most closely associated with Martian Manhunter, who, coming from Mars, And being on Earth, this is his favorite fruit that he has found on Earth. So this is a little tease here. I'm excited to see where that goes. If we're really having Martian Manhunter show up soon. Maybe in the Lantern show? I don't know. But yeah, what do we got going on here today? I mean, I know Greg Bovino was sent into California, but I don't know. Is he like fired? Or is he... What is this shit? Let me see this shit real quick. Here's Tim Waltz talking to, what is this, one of the Pod Save America guys?
I concur that getting rid of little Greg is a plus, but the demand was to get ICE out and CBP out, and to replace him with Tom Homan, who has been in his own right pretty incendiary on Fox, and has his own baggage. I'm wondering, if you think that's a satisfactory change for starters, and when you meet with him, what you're going to ask him about.
Well, look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And Tim, I think you recognize this, and I think you have the vibe, if you will, of this one on this. This White House makes decisions based on emotions and non-reality that we're living in. I am in a position right now where I want to be very careful to continue to stand up, and we won't give an inch, but not to poke the bear where we don't need it. My hope is with Tom Homan is different from Greg Bovino and these folks on the streets that are just amateurs, that he is a true, law enforcement professional. I certainly wouldn't agree with his ideology on things, but I think what he understands is this thing turned into a disaster for them.
Fuck you. Dude, I was so hyped on Tim Waltz. I was like, he should have been the candidate in 2024. And even then, maybe it would have been better. But holy shit, begging Trump to get ICE out. Happy that Greg Bovino's gone, but now Tom Homan's there. Oh, maybe he's more reasonable. Fuck that shit. Order your National Guard to arrest these fucks. Order the cops to arrest these fucks. That's it. That is it. Anything less than abolish ICE, prosecute these fuckers is a non-fucking starter. And this is your own state, bro. You're not protecting anything. Anyways, Minneapolis, we just saw what it's like to live there in the game This War Is Mine. Folks, stick around for a difficult truth, for some actual news, some up-to-date info on what's going on in the world. And I will check you out tomorrow on Dieter's show. Take care.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday as best as can be. Thank you, Alex, for the wonderful stream. Appreciate it. Huge round of applause again. Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, just to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying, and we'll just talk about it real quick. But first, let me say hello to folks. Jet, welcome. Alex, Carly Wynn, Johnny, Too Late, welcome everybody. Nadia, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you, everybody. Earthbag Homies, welcome. Groove Dragon, welcome. I completely feel that about video games. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, folks. It's the top of the hour. So please, if you haven't done so, do all the things like share, subscribe, comment, hit the emoji in the chat, in the live chat, do all the things, spread the word. One of the best ways that you can support this channel is spreading the word far and wide, and make sure that you're subscribed. That really does help us out. I appreciate it. You can check out this show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Here on this space. This space is, quite frankly, one of the most unique media endeavors out there. You can catch just about anything on this space, from live content to syndicated content, all of which is very different. Very, very, very different. In fact, video games we're just on. You can pretty much catch anything on this space. So make sure, if you want to help us out, do so by spreading the word. So to piggyback off what Alex was saying about Bovino, it does appear that Bovino, I guess we'll start with that. It does appear that Bovino was essentially removed and is expected. There's no confirmation on this. This is all rumors. Is expected to retire. So he's been what effectively amounts to being demoted and being sent back to California, and he is expected to resign, retire, whatever you want to call it. Fundamentally, that doesn't change things on the ground, but it does give us a little bit of insight as to how the authoritarian regime, this fascist regime, is taking this latest murder. It's quite clear that they're understanding, or they're coming to the realization that they have messed up badly, and that there's no real clean off-ramp for this. They've been constantly trying to lie and spin false narratives about the victims, not just about Renee Good, but now Alex Preddy, and it's not working. It's not working. So those things we can clean off. They know that they're messing up. And number two, and I think even more importantly, is to keep going, folks. To pressure the protest, showing up in the streets, filming ICE. All of that is incredibly important. That's what that tells me. So keep up the pressure, folks. Keep up the pressure. That's exactly what that tells me. I said this yesterday, and I'll say this here. Fascists are a bunch of bullies. They are a bunch of bullies, and bullies are weak. Bullies are weak, and the moment you stand up to them, they fold. The moment you stand up to them, they fold. This only tells me that we have to stand shoulder to shoulder, close ranks, and have solidarity with each other, protect each other. That is what that tells me. And on that note, it seems also like Kristina is pretty much under in the hot seat. So I guess we'll start with that. On top of Bovino, it does appear that she is in the hot seat, so to speak. There is more will to impeach dog killer Kristina or they're either she gets fired or they'll start impeachment proceedings. Honestly, I don't think that they should wait. I don't think that they need to wait. As Alex pointed out, we don't really need this weak sauce at this time. This is not the time. Enough with the threats. Just go ahead and do it. Is what I would say. House Democratic leaders say they will launch impeachment proceedings against Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem if President Trump does not fire her. The violence unleashed on the American people by the Department of Homeland Security must end forthwith. Well, I'm so glad that they decided to make a statement on that. I'm sure Trump's is going to take that into consideration. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Whip Catherine Clark, Democratic Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar said in a statement, Noem reportedly met with Trump at the White House on Monday on the heels of the president dialing back rhetoric over the killing of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. It's getting rough for this regime, really, to try to spin this. And the thing is, like, the cult, the actual cult, like the MAGA base, it doesn't seem like it's actually absorbing the truth, which is kind of disturbing. They still think that this hero is some kind of domestic terrorist trying to assault ICE officers or whatever with a gun. They still think that. Yeah, it's tough out there for a fascist. I know. You got to spin. You know how hard it is to lie this much and to fabricate reality on the go. It's a tough job. Ladybug, welcome. It's still freezing here. Yeah, it's freezing here too. It is tough trying to fabricate reality in real time. Don't call them officers. They're more like thugs, but whatever. That's what they call them. Democratic leaders threatened to begin impeachment proceedings against Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem if President Trump does not fire her first. She has faced increased pressure in recent days for her comments in the wake of the murder of Alex Preddy, a U.S. citizen murdered by federal agents, the Gestapo, in Minneapolis on Saturday. The violence unleashed on the American people by the Department of Homeland Security must end forthwith. Thank God for the Democratic statement. Kristi Noem should be fired immediately or will commence impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, or just impeach her. I don't know. In the aftermath of Preddy's murder, Noem claimed that he had been brandishing a weapon and he had responded violently to officers attempting to disarm him. None of those are none of that happened, actually. The more footage that has come out, the more it is obvious that none of that ever happened, okay? None of that ever happened. And again, even if that's the case, like you don't, the way these thugs behaved was completely out of pocket. These are not obviously real police officers. That is very much apparent. Noem versus Miller apparently throwing blame at each other. I mean, I'm good with that, honestly. It's very it makes the propaganda machine much more difficult to do its job if you've got the main propagandist, right? Like, you know, Noem going up and saying one thing and then Miller saying another, and then they go after each other. The propaganda machine is not as effective, I should say. They just tried to raid the Ecuadorian consulate. Wait, here? Like in the United States? Yeesh. And those claims were later contradicted by video evidence and analysis from multiple news outlets, because of course, it's obviously a lie. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer cited Noem's statements about Preddy on the Senate floor and joined calls for Trump to fire Noem. Kristi Noem is a liar, she's vicious, she's also incompetent. Donald Trump must fire her at once before any other American is killed under her watch. Yes, so why not just do it? why not just do it, Chuck? It's like, stop talking and just initiate impeachment proceedings. Trump Schumer in Minneapolis, really? So they raided the Ecuadorian consulate. This is like breaking news, right? Let me see. I can't see anything as of right now. I know that social media moves a lot quicker than normal headlines, but they were driven out? Jesus. That is scary. So, is ICE raiding the Ecuadorian consulate? We'll have to get some more information later. Maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow. ICE was driven out. Gotcha. I also read that ICE is in the Olympics. Yep, and Italy's not very happy about that. They were recruited to kind of be like bodyguards or something like that. The Ecuador is ruled by a CIA puppet. Yeah, I think, but no, but the consulate here. Yeah, so ICE is being put as like guard duty, I guess, at the Olympics, but that makes no sense. Trump on Tuesday said no when a reporter at the White House asked him if Noam would leave her post. Noam is doing a, quote, very good job at killing citizens. Excuse me. Noam's doing a very good job, Trump said to reporters as he planned before a planned trip to Iowa. Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said in an emailed statement that DHS enforces the laws Congress passed, period. I'm sorry, which law was DHS enforcing when they murdered Alex Peretti this weekend? I'm confused. Which law was DHS enforcing when they shot a mother in the head and a body 3 or 4 times? I'm confused. What law was that? Remind me. If certain members don't like those laws, changing them is literally their job. While ICE officers are facing a staggering 1,300 quadrillion bajillion % spike in assaults. Okay. Too many politicians would rather defend criminals. This is the classic, right? Would rather defend criminals, and this is the classic Mott and Bailey. Would defend criminals and attack men and women who are enforcing our laws and did nothing while Joe Biden facilitated the invasion, xenophobia, fascist rhetoric of tens of millions of illegals and aliens into our country. It's time they focus on protecting the American people, the work this department is doing every day under Secretary Noam's leadership. No. That's not what's happening. So first of all, this is a Mott and Bailey. Like no one's defending criminals. We're defending the rights. Okay, and yes, criminals do have rights to due process. Everybody has rights to due process. You can't call them criminals without that. These people, these Gestapo thugs, are not enforcing our laws. They are assaulting people. They are pepper spraying people. They are throwing flashbang grenades into cars of children, sending them to the hospital. They are shooting people in the face. They are summarily executing people in broad daylight. This is not this is by no stretch of the imagination should anyone believe that what is happening here is law enforcement. Okay? That's not what's happening here. I think every time ICE was brought up, you were called hyperbolic and told ICE could never do exactly what they're doing for 25 years. It's cooked. Yeah, the Cassandra syndrome of the left strikes again, right? You know, all those people that were told that we were being told that we were being too radical, that we were being too out of touch or whatever by saying that ICE should be abolished. Okay, that's political suicide to say that we need to abolish ICE. Now where are we? Now where are we? Look at us now. Look at us now. Now look at us. It's doubtful anyone would show up for the World Cup or Olympics given the sort of terrorization of foreign visitors that have been ongoing. 100%. Yeah, too doomerish. No, too real. Too real. Too real. Where, as usual, the left suffers from the Cassandra syndrome, where we put together the pieces of the puzzle and we start talking about stuff way in advance, and people tend to say that we're just loony lefties or whatever. But as it turns out, yeah, it is clear as day that we were right. There's no point in even addressing this fascist rhetoric. This is nonsense. There's no invasion. Biden never had any policies of open border. It just didn't happen. The warning by House Democrats comes as partial government shutdown looms amid concerns over DHS funding. Don't worry, you know, Democrats like Henry Cuellar has our back. Don't worry, Democrats like Henry Cuellar have our back. The country is disgusted by what the Department of Homeland Security has done, the leaders said in their statement. The House last week passed more than $1 trillion spending on package and included funding for DHS and other agencies, but the Senate only had till 12:01 a.m. Saturday to pass bills and keep the government fully funded. The murder of Pretty, 37-year-old intensive care nurse, has prompted outrage among Senate Democrats. I'm so glad it has, who have called for DHS bill to be stripped from the larger spending package in exchange for their votes. Democratic support for the spending bill is needed to clear the 60-vote filibuster in the Senate. Senate Democrats have made it clear that we are ready to advance with 5 appropriation bills separately from the DHS funding bill before January 30th. The responsibility to prevent a partial government shutdown is on Leader Thune and Senate Republicans. If Majority Leader Thune puts those 5 bills on the floor this week, we can pass them right away. If not, Republicans will again be responsible for another government shutdown. Again, like, just shut it down anyways. There's no point until you can get the exact concessions that you want. The government should remain shut down. Why would we want to be funding this anyways? As Nadia put up earlier, Trump Schumer Trump in the White House this week softened the administration's stance on Pretty. The stance, by the way, is outright lies and outright gross mischaracterization, vilification. So that is, just to be clear, that is the softening of the stance. That is the administration's official stance, seemingly walking back earlier statements by administration officials like Stephen Miller, Trump's Homeland Security advisor, who labeled Pretty a domestic terrorist. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. Not true, said White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt during a press briefing on Monday. Still, tensions remain high after the murders of Pretty and Renee Nicole Good, another citizen murdered by federal agents in Minneapolis this month. DHS launched an immigration enforcement investigation. This is why, like, the mainstream media makes this job so much more difficult. Okay, because, like, obviously we do need, you know, to kind of, like, understand what's happening, like, just get the overall briefing of what's happening here. But this is so infuriating. Every time the media frames stuff, it's always it's always in the soft pedaling of what actually is happening. This is basically capitulating the idea that this was about immigration enforcement, when Pam Bondi just came on TV, or not came on TV. She sent a letter to Tim Walz saying that she will withdraw ICE if Tim Walz gives up voter information. This has all been public by this time. By the time this article was written and ready to go, that information was public. This by saying and agreeing that this is some kind of immigration enforcement investigation is a disservice to the American people, because that's not what's happening here. Sending federal agents to the state in response to an ongoing social service fraud scandal and targeting thousands of refugees. The fraud scandal is something that has been under investigation for quite a while. This is not new. This is not novel. And MAGA and anyone who voted for Donald Trump do not get to complain about fraud after voting for a convicted fraudster who pardons convicted fraudsters. So, like, this is MAGA's opinion on fraud is worth less than toilet paper, and it's wild that all of a sudden they care about fraud. Mainstream media is either too concerned with being impartial or straight up brought out at this point, depending on the company you're talking about. True. Minnesota state officials and congressional Democrats have sharply condemned the tactics by DHS and ICE. Sharply condemned. Wow, I feel so supported. So supported right now. I'm glad that the Democrats are condemning, are sharply condemning the quote tactics. The tactics being executing people in broad daylight. Yeah, fantastic. Senator Rand Paul on Monday called on the heads of ICE, CBP, and U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services to testify before the Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, which he chairs. He also called for an independent investigation into the shooting. Local police routinely put officers involved in deadly shootings on administrative leave until an independent investigation is concluded. That should happen immediately because, again, these are not cops. These are not real officers. What these are fundamentally is Trump's personal paramilitary force. That's what they are, and that's how they act. Essentially. It's all about the media. I mean, the media is basically owned by a bunch of billionaires, so yeah. No such condemning statements are on record. Meanwhile, do you condemn Hamas? Yeah, I mean, like, the statements that we've been getting from Democrats are pretty useless, right? Like, the killing of an American citizen is horrible and it shouldn't be happening. Okay, you are a representative or a senator, so do something. Like, I don't want statements, I want actions. In fact, that should happen immediately. I can't recall ever hearing a police chief immediately describing the victim as a domestic terrorist or would-be assassin, Paul said on Twitter on Tuesday, because we're not dealing with, like, normal, quote, officers. Okay, these are Trump's personal goon squad is what it is. For calm to be restored, an independent investigation is the least that should be done. Calm isn't going to be restored because there was an investigation. Okay, because we know what happened, right? Like, this isn't a mystery that needs to be solved, okay? There aren't details, okay? There aren't details that could come out in an investigation that would change the outcome of what happened, right? We've seen, because everybody has a cell phone now, and that's good. We know exactly what happened from several different angles. This isn't up for debate. It's all on video. We don't need to be told what happened. That's not going to give us closure. We know what happened. But this is Rand Paul we're speaking about. The perpetrators are known, name and apprehend the perpetrators. Full stop. ICE, CBP, and USCIS officials agreed on Tuesday to testify at the Homeland Security Committee, February 10th. Let's check in with our dear friends in the Democratic Party in Congress. Henry Cuellar warns against shutdown, handing DHS a blank check. Democratic Henry Cuellar, who helped craft the backline the Homeland Security funding bill, now fueling a standoff in the Senate, said in an interview Tuesday that he supports more guardrails on federal immigration enforcement agencies, but urged senators to pass the legislation House approved last week. Thank goodness. What a fighter, man. Partial government shutdown senators are barreling down towards Saturday's DHS-involved murder. Minneapolis warned would be the worst situation, leaving the controversial agencies operating with a blank check. Or we could just shut it down. I don't understand why we need to pass more legislation to keep these things going. If you have a government shutdown, what really happens? ICE got $75 billion in that big, beautiful / ugly bill. But if you shut down FEMA, you shut down TSA, you shut down the Coast Guard, you shut down CSIA, the moderate Texas lawmaker said. And look, Henry Cuellar, is this the same dude who or am I confusing him with Richie Torres? I confuse these people. Is this the same guy who is a pro-abortion or anti-abortion dude? Yeah, this guy's terrible. Anyways. Earthbag, welcome. Ask Dems, do you condemn ICE? I mean, like, that's basically like the bare minimum, right? Like the bare minimum that is going to become do you want to abolish ICE and have accountability for all the human rights abuses and murders and crimes that these thugs have committed? There is like that's the bare minimum, and that's not even controversial. There's nothing controversial about asking of your representative, supposedly, right? The guy that wants, or the person that wants to run for office. It is not controversial to ask, hey, do you want to get rid of the Gestapo, and do you want to prosecute the Gestapo? Okay, like that is a completely non-controversial question or minimum position. Yeah, the Western Bloc was on LC about how undemocratic they all are. Meanwhile, this, yep. And do they take money from AIPAC? Yep. Who's AIPAC money? A Democratic Party insider vote beats Jessica Cisneros in the primary. Barely. I think she should run again. Make AIPAC spend all that money. Make AIPAC spend that money. The moderate Texas lawmaker said, I don't think that's a good alternative. Wrong. Actually, wrong. Cuellar, the ranking Democrat on Homeland Security Appropriations Subcommittee, said he supports many strictures that got left during the cutting room floor in the House, including banning agents from wearing masks and requiring identification, codifying parts of the agency's use of force policy, and notifying Congress about large surges of ICE activity. None of this is useful. None of this is useful. Welcome, Pork Chop. Sorry, I didn't say hello. None of this is useful, because if they're still killing people, none of this says it says that ICE will be disbanded, and any officers, quote unquote, will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. None of that says that. So this is useless to me. He suggested those could be revisited next year's funding cycle. Oh, next yearly funding cycle. Oh, dude, you know what? Thank you. I'm so glad. Thanks. I mean, really fighting for us. Henry Cuellar over here. It should be non-controversial. 100% it is. It is not controversial at all. At all. He suggested he could be revisited this next yearly funding cycle if Democrats are unable to secure commitments from Republicans before the shutdown deadline. He said there are steps in the Trump administration could take now to diffuse tensions, such as increased training and enforcing ICE's internal use of force policy. There is no reforming this. There is no reforming the Gestapo, okay? There is no reforming this paramilitary force that has been essentially given the green light to kill people in broad daylight, okay? Not to mention what's happening in the concentration camps, okay? Not to mention what's happening in the concentration camps where a man was recently strangled and choked to death and that was being ruled as a suicide. There is no reforming this. There's no amount of training on earth that could prevent this from happening. It is a complete it is a complete rot from the entire thing has got to go. It's completely done. It's got to go. There's no amount of money to put towards training, to put towards equipment, de-escalation. There's nothing. There's no amount of training and money that can be put into this to fix this. Okay, it is rotten from the beginning. It was rotten from the beginning. The from its conception. Okay, the reason why it was even formed in the first place is already rotten. It just should be eliminated completely. Yeah, he does suck. This rubbish with ICE and authoritarianism held in contrast to Xi, Putin, Kim Jong-un, this canal, etc. just proves that every conservative accusation is a confession. Yeah, I mean, like, even if, like, even if, like, these people have no, like, you want to talk about China or Russia or whatever, and these people are supporting this, like, they have absolutely no leg to stand on, and should not be taken seriously on freedom, on the concept of freedom and the democracy or whatever. We need Nuremberg trials and truth and reconciliation hearings after an abolition. 100%. Like this, if we are to move forward as a country, the Nuremberg trials are going to look like baby stuff, okay? The Nuremberg trials are going to look like baby stuff. We need to investigate every single one of these incidents. We need to hold accountable every single one from top to bottom. In an ideal and just world, there would be trials for Trump, trials for Miller, trials for Bovino, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the commanders from from underneath them to the individual ICE thugs, all of them. And I would say, anyone who funded, anyone who supported and funded this, including corporations, should be investigated as well, because as it turns out, they shouldn't skirt accountability either. But that's just in my in my world where justice would exist. No exceptions. That is correct. I sense an opening where I think we can get more Republicans to work with us. This is the kind of stuff, man. This is the kind of stuff. I was talking about this yesterday. That the reason why I didn't cover, the Richie Torres QR code video, and stuff like this. Like I sense an opening where I think we can get more Republicans to work with us. There is no working with these people. Like, you understand that what you're saying is that you want to be, you want to be a collaborator. right? Like, you're just saying that, okay, how can we work with these fascists? Excuse me, how can we work with these fascists? How can we collaborate with you? Okay? I remember, Justice. Pepperidge Farm remembers. The reference frame, welcome. I do see it. The same people now posturing as never Trump Republicans were talking about we need fewer Denmarks and more Indonesias, alluding to Parenti, capitalist apocalypse lecture, and the Jakarta method. Nothing changes until Stephen Miller is gone. Yeah, Stephen Miller and a long there's a list. There's a long list of people that gotta go. The appeasement Democrats have gotta go. Yep. Otherwise, they're just as bad. They're just as they are fascist collaborators as far as I'm concerned. This is just so frustrating. It's exactly how I feel. Amid bipartisan backlash to the murder of Alex Preddy, Senate Democrats are seeking to strip DHS funding from a large six-bill appropriation package and renegotiate it. They're seeking a raft of new provisions, including requiring judicial warrants for immigration arrests, which is like the bear that's already how it's supposed to go. That's already how it's supposed to go. Mandating federal agents to identify themselves. That's already how it's supposed to go. Is the screaming goat sound clip? Yeah, it's on the soundboard. You do understand that this is the entire system? Yes, and it's gotta go. It's gotta go. And compelling DHS to cooperate with state and local investigations, which again, that's already how it's supposed to be. But Republicans are scrambling to avoid making changes to the massive bill, of course. But the fascists don't want to do any of that. Okay, well, thanks. That's a lot of common ground we're finding here. Fantastic stuff. Republicans are scrambling to avoid making changes to the massive bill as a Friday midnight deadline for partial government shutdown approaches, with the White House out till next week. Passing the funding package intact is the only viable path to avoid the shutdown. Cuellar joined his fellow Democrats and many Republicans in calling for an independent investigation into the murder of both Preddy and Renee Good, who was also murdered in the confrontation the confrontation. Just to be clear. Again, this is why the mainstream media, the confrontation, just so that we're understanding here, okay? The confrontation was the ICE officer or the ICE agent, whatever, putting himself in front of a vehicle, okay? That was the confrontation. The confrontation in the murder of Preddy was ICE assaulting several protesters, knocking a woman down, and then summarily executing the man who was trying to help her. Just to be clear, that was the confrontation that we're talking about. Feds don't have names, don't have to have name badges, etc. Unfortunately, like that does that apply even for like ICE? Because like, I mean, maybe it does. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong here. The fascists and fascist collaborators are the entire system. There's no alternative outside those two things to turn to. That's why it's up to us. I believe it's Bill Crystal with the Denmark and Indonesian line, but I'm just a little bit unsure. He didn't rule out joining House Democrats to push to impeach Secretary Noem if President Trump doesn't fire her first. I'll wait until a later time to weigh in. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. But I'm certainly looking at everything that's going on, and Trump and his team definitely need to change course on it. Oh, well, dude, I mean, there you have it. Trump and his team need to change course. Thanks. I mean, great, fantastic, good stuff. Oh, okay. They're exploiting rules shielding feds for ICE. Gotcha. Groove Dragon, welcome. Justice for good and justice for ready. Justice for all. I agree. I agree. Well, I'm not going to be able to finish all of this, but there is something that we need to talk about definitely before we go, and this is important, folks, because this is one of the few ways that we can change things in our local elections. So stay tuned. Before we go, we'll definitely talk about that. Minnesota judge summons acting ICE director, warns of contempt over court defiance. Minnesota's top federal judge has summoned the acting head of ICE to appear before him on Friday, warning he may be held in contempt for allegedly defying court orders. Chief Justice Patrick Schultz demanded ICE lead Todd Leons explain himself personally in a 3-page order issued on Monday evening, declaring that the court's patience is at an end. The rebuke follows weeks of tilting anger during the so-called Operation Metro Surge, the Trump administration's large-scale, aggressive, and now deadly, murderous immigration enforcement campaign. Again, this is not immigration enforcement, so please, let's just stop calling it that. Anyways, in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the operation has generated numerous emergency lawsuits from immigrants claiming unlawful arrest or detention, with judges consistently ruling in their favor. Schultz, appointed by George W. Bush, accused the Trump administration of deliberately delaying or ignoring judicial directives across Minnesota's federal courts. His order came in the case of a man he had ordered released on January 15th, who remains in custody as of Monday night. The judge said that the government's non-compliance had caused significant hardship to immigrants, many of whom had lived and worked legally in the United States for years. He described detained individuals being sent to Texas when they should be remain in Minnesota, or being released far from home without means to return. Other Minnesota federal judges have voiced similar concerns. U.S. District Judge Michael Davis, a Clinton appointee, accused the administration of attempting to defy court orders and denying non-citizens their due process rights. Several judges are now considering broader legal challenges that could significantly restrict the federal immigration enforcement in Minnesota or halt Operation Metro Surge entirely. Another federal judge is weighing whether the deployment of 3,000 immigration agents constitutes an unconstitutional occupation, a case that's gained momentum following the fatal murder of Alex Peretti by federal officers last week. U.S. District Judge Kate Mendez has ordered the government lawyers to respond by Wednesday evening to claims the operation was designed to punish the state for sanctuary policies. Yeah, and you know what? That is 100% true, because they said so. They said so. They literally said we will withdraw the ICE agents if you give us the voter rolls. Yep, that's a good point, pork chops. We don't know which ICE are: ICE, DHS, FBI, Marshals, Mercs, or Proud Boys. Yep, ICE has no powers over citizens. This has been ethnic cleansing from day one. Yep. First, gained majority in the House. Second, put a Democrat in the speakership. Third, charged Trump with being unfit for office under Amendment 14 and Section 3 of the Constitution. Fourth, sent charges to the Senate. I mean, you know, we're asking a lot from the Democrats here. Just to be clear, I agree that he should be immediately impeached, removed, and then tried criminally. Schultz also clashed with the administration last week, and federal prosecutors sought his help arresting former CNN anchor Don Lemon and others linked to an anti-ICE church protest. After he declined to overturn a magistrate's denial of arrest warrants, the Justice Department appealed directly to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. The Circuit Court rejected the government's request, prompting Schultz to write letters criticizing the Justice Department's approach and highlighting the flood of what he called illegal detention cases overwhelming the Minnesota courts. Fantastic. Fantastic. All of that is wonderful, Groove Dragon, but I don't think that that's gonna happen, to be honest. They have built so many dock houses to not fill them. This isn't even about immigrants. That's true. That's true. Hey folks, do you want to know what you can do as far as local elections go? Well, here's something that you can do. There are important local elections for prosecutor and sheriff that do affect on how even law enforcement interacts with ICE. People are saying the real Supreme Court that the Supreme Court are the real guilty criminals. I think they are also in the chopping block. If you ask me, I think they also should be removed, impeached, tried, because they are also they are also responsible for what's happening too, for giving Trump such broad power, and just blatant and outright corruption. Miller on the on down are likely aft. I mean, they all have to be. No exceptions. An hour north of D.C., a Maryland county that opposed Donald Trump in the 2024 election is closely assisting his immigration crackdown. Frederick County Sheriff Chuck Jenkins, an immigration hardliner tied to far-right national far-right groups, has long targeted local immigrant communities, partnering with ICE and joining its 287G program, which authorizes local deputies to act like federal agents. But a new sheriff would have the authority to terminate the department's relationship with ICE. Here is how, or at least one way, we can have an impact. Jenkins, a Republican who has been long entrenched with Frederick County, is up for re-election this year as communities across the country debate local police collaboration with Trump's crackdown on immigrants. Jenkins survived a tight race 4 years ago, but challengers have prevailed elsewhere under similar circumstances. Just this fall, a GOP sheriff in Pennsylvania was ousted by a Democrat who ran on quitting the 287 program. So there you go. There are 2,400 races for prosecutor and sheriff like this one around the nation in 2026. They could hand voters plenty of opportunities to reshape local policies on policing, punishment, and immigration enforcement. These elected officials have vast discretion over sentencing, incarceration, or whether to help ICE. They're also responsible for dangerous conditions that are typical in local jails and for the frequent failures to hold law enforcement accountable for misconduct. Kicking off Bolt's coverage of these contests today is our annual review of the counties that are holding these elections for prosecutor and for sheriff. Our full list here. So I am also going to advise folks to pay attention to this because this is important. All of this. If you live in any one of these states, this is one of those. This is one of those things. The field is already set in some contests where the filing deadline has passed. The prosecutor races in Durham and Fort Worth, for instance, are each set for rematch of 2022 elections shaped by disagreements over criminal justice reform. In other states, deadlines are still months away and elections are still undefined, but even at this stage, key hotspots are emerging. That's a widespread race to replace Minneapolis retiring prosecutor at a time when local officials are clashing with the federal government over investigating ICE agents who murdered Renee Good and Alex Preddy. A reform prosecutor wants a new term in Burlington, while incumbents who beat Progressive 4 years ago are up for re-election in Boston, Las Vegas, and Baltimore County. This is the kind of stuff that we need to also be paying attention to. It doesn't seem like, but yes, this is incredibly important. Sheriff elections, meanwhile, will test voters' appetite for collaborating with Trump's deportation agenda, quote unquote. At this juncture, the re-election bids of pro-ICE sheriffs in blue or swing counties of Maryland, New Hampshire, New York, Montana, Wisconsin stand out. We'll also monitor whether jail or policing practices are debated in the campaigns that lead to embattled departments such as Springfield, Illinois. Yeesh. And while this guide is largely focused on sheriffs and prosecutors, you'll find some bonus local races in the DMV region. For instance, an agreement with ICE may hinge on the contest of the Baltimore executive, while in Washington, D.C., approaches to policing are shaping up as the defining issue of upcoming mayoral elections. So yeah, I mean, like, even this is important, okay? Even this is important. The sheriff races where immigration enforcement is on the line, the kind of stuff that we need to be paying attention to. Since Trump's return to power, sheriffs have rushed to partner with supercharged ICE, exploiting the myriad of ways local law enforcement can help federal authorities identify and detain brown people. The 287 program is the highest profile program with the which sheriffs assist ICE. Until 2025, it only enabled sheriff's deputies to act like federal agents within county jails. Trump expanded it, reviving an older model abolished under President Obama that lets deputies arrest people for immigration violations during the day-to-day duties, such as regular patrols or were sniping cars on the highway. Most counties in the program are conservative areas with GOP sheriffs, terrain that may be tricky for a candidate running to protect immigrants' rights. Still, Bucks County, the Pennsylvania county that ousted its pro-ICE sheriff last November, had narrowly backed the president the year before. This year, another swing state may see a parallel dynamic. Wisconsin is electing all of its sheriffs, and similarly to Bucks, several competitive counties are run by Republican sheriffs who have joined the program. These include Kenosha, of course, Sauk, and Winnebago. But the 287 counties most likely to change course on immigration are those that already rejected Trump in 2024, opting for Harris instead. There aren't many of those nationwide, but a Boltz analysis found 9 such counties were sheriff's races this year. One of these, Arkansas, Pulaski County, Little Rock. State Republicans have passed a law requiring that sheriffs join 287 program, but in the other 7, sheriffs will have the authority to quit the program. That includes Maryland's Frederick County, as well as Montana's Gallatin County, Bozeman, New Hampshire's Grafton and Hillsborough counties, New York's Brome County, and Tennessee's Haywood and Shelby counties. For immigrants' rights advocates, the first challenge is recruitment. A county's blue lean is no longer guaranteed. There'll be any candidates looking to curtail ties with ICE. True. Boltz has frequently reported that on pro-ICE sheriffs who run in territory hostile to Trump but face no challenger or run with only nominal opposition. Last year, when pro-ICE candidates ran without opposition in her region of Virginia, one advocate told Boltz, "It drives me crazy that there's a door with an opportunity and no one's taking advantage of it." Besides 287 sheriffs use many other programs to partner with federal authorities, such as Stone Garden grants that fund border operations. Under yet another program called SCAP, sheriffs receive money in exchange for providing DHS with information about detainees they have held in their jails. Some sheriffs have recently quit SCAP, but the financial incentive has drawn counties that otherwise tout their pro-immigrant policies, Boltz has found. For instance, Minnesota's Twin Cities have split on this policy. The Sheriff's County and Hennepin County did not receive funding for SCAP or SCAP for fiscal year of 2024. But the Sheriff's Office in Ramsey County did in St. Paul. 2026, both counties will elect their sheriffs. Since we're getting close to the time, the point being, okay, is that there are a myriad of different elections across the country in several states, and if you are one of these states and these counties, you can help shape whether or not local law enforcement cooperates with ICE, or to what extent they are going to cooperate with ICE. That is a direct impact that you can have on your community, believe it or not. This is not to say that this is a pro a pro-police approach, but at the end of the day, if you do have the option of electing a sheriff who runs on platforms that cut ties with ICE, then I say we should probably pay attention to that race, because anything that we can do in our local community to minimize the damage to our community members, we should do that. We should do that. So pay attention, folks. A lot of this stuff goes under the radar with these small elections, and especially elections that are involving sheriffs and whatnot. But it does have an impact on our community. It really does. There's a big difference between a sheriff, who is actively working with ICE, and a local sheriff department that is going to cut ties with ICE. It does make a difference, folks. It does make a difference. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. It is just about 8 o'clock. Movie Night Extravaganza is coming up next, folks. Please, it is the top of the hour. If you want to support the channel, do all the things, folks. Like, share, subscribe, hit the little emotes, spread the word. We are here Mondays through Thursdays, folks. There's something for everyone here at this space. Catch my show every Tuesday at about 7 p.m. You can find me on social media and Twitch and YouTube. Same name, A Difficult Truth. Thank you all for being here, folks. We'll be back next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Solidarity, everyone. See ya!
I am the last guy in the world that you want to fuck with. You found my money on gigs. Let us pretend that you don't know whose money it is.
We started off this year talking about Citizen Kane, Orson Welles' absolutely incredible directorial debut released in 1941. Tonight we're looking at another directorial debut that happened exactly 40 years later. Michael Mann's 1981 indie action thriller, Thief.
That slob was a penologist. I'm a jet airplane pilot. I did 11 years. I got out, 4 years ago.
Where'd you go up?
I stole $40.
$40?
Yeah.
Part heist film, part stylish neo-noir, part Death Wish style vigilante film. Michael Mann was able to get through the wall that existed between TV and film for decades. Some of the first footage Mann ever shot that was in purchased and used on TV was of the 1968 Paris student revolt. Mann happened to be getting his grad degree in London in the late 60s and stayed there to work on commercials with such future filmmakers as Ridley Scott, Alan Parker, and Adrian Lyne. This gave him the chance to get to Paris and film the student revolt, which he then sold to NBC's First Tuesday for a documentary called Insurrection. Once Mann returned to the U.S., he started writing for TV shows, including 4 episodes of Starsky and Hutch and 4 of Police Story, which taught him that the key to realism is to do your research. Mann was able to start directing TV movies, and in 1980, his second TV feature, The Jericho Mile, a prison sports movie that was actually filmed at Folsom Prison with real inmates. And he added 3 Emmys and even got released in theaters in Europe, but not in America. This time period was called Michael Mann's 5 years in television drama. It was used to sell the feature film debut for Thief in 1981.
Ain't nothing in this world for free, man. Hey, I will pay what I owe. You don't know what you owe. Hey, man, if I have to, I kick back, get a shank, and I off that dog, if that's what I gotta do. Yeah, and pull a life jolt.
Mann's time filming The Jericho Mile inside of Folsom Prison allowed him to envision what it must have been like for Frank. Seeing Frank as an outsider who spent 12 or 13 years totally disconnected from anything resembling normal development from 20 to 30. In Thief, James Caan plays Frank, an ex-convict and talented safecracker who has created a structured existence for himself buying a bar and an auto body shop. Michael Mann was also inspired by the Charles Bronson film, The Mechanic.
What the hell do you think that I do?
You sell little fucking cars, that's what you do.
I wear $150 slacks. I wear silk shirts. I wear $800 suits. I wear a gold watch. I wear a perfect D, flawless, 3-carat ring.
Frank's sense of structure is shattered when his associate, Joe Gaggs, who's carrying $180,000 of Frank's money they had fenced for diamonds, falls off a 12-story building under suspicious circumstances, to say the least, and dies on the sidewalk. The money, which was in Gaggs' pocket, is nowhere to be found. Barry, played by Jim Belushi in his feature film debut, who is Frank's mechanic friend and partner in crime. That's right, James Caan plays the most badass professional thief in Chicago, and his crime sidekick is Jim Belushi.
He's gone. Does he carry the cash on him? What?
I'm talking to somebody. I will know in about 25 minutes.
You get the work on. You meet me at Armitage Lincoln. Jimmy, here.
Figures out the Gaggs is working with a plating company executive and loan shark named Taglia. Frank confronts the bosses at LNA Plating to get them to return his money. The beef is seemingly squashed and money returned by the Chicago outfit boss, Leo, Robert Prosky, in another feature film debut, who slowly starts to pull a reluctant Frank into working for him as a professional safecracker. At first, Frank refuses, but his developing romance with a girl named Jessie, played by Tuesday Weld, and his need to get his mentor, Okla, played by Willie Nelson, out of prison before he dies of heart failure, leads to Frank reconsidering Leo's offer.
You want to put down contract scores all over the country, working directly for me? I am self-employed. I am doing fine. I don't deal with egos. I am Joe, the boss of my own body. So what the fuck do I have to work for you for? Maybe you don't.
A real professional thief and recent convict, John Santucci, was cast as the corrupt cop Arizzi. A second actor, W.R. Brown, had been a former safecracker, and Chuck Adamson and Nick Nikias were both former Chicago cops, highlighting the gritty realism that Michael Mann hoped to convey in this film. The film was based on Frank Hoheimer's autobiography, The Home Invaders: Confessions of a Cat Burglar, where Hoheimer, whose real name was John Siebold, discussed his life as a professional burglar in Chicago. Even this early in Michael Mann's career, some of his later trademarks were already appearing. The slick, stylized neo-noir shooting style of Donald E. Thorin, which used shadows and light to increase the sense of danger and unsettle us. The movie is shot with these deep blues, greens, sometimes a bright red or yellow, especially when it comes to drilling sparks, really utilizing neon as it is everywhere on buildings and around shooting locations. Because real thieves were on set and hired as technical advisors, all the equipment used by the thieves is real, and the actors were trained to use it. A real bank vault was purchased so that James Caan could drill into it and crack it in the opening. This extreme attention to detail is another trait that Michael Mann has become known for. James Caan said this film was especially challenging for him, as he likes to be, quote, emotionally available, and there's nothing emotionally available about Frank. However, the speech that he gives to Jesse, who he's trying to convince to commit to him, is one that Caan said was one of his favorite monologues he ever gave in a film. One of the most storied scenes of the production of Thief was the scene where Frank blows up his house, which he decided to do with a fake front to the house which was blown up, damaging the real house in the process to the point where it needed to be demolished. The score for Thief was composed by Tangerine Dream, only the second U.S. film they worked on. Although the Know Nothing dipshits of the Razzies nominated the score as a potential worst score, Tangerine Dream would explode in popularity from here and would work with Michael Mann again 2 years later in The Keep. Thief was filmed for $5.5 million. Would go on to make $11.5 million at the box office.
I can see my money is still in your pocket, which is from the yield of my labor. What gratitude.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Josh Olson is an Oscar-nominated screenwriter who wrote David Cronenberg's The History of Violence, the audio podcast series Bronzeville, and the co-host of Movies That Made Me and The White Canon. I, of course, am your host, and the closest thing the show has to it, Jim Belushi, Forrest Miller. If you want to meet people, join the Lonely Hearts Club.
Well done. Well done. Josh, welcome to the show, man. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, this is believe it or not, it's our first Michael Mann. I was as surprised as anyone.
Crazy.
So,
We've been doing this for how many years now?
I know, too many.
We've talked about doing Heat a bunch of times with different people. It's just one of those movies that's been on our list to do. Like, I don't think. Well, Thief was too. I think Thief is on.
Yeah. Thief. We've talked about Thief as well.
Yeah.
I occurred to me while watching this, and I've had the thought before, as have many other people. Nicholas Winding Refn's whole thing post Pusher is trying to be this, basically.
Sure.
Like with like one part David Lynch. And I'm not saying that as an insult. That's a great mix of things. But oh man, because I saw this years after I saw Drive, and like I was like, oh hi, you saw this too, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say it's my first Michael Mann too. I saw this opening weekend.
That's awesome. I was going to ask if you saw this early on, because you know I'm the senior producer in more ways than one on this show.
And senior citizen.
Not yet, but I know you got a couple of years on me. So that's fantastic. Yeah. So how did they go over live? Because my understanding is that it didn't hit with people immediately.
I box office. I don't even remember, but I mean, it's not the thing you experience in the theater. To me, it was a revelation. It was just like from the opening shots, and my pal Billy Friedkin had used Tangerine Dream before, and
for sure. Yep.
And so I just instantly clicked with that it's crazy to think about. It's so funny when you sort of come to movies out of sequence. And we all do this to some extent. I mean, I'm not that old. It's not like, I saw Casablanca when it came out. But when this movie came out, it was one thing to sort of wet the streets because you get a nice reflective look. Michael Mann changed that. I mean, it became a whole thing. And just that opening shot of the alley with that music was just unreal. And there's sometimes you sit in a movie theater with a new filmmaker and it just announces right off the bat that this is someone you have not seen before. And I mean, Thief did that before even a character walks on screen. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's called a wet down, right? That's what what that, and it's been emulated so much. Like we've seen it in so many things now. It's like no, it literally was this. It started right here, and he had done like a TV movie before this or something. But
Jerk Mile, which I had heard of. I hadn't seen when it first aired. I saw it a couple years later, which is a great film. And yeah, I mean, the whole Michael Mann thing was, and then The Keep came out, and I remember being like, oh my God, he's back. And oh my God, I mean, that movie is, it's amazing they released it because it's so clearly a victim of they didn't get the shots. It's incredible that they managed to cobble together a film that basically makes sense. And he kind of thought, this is it for this guy.
Yeah.
And then he kind of ran off to TV. And I remember, I was not a big TV watcher, but there is a new TV show coming out from the guy who directed Thief and the star of A Boy and His Dog. I am watching that shit. And, you can't, the culture doesn't exist anymore for a TV show to hit the way Miami Vice did.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah.
We don't have
And so much of that aesthetic, right? Like for the rest of the 80s, pretty much.
Oh
and
God,
the
every
90s,
guy was
people are
dressing like that.
Hey,
watch not just in real life.
I'll send you a picture. You guys will die laughing. It's,
man, I'm ready.
I inherited
that
my
TV and movie
grandfather's
aesthetic,
white
though, right?
silk
Like
jacket.
it was just it's become a whole, like it's almost become a cliche in itself. Like someone dressed a
Yeah.
certain way, they're like, oh, you're
And-
clearly dressed like Miami Vice. Like
Yeah, and also too, like it's one of those shows where a lot of people are like, how a lot of people like for Grey's Anatomy, like, oh, so many people got their start on this show. I'm like, Miami Vice was kind of the same way. There were so many guest stars of people who were not just barely up and comers.
Well, or people who are just like, only Miami Vice could get Miles Davis to show up, for instance.
Yeah.
Amazing, right? Yeah.
These amazing cameos and stuff. And I'll tell you, like, as a gentleman of a certain age, I have a 3.5-year-old now who about a year and a half ago, my wife and I were rewatching Miami Vice. She had never seen them. And I was showing her some choice episodes. And our kid wakes up and he comes upstairs and he sees Don Johnson standing there, resplendent. Exactly. Frank Zappa was on it.
Glenn
There's
Fry.
Don Johnson, resplendent in his white jacket and his scruff and his cigarette and his moosed hair. And my kid points at the TV set and he goes, "Daddy!" I was like, I'm done.
That's it. That's how you know you did something right. Yeah.
That's right.
it's fascinating to me that between Starsky and Hutch, which he directed 4 episodes of Starsky and Hutch, which is amazing, and then or he wrote 4 episodes of Starsky and Hutch, and then Police Story, not the Jackie Chan one, but the TV show Police Story. Police Story, then Crime Story was later on. I had to look this up because I was like, am I messing this up in my head?
He wrote
There
a
was a show.
Police Story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrote Police Story,
So
but
he used.
co-created
So
or
he
he's a
used.
producer on.
Yeah. He was a producer on Crime Story, but he used those 2 things and then the Jericho Mile to sell himself as like a guy that could make a film, right? He was like, I've made these 3 TV movies, especially the Jericho Mile. This one got a bunch of Emmys, and in Europe, I guess it went into theaters, but not in America. And then he went from there. He went like when he kind of failed out of doing film for a couple years, he was like, well, I'm going back to TV and I'm using my own name as a film director to sell my TV work. So he's kind of going back and forth between these 2 worlds.
Well, and then he used the success of Miami Vice to sort of parlay it into making Manhunter, which another incredible Michael Mann film that was not discovered at the time.
And it's all like less than 10 years of work between the 2, because it's like he made Thief in 1981 and then he made Manhunter in 1986. So it's like 5 years. He's already jumped.
By the way, since we're invoked Manhunter, I do have to mention that Conan Neutron did write a Hannibal Lecter themed record called "The Art of Murder." That
I've
is
never
inspired
heard
by
this
that.
before.
Yeah, it's actually out of print now, so don't bother trying to buy it. But it's hopefully it'll be in print back again. But yeah, let's just say I'm a fan of that one. Yeah,
I'll also say about. I know we're supposed to talk about Thief, but
we'll get to it.
If you, I don't know if people have seen the Brett Ratner movie Red Dragon, which is adapted from the same novel as Manhunter. Manhunter, sort of the 3rd act, goes into a very different direction, but both scripts for 2/3 of the films are almost verbatim the book.
Yeah.
And I've always said, like, if you need to explain to somebody, if you have an hour to explain to somebody what a director does, show them Manhunter and then show them Red Dragon.
Absolutely.
It's the closest you're ever going to get to like a great director over here and a movie that is not directed. And you can see what happens.
And then you can have this incredible star power. You can have these people like trying their best to make it work.
Sure.
And it's just not as good.
It lays there like a fish, man. Yeah.
Well, and we do got to start getting to the plot summary. But something that's so interesting with this is all the Michael Mann things, the things that we associate with Michael Mann. It's all here. It's all right here. Is there the budget necessarily? No, but it's all right here. And how how often does that really happen? Right. And this is something like, again, it's been so emulated, just like Miami Vice defined fashion for better or for worse for a decade.
For men. I mean,
for men. Yeah.
Right. Men care about the way they looked. Great. Awesome. Let's bring it back.
That we also have this defined how, action thrillers sort of, in some cases better than others, attempted to look and attempted to conduct themselves. It's crazy that it's all here this early on. It's mind blowing, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I still, as much as he's gone off and doing so many, so many different kinds of films, it's like, to me, these are the Michael Mann hallmarks, like Thief and Manhunter, Miami Vice.
Yeah. And when there's derivations, it's like a derivation of theme. I mean, to a certain degree, there's a through line to this in Collateral, right? Which is like, low-key one of my favorite Tom Cruise movies, because it's like, he's so unlike anything else, It's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so funny that the Forrest, you mentioned yourself like being like the Jim Belushi of the show. Like this Jim Belushi, great at this, deftly deployed.
It's his debut.
It's his first. Acting job.
Yeah.
And James Caan was always like messing with him, right before cameras went on too, which is great. like trying to throw him.
But he's always good. Like he shows up a couple years later in Salvador, Oliver Stone. He's fantastic. Yeah. I just saw him. Kristen Stewart has written and directed a movie this year called Chronology of Water that James Belushi pops up in. And you're like, I have not seen this guy. He's been around. He's doing all, whatever. But I haven't seen this guy as an actor in so many years. And he was so good in it. He's so good at it.
You had Kristen Stewart on your show on Movies That Made Me.
Yes, we did.
That's my girl. That's.
I haven't listened to the episode yet.
There's a fan before Twilight.
Amazing.
I'm a big fan before Twilight.
Looking forward to listening. By the way, something Jim Belushi was in, people forget about, Twin Peaks: The Return.
That's right.
And he's great.
Yeah.
He's great in Twin Peaks: The Return. And yeah,
he was also I mean,
Jim?
talking about like Oscar nominated movies this year. He was in Song Sung Blue, which I had just watched.
I forgot.
Yeah. So he's the manager in Song Sung Blue. That's like, I want to manage your band. And he does like the great Midwestern Midwestern accent throughout that.
Mix Factor.
Well, and he says he's got all these connections and that. It's like, well, you drive a bus is like what it is. But anyway, but let's talk about.
I know everyone at the casino because I drive a bus between casinos.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I low-key love it, and honestly, that is I enjoyed that far more than I thought I was going to. The amount I thought I was going to enjoy that movie was 0. But like, I actually quite liked it. I thought it was good.
We need biopics about tribute bands now. Gone are the days of the Bob Dylans and the Bohemian Rhapsodies or whatever. We need like the Queen tribute band biopic next.
Probably better than that concocted actual Queen biopic. Anyway, let's get into the plot summary of this. And so, Josh, I know you're not super familiar with the show, but something we've been doing is we kind of go through pieces of the plot and then we kind of stop and like react a little bit to it, so we don't miss anything in the conversation. Although we do, obviously.
Yeah, because before that, we were just ping ponging like all around, and it was
exhausting. Then we saw that Chalamet ping pong movie. We can't do that anymore. Chalamet's got ping pong.
we copy their brand.
We were just like the orange ping pong ball, like
it's
ping
like
pong ball but orange.
We had it first.
All right, so Frank, played by James Caan, is a highly experienced jewel thief and hardened ex-convict who has set structure to his life with a pair of successful Chicago businesses, a bar and a car dealership, as fronts for his lucrative criminal enterprise. Frank sets out to fulfill the missing part of his life vision, a family beginning with Jesse, a pretty cashier he has begun dating.
Tuesday Well,
yes.
Can we talk about the world we used to live in? I am not. I mean, if you guys know me at all, I'm not. I swing pretty hard to the left. I tend to be pretty. I like to think pretty good on some of these issues. So I'm not that guy who's like, it was better. Women complaining all the time. He's babes. But it blew my mind even then. This movie, when this came out, like, take a look. I think I'll tell you in a minute. When this movie came out, people reacted to Tuesday Well like it was like, oh, isn't it great? She's come crawling back from semi-retirement to play this part, and oh my God, she looks so good for a woman who's so old. She's 38 in this friggin' movie.
Yeah.
And the same thing to Anne Margaret in a movie called 52 Pickup, which I love. Which if you guys haven't seen these, and it's crazy. And it's like the one thing I will say, it's kind of nice. Like, you can now actually be a woman, my God, of 40 in Hollywood and still get to star in movies. Whereas back then it was like, this is unheard of. Oh my God, she's over 27. It's insane. So it's, and she's great in this film. And she's
for the longest time, it felt like they just wrote out like any woman that was between kind of 35 and 60. They're like, we've written all of them out.
It's kind of almost like the adult film industry in that way when it comes to women. It's like, hey, you're either the barely legal or MILF. There's no in between. There's no rules for you. It's like,
But like you would disappear for like 3 decades and then come back and you get to play like old bags on a
now you're playing grandmothers or something. Yeah. What I always say is that
a grandmother and I still look good. What are you talking about here? Like,
what I always say is that women develop the power of invisibility in Hollywood once they turn 35.
That's right.
I mean, Holt was 62 playing a 50-year-old in The Substance, and she looked great.
Yeah, but I mean, the substance was. But the substance was also hailed for that reason, right? Like it's it was like here's a role for somebody that,
and listen back to our episode on The Substance to hear all about it. Let's talk about Thief.
Right.
So
After
Tuesday
taking
Weld looks amazing.
Amazing.
Tuesday Weld coming up next. Next Tuesday, get it?
After taking down a major diamond score, Frank gives the diamond to his fence, Joe Gags. Most criminal looking guy, I think, in a movie.
And I believe one of many actual criminals cast in the film, or former criminals. Yeah,
I love that.
However, before Frank can collect his $185,000 share of the score, Gags is murdered by being pushed out of a 12-story window for skimming off mob collection money. Barry, Jim Belushi, Frank's friend and associate, making the pickup, discovers that a shady plating company executive, Mr. Gags is working for, Mr. Attaglia, is responsible for Gags' murder and stealing Frank's payoff. In a tense confrontation at Taglia's plating company, Frank demands his money back. I think that probably out of every like mob front, plating company is probably the best one anyone's going with, because it's so boring to think about that as like a job somebody's doing.
Yeah. Like your mind starts wandering after the first sentence. Like, what? Okay, fine.
I remember I remember growing up, my dad would sometimes take me around to like businesses he had to work for like his architecture business to get various things. And I remember being like, holy fuck, I'm bored. So it's like if you have your mob deals going on behind something like that, and you're just like in a back office, everyone it's like if you have an invisibility cloak, you have the Wakanda thing around your
exactly. Or you're a woman over 35. But I mean, it's the same principle, right? I mean, it's a great thing for a cover because no one's going to want to investigate it. I mean, this kind of sets up the story like pretty early on, that Jimmy Caan, which by the way, I mean, how amazing is his performance in this? I mean, let me be the 100,000th person to say it, but I mean, he's freaking incredible, and I'm a big
better
fan
than
of
Elf in my opinion, but
kids, you goddamn kids.
You got me.
He was also kind of. I know what it's like. It's hard to describe. This came out at a time when his kind of sort of glory days were a little bit behind him. You know? I mean, this is the crazy thing, and I can't tell if it's age or just the era, but it feels like time moves so much slower back then because this movie is it's like 7 years after The Godfather.
Right.
It feels like a generation has gone by. He's done 27,000 movies. He's starred in stuff. He's been all over, and now he's sort of like a little bit on the downslide so they can get him for this smaller budget film. It's crazy.
Well, not just get it. He jumped on board as producer, and he got the connections with he got the connections with people who are willing to like put up the money and everything for this. Like he went all in.
Which is great, and it shows certain prescience on his part, and it was mutually beneficial to both of them. I love this how when you hear the stories, because there's this interview that was him and Belushi getting back together, like the 30-year anniversary, and they just were talking about it, right? And they were just talking about how it just was like, again, he just knew exactly what he wanted. Was very insistent about it. Kept firing assistant directors because they weren't giving it to him. It was just like, oh no, it's
legendary perfectionist.
Yeah, he's all there. He knew exactly who he wanted. What it would look like, down to the like the apparel. They had him Belushi's Hawaiian shirt. They kept trying Hawaiian shirts on him, and it was like, nope, that ain't. And eventually, he had someone make the Hawaiian shirt that Belushi is making because that's what he had in his mind. I love that. That's that attention to detail is just it's so refreshing. And OCD probably.
By the way, it was The producer that he ended up pairing with, I mean, I'm sure you guys know, Jerry Bruckheimer, 2 years before Flashdance,
What
3
a
years
feeling, am I
before
right?
Beverly Hills Cop, and 4 years or 6 years before Top Gun, or 5 years before Top Gun. So it's like they got Jerry Bruckheimer like right before his
Right before he dominated
really
the
blew up.
80s completely.
Yeah.
When he still had no choice but to make good movies. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Take my breath away.
This leads to a face-to-face meeting with the Taglia's employer, Leo, Robert Prosky, another debut in this. Yeah.
He's so uniquely like a dude. In the, like it's I was trying to think of any character like him, and I can't. You know what I mean? It's just like he's just got like this kind of like it's not your typical crime guy.
but there were these guys just like fell out of the air back then. There were so many great character actors who just had these kind of, he was apparently like a Chicago, I guess a theater guy.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
And I remember like his big one was, he was on Hill Street Blues. You replaced Michael Conrad. And
did he really? Oh wow.
Yeah. He's the so yeah, you show this to people who know him from that because he's so avuncular. And he's great in this too. He's got that. He's bad news, but oh man, I like this guy.
Yeah, he seems all right.
He wants to give me everything I want. Yeah, come on. You can trust him.
He's like it's grandfatherly, right? Like he's there's something grandfatherly about his continents in this. He'd go on obviously to do broadcast news was like his other big
broadcast news. That's right. I knew he was in another thing we had done, and it was broadcast news. That's right. By the way, Hill Street Blues, most invoked on this show by me to mention when a character gets killed off early on. The Hill Street Blues.
Okay.
A high-level fence to Chicago outfit boss. Unknown to Frank, Leo has been downing Frank's merch from gags for some time. He admires Frank's eye for quality fence goods and professionalism. That's your first red flag. I know all about you, and you like I fence your goods, and they're just so good. They're just you have a great eye for professionalism, and wants him taking down contract scores all over the country, working directly for him, offering Frank large profits. I'll make you a millionaire in 4 months, Leo states at their jargon-filled meeting, which is monitored from a distance by police surveillance, as well as a hidden Barry armed with a rifle in case the meeting goes bad. I love I love that it keeps flipping between obviously John Belushi on the or Jim Belushi on the thing with the rifle, and he's just pointing the rifle to make sure that if things go bad, he can just take out Leo. But then also it keeps jumping between that and the cops who are just listening, and they're like, "What the fuck is that?"
That guy's always going to be Paulie to me because he was on Crime Story. He came back later. That actor, and he was along with Dennis Farina, and I think like a bunch of these guys grew up in a place called the Patch in Chicago, and then grew up, and some of them went on to become cops, and some of them went on to be crooks, and one of them went on to be Michael Mann, and then they all come back, and it's like, so he's got Farina, who's a retired cop, playing a killer in this thing, and then he's got that guy playing a cop. That guy was a thief.
Yeah,
who ends up.
I love. Like another show that obviously did this really well. All of the shows with David Simon shows, right? Like The Wire and Murder on the Streets, like Homicide, Life on the Streets. Like those shows always had cops playing like criminals playing cops, and then cops playing criminals, and it's like that perfect like switch around, because obviously they're such intertwined professions that it's like you're a corrupt cop.
Well, I hate to be wrong. I think Farina put that guy in jail at least once.
Well, really?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Do they have to have like a meet? Do they have to be like, look, we got to make a movie. No hard feelings. We don't have the budget to pay anybody off.
I don't even think that. I think it's like, hey, yo, it's like working together. Remember that scene in The Wire where they all bump into each other at the movie theater?
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like, back to work tomorrow, right? See you then.
I'm glad we got that 2 hours to watch whatever.
And I love that the jargon is so key in this. Like you hear like the jargon, and it's like that's something that we've grown used to now, but it's not something that you saw at the time in feature films.
But this movie hits it like to the point where you need subtitles at times. When they're really getting to it.
He does not use contractions ever during the course.
Love that.
It's like that's a thing people picked up in prison. Apparently, I heard Jimmy Kahn talk about that.
Yeah,
you want to be understood clearly and concisely, so you do not contract.
Yeah.
So
it's such a great character trait. I love it.
Yeah.
After this next sentence, I want to talk about this. By the way, at first Frank was reluctant to consider Leo's offer, not wanting to deal with egos or the added exposure. But that night at a coffee shop with an emotional bonding with Jesse changes the game when she agrees to be part of his life. I love the dynamic between freelance. He's working freelance, and then this guy's like, well, I could take you on as an employee, and he's like, I don't want an employer. Like freelance has been doing me good.
I need that.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
I had questions about like, I don't know, what do you guys think would have if he had just said no to Leo? Like, do you think
movie
would have put
movie
would have added?
Yeah, we'd be here talking about Manhunter.
right.
Because I don't think Leo would have just taken no for an answer. Like
I was gonna say, do you think Leo's the kind of guy that takes no for an answer? I don't. I think he would find a way to like obligate him, get something on him to like force him into his employ, right? Yeah.
The Joe Gags was going to him as a fence. Well,
Yeah.
Joe Gags was supposed to be the fence. And then he was going to his events.
I think there would be he would find some way to conscript him, whether it's voluntary or not. That's how I feel it's going to happen, right? But yeah, I mean, it's funny because we feel like we get away from that so many times in the movie, but it really ends up coming back to that he's a free agent. He likes being a free agent. He's good at it.
Yeah.
He knows he's good at it. He's
Well,
very
he likes it.
self-assured about it.
It's his whole thing is safety. Yeah, just doing the job, and no one knows who he is.
Yeah. But then by the same token, he's got some swag about it. There's that whole like soliloquy about like what he's wearing and whatnot. Great.
But he says it like he said, I'm not going to get taken down by a cop like you, right?
Yeah.
I think it was a little anti-Italian discrimination there, but no, but he's like
anti-Italian discrimination right here.
A greasy cop, but he's not going back to prison either way. I think.
Yeah.
If the time comes and he's going to go back to prison, he's going to make the cop shoot him before he go back to prison.
Well, and that's
which I don't blame him for when you hear about like he's like, oh, they did a bunch of things to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that the sit down in the diner with him and the Tuesday Well character, it's something like a 10-minute scene, and it's just this back and forth, and like that's him being open or as open as he can be, right? And it's so incredible because you think about that. And think about what's 81, right? This is happening.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I mean, it's like coming from Mars or something. You have this like guy telling you about these experiences he had in prison. Oh yeah, and by the way, what are you up to? Want to get married? What? Like,
I don't got time. I do not have time. I do not have time to correct.
It's based on.
She's one of the. I'm going to need an answer from you now.
Yeah,
she's one of the few people that kind of would understand because she's like, oh, I got stuck down in Bogota in Colombia, and I had to do some things to survive too. It's like you pick the one person that seems like she had some kind of understanding into like you do whatever you can to survive. Although then she gets complacent by the end, and then he's like, no, this is over. I'm cutting this off, and she's like, what do you mean? But I don't know. He picks the one person that seems like she understands that survival is survival above all, or survival but not getting arrested above all.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because it could have been played just having like that, dudes rock female character has no agency, no interesting attributes. But I think that there's a real common cause between them, which is interesting because there's more emotional depth than you would expect in basically a crime movie, at least from this era, and it's.
Yeah,
it's testament to, again, Josh, you were praising Tuesday Well just for being very good in this. She is really good in this, and then it's. Yeah. I think it's notable only because so many other movies do it so badly. Like, just don't know how to write female characters at all. It's just like the whatever mother, wife, whore. Those like.
He's coming from a tradition of like both like the 70s, which had some pretty great women characters in these films, and also just kind of like film noir and crime films, which had some amazing women in
them. And like doesn't bat an eyelash when she's like, oh, I can't have kids. Like, oh, well, adopt, whatever. Like, it's like boom, got immediately moved over. Anyway, Kristina, we're too busy praising women here. Do you have something you want to jump in on?
Well, I mean, there are some male directors and writers who are really good at making like movies centered around women. I think Greg Gillespie with like I, Tonya and like Umbrella, even like the Pam and Tommy thing. Like there are some guys who are like, yeah, I know how to write women and strong female leads. Like, let me, okay, like real Justin Baloney, you can't do what, or well, Baldoni, whatever the fuck his name is. I'm like, that's a real feminist right there. Okay, not you and your. I didn't know who he was until like last day. But I'm just saying, like,
I still don't.
It's okay. Don't.
It seems like, with this movie, it's like, we actually have like a male director who's like, yeah, I can write a pretty strong female lead, especially that era.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
unheard of.
Well, and it's notable, and I think it's key to that scene that like it kind of escalates the relationship quickly, but it's natural. It's very naturalistic.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a guy that when I first saw that, like, oh, this guy's really closed off with his emotions. It's like, well, it's all kind of on his little montage, his little vision board that he carries around with him. But you see aspects of him in that conversation that if you're paying attention, like if it isn't like a first viewing, like there's nuances to what Khan's doing there. I think kind of you could drive a truck through the sentences sometimes. You know what I mean? Thank you. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. So, but later that night at a coffee shop, an emotional bonding with Jesse changes the game when she agrees to be part of his life after he relates to a harrowing tale of prison survival by way of a toughened mental attitude. To hasten his plans, Frank now agrees to just one big score for Leo, telling Barry that this will be their one last job. With a little help from the maternal Leo, very maternal.
Yeah, exactly.
After being rejected at the state adoption agency, Frank is even able to acquire a baby on the black market. A son he names David after his recently deceased friend and mentor from prison named Okla.
Okay,
I love that Willie Nelson is in this as his.
Me too. But real quick, can we talk about that adoption interview? Because what are we doing here? Like they're right to reject you, dude. Like what are we doing?
Yeah, it's not real clear he understands what's going on in that office. They don't just hand you a baby. So
it's like I'd like one baby, please. Yeah, no, it's not.
I like that he's like if it has to be a black baby, I'll take a black baby. If it has to be a chink baby, I'll take a chink baby. And it's like they're not gonna hand you a baby. You just used a racial slur to describe the baby. Like no. He's like especially if it's 8-year-old half black, half Chinese baby, and it's like they're not handing you a baby, dude.
Zero babies will be handed to you there, sir.
I mean, like I do
talk about Willie or
yeah.
Please. Again, I forgot he was in it. I was like, oh yeah, Willie Nelson's in this picture.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, he and Jimmy were friends, very good friends, which is how that happened. And I will never talk about how a movie affects you. Many years later. Obviously, I was a kid when this movie came out. I got hired to write a Willie Nelson Western by New Line shortly after I did History of Violence.
Oh man!
And I got to spend a summer hanging out on the bus, hanging out down in Luck, Texas at Willie's Ranch. Going to shows. I got to stand at the side of the stage while he and Bob Dylan played a tour of minor league ball. I mean, an insane summer. I will never forget it. And one time, I think it was in LA, the first time this happened. And I remember sitting there and a whole bunch of people come on the bus to, visit Willie. And I think it was the first time I met Jimmy Caan too. He comes on the bus and the two of them hug. And I'm a filmmaking professional. I work in this industry. I have watched actors get shot to death and then gone out and had beer with them. I know how it works. I know it's a fantasy. I'm sitting there with tears in my eyes as Frank and Okla are hugging in Willie Nelson's tree. It was just like, oh my God, it made me so friggin' happy to see those two guys together. It was like, he made it. It was, but yeah.
Did they have that intimate friendship like in this movie?
They were so tight. It was ridiculous.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, and it makes it work on multiple levels too, right? Which is again adds to the nuance of it isn't just I could call it a particular movie, but there's movies that are like children of this where the guy is just very unfeeling and that's his whole character, and it's like, well, no, but the thing is this guy isn't just unfeeling, has everything so pushed down for his own defense, but it's very clear that there's this deep connection between these two guys, and that's so much different than just being like, oh, he's a cool icy killer that feels nothing. Great, never.
Or how are you going to talk about? I mean, that's what movies are shorthand. It's and everything. One of the reasons we cast ridiculously good-looking people is so we don't have to spend an hour of screen time explaining why they fall in love with each other. You know what I mean? And everything kind of springs from that. So if you've got this kind of situation where you've got two characters who fit the bill, who have this incredible real-life relationship and chemistry, you know, you're insane not to use it. Because you can see it. There's just a couple of shots of there, just the way Willie's eyes move when he looks at him through the window. You're like, he's not acting. You know, these guys at each other.
And it's the only time in the movie that Frank is really able to express himself in a way that seems genuine, intimate. Like he's not just making some kind of deal like with Jesse, or like making some kind of deal with Leo where it's always monetary and it's always transactional. There's a bond there that's like deeper than that. And in some ways, it's almost like a homoerotic bond. It's like the way that he talks to him is almost like the way you talk to like a significant other or something like that. There's like a level of intimacy there that transcends, I think, the relationships that we have outside of those four walls.
Well, yeah, no, it's a much deeper friendship than, that you would have to have. It's like, this is a person you relied on to keep you alive, you know?
Yeah. But when Cynthia Erivo and Oregano do, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Am I right? When the Human Rivalry guys do it, it's fine.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't know. Was my finger not on the pulse for any of that? But anyway, moving on.
Things start heating up on Frank's account of a new association with Leo after resisting a shakedown from a group of corrupt police detectives, then subsequently ditching their surveillance. Frank and his crew are soon involved in a large-scale West Coast diamond heist organized by Leo. All goes well with Frank's burn job, and he's expecting the agreed-upon sum of $830,000 on a $4 million wholesale of unmounted stones. But when Frank returns from the job, Leo tosses him an envelope containing less than $100,000 to cash part. According to Leo, he says he has invested Frank's cut in shopping centers, an idea that Frank had flatly rejected.
The crypto of its day, by the way. Yeah, I invested in shopping
but it's
centers.
so fascinating to have them invested in shopping centers. Like, it's such a bygone age. You know, like they're bustling malls all over America. They're like, no, these are new malls. These are great. It's going to be great. Your money's going to go.
Well, can we just real quick, because there's a lot of plot to cover there. The cops are great. Like, which was to say, not great. They're like mediocre miserables. But sure, yes, we are an ACAB podcast and we vote. But as just dirt bags, great. They're great dirt bags, which is to say, and they're just flabbergasted. We wants nothing to do with those. Well, we get 10%, and he's like, "The hell you will." It's like, well, do you not understand how things work here? Like,
the cop wants him to do the math for. He's like, we get 10 points on it. What is that? How much are we netting here?
It's his level of disinterest and disdain is off the scale, and it's perfect. And it's also like portends doom. Yeah, exactly.
Very early neoliberalism crime. It is, which is funny that Heat goes on to be like the ultimate neoliberal crime movie, right? Like it's there's nothing holding them down to anything. They can go their own separate ways at any time. It's as Mark Fisher talked about it. It's like it's crime it's when it's not crime, when it's actually like work or whatever that people are doing. It's the same thing with everybody wants freedom of movement in this time period, and it's like Heat is the ultimate freedom of movement crime version of a crime family.
Yeah.
Right, so he does the job, and then there's that absolute flex of just like, oh, don't worry, I invested it all for you. It's like, invested it. Like I said not to do that. Like, why are you doing that? And again,
I've invested
money
in crypto, right?
I've invested all your money. I invested all your money in Auntie Annie's pretzels.
Yeah, exactly. and Dogecoin. Yeah. I split it between two.
I've invested all your money in Hot Topic. Hot Topics, they're never gonna go away. Josh, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, no, I have some noise going on here. So
yeah, I mean it's great because it's also him pushing the line. It's seeing how far he can push him, and the answer is not at all. But he's like, well, but it's me, so yes, I can. So it tells again, portends doom to a certain degree as well.
But it's so funny that shopping centers are what he chooses. He's like the Dallas one, the Fort Worth area. He's got him in Palm Beach, like just all the places that like all all the hogs are going to shop for the next 3 days.
It looks like, according to the shopping mall, there's a shopping mall on this investment. Okay, anyway, sorry. Killbots, everybody. Shopping mall. Thank you.
In addition, Leo sets him up with a Palm Beach score for Frank in 6 weeks without consulting him. And irate Frank bluntly tells Leo that their deal is over, takes the envelope of cash as he leaves, and demands the rest of his money in 24 hours, or he will wear his ass for a hat. I love the lines about labor where he's like, you have
So good.
like he's like you
So
have
good.
my money, which is the yield of my labor.
The yield of my labor.
He says, oh, you want all of that? Join a labor union. He says, I've got my labor union on me.
Yeah.
Which I guess Michael Mann said in a separate Matt Gilbert was telling me that he said in a separate interview that he had read Karl Marx, or in his mind he had read Karl Marx in prison, and that was like a big
For
part
sure.
of it.
Yeah,
He had-
absolutely.
What, and what does he say? Elected? Like, it's he made up like a word specifically? 'Cause he's like, oh, I think he would like want to use like $10 words in this situation, and like he made up like a word, which is awesome because it is sort of like, what did you say?
There's a
But it's
deal
like,
I elected to make.
But the intent is there. You'll understand what he's saying, even if you're like,
Yeah.
Somebody, can we look that up? Is that a real bird? Yeah, you know.
What was it's the opposite of what old Buster Scruggs says. No man can tempt another man into recreation. But it's the opposite. You know, you can't coerce somebody into. Well, you can coerce somebody into work, but Frank's trying to get out of it.
No, I'm sincere when I say this. There are 3 American movies to me that are like the best movies about labor. First and foremost, John Sayles Mate 1.
Yes, covered on this very show.
Paul Schrader's Blue Collar, and
Which we need to cover.
And
Yeah, that's look. If you only get pick 3, those are 3 great ones. You know,
This is such a good blue collar like working man's crime movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Frank drives his car, unaware that Leo's henchmen have already beaten and captured Barry and are waiting to ambush him. In the setup, Frank is knocked out with the butt of a carbine, and Barry is killed by several shotgun blasts from Carl, one of Leo's main enforcers. That's Farina, obviously, playing Carl. He's a giant mound of a guy.
I never remember. I
Awakens,
even watched it recently. I can't remember if he has one line or no lines, but
I think
he has
it's
a couple.
Yeah,
He has a couple because he tells. I think he tells. If I'm not mistaken, he tells Frank as he's walking out. He's like, "Frank, watch it" or something.
Yeah,
He
it's
doesn't-
almost
he doesn't-
monosyllabic.
yeah, but it's like a throwaway.
Yeah, and I guess Farina like hit up Belushi about like, hey, how do I do this acting thing? You know, and he was like, oh, well, there's an agency downtown. You know, you sign up with them, and there's some theaters. They got acting classes, whatever. And then, so like years later, he sees Farina in Streamers, and like Belushi's like, hey, man, you were really awesome in that. He's like, yeah, I took those classes you talked about. And he's like, oh, yeah, I forgot I said that. Which is a great. I'm not gonna try to do a Belushi impression, but yeah. I was like, I thought that's such a great like, just, like offhanded advice from someone who, let's be clear, this is his first movie and he's already given advice. So okay, great, you know. But
I feel like my version of a Belushi voice does like the Chicago accent, where he's like, "Hey, man, let's go in here."
This ends up turning into the Dog Bears eventually.
I was about to say that too.
Oh,
Conan
man.
again. You have the whole idiot, you and I.
It's a shared mind, yeah.
Frank
yeah,
awakens
let's
with
get
Leo staring down at him, which is this. One of the great shots in the movie.
Yeah.
This is just bathed in blue.
It is very disconcerting. It's not something you want to wake up to.
Harmony Korine copied some of this style so much in Spring Breakers.
Oh,
with everybody like bathed in things like blue or like dark red, like those colors.
Corinne in Spring Breakers and everything Nicholas Winning referenced in the past 15 years.
Leo Coley informs him that he, Jesse, their child, and everything he owns are Leo's property. I mean, he fucks up with the fact that he has all the trappings of a modern American life by the end of it. A house, a child, like the nuclear family, like as a unit, right? He has a child, a wife, he has a car, like, and it's all in Leo's name. He manages to get a paper on all of it. He threatens to prostitute Jesse and whack out your whole family. Also says some other things that, you know, with
it's a
racial slurs
of its time. Yeah, woof.
If Frank does not continue working for him, Leo warns Frank to tighten up and focus on his responsibilities. Meanwhile, his henchmen dispose of Barry's body. So I guess that scene is taken from the movie The Mechanic, where Charles Bronson dissolves a body in acid, and Michael Mann's talked about I just thought that was like the coolest thing to throw a body into acid on a mechanic's lot.
That horrible slow-mo shot, I'll never forget. And you see Belushi's belly coming up through the shirt. There's something about that.
And his last words, "Duh, Bears."
One of his preconditions for doing the movie, Jim Belushi, he's like, I gotta die in it. I gotta get killed off. I've never been killed off before, which is so funny. And it's like, all right, yeah, no problem. We'll dissolve you in some freaking chemicals, no problem.
Well, it's the great Chicago prison everyone talks about, so it doesn't surprise me. But Joliet, as a prison, right? That's where the Blues Brothers come out of in the beginning of both movies. And this.
So yeah, on that there's a anecdote I remember that apparently like later on, and we'll get to it later when it's blowing up the house. The cops all have these like really fancy coats and like really nice outfits and stuff, and so Belushi's like, oh, that's you guys got really outfitted here. He's like, oh yeah, we made so much money off of Blues Brothers, all the Teamsters and firemen and whatnot, that we all got like a ton of overtime. So yeah, we're all in for this movie thing.
That's amazing.
Because it's like, yeah, they were the most well-dressed people on the set.
Well, I mean, they had Carrie Fisher run out with the rocket launcher in that movie.
Yeah.
And it's like
That's
they
right.
probably needed so many extra people to make sure she shoots off the rocket launcher and stuff.
So he's like, yeah, my brother John, he was very generous with Universal's money.
There you go.
Anyway, sorry, that's a little fast forward.
Franco's home to contemplate his next move, gradually sinking into hardened apathy akin to his prison days. He coldly orders an uncomprehending Jessie out of the house, telling her their marriage is over. He instructs an associate to drive her, the baby, and $410,000 in cash somewhere where they cannot be found, informing Jessie more money will be coming at regular intervals, but that he will not be joining her. Does he keep sending money after he's?
I mean,
that's a lot of money though already. Woo.
Yeah. Well, and that leads to the Indian.
What I would do with $410,000,
I also
It needs like a
we can get to this when the movie's over. I have some questions, but yeah.
Okay, for sure. And so I think that first of all, this is a heartbreaker because it's like, well, like why he's sending her away and it's in the way, but like it's so. And I think it actually works better that the emotionality of it is kind of under the surface rather than it being like so. Like if this is a movie today, there'd be somebody in voiceover telling you like how like racked with pain he was about this. It's like, yeah, we know. We're watching the movie. We don't need that.
Yeah.
Conan, are you suggesting that second screen content is not higher echelon content for the masses to watch?
I'm loosely suggesting that, Kristina. Yes. Yeah.
No, but it kind of reminds me of like one of those scenes that are heartbreaking in a movie where like the guy has like a dog or something. He's like, "Get out of the car!
Yeah,
get out of the car, boy! I can't take care of you no more."
Yeah.
And you're like,
no, it's the same
I
principle.
still feel- Yeah. With nothing to lose, Frank blows up their home in a fiery nighttime blast using high explosive charges. Accidentally, really blew up that house. In that
So
blast.
they build a false front, is my understanding, right? They build a
Yeah.
false front and like, hey, we're gonna blow
Yeah.
this false front up, but they were so excessive with the gear.
Overboard.
When they did it, actually did damage the house, which is just doubly
to the
hilarious.
point where it damaged the house to the point where they could not. There was no fixing it. Like they had to just demolish the house. There's a completely different house now on the spot.
I mean, it does look
wondering
awesome.
how we got here.
The bar is still there, I believe. I have friends from Chicago who like that's their favorite bar. They do a pretty good job of looking like they blow up the bar.
You could tell they use so much less explosives on the bar. On the house, it seems like they used everything they had.
Yeah, they may have learned
house,
from their experience.
It catches a tree on fire.
Yeah, that's an amazing. That's one of those things where you're like, okay, on the one hand we screwed up, on the other hand, that's an incredible detail.
It's pretty badass. Yeah.
Like it's like living in the house. Like want to know what house was here before this one? Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I got a movie for you. You'll see it. You'll see the old.
I have been to the Green Mill. It was a band outing post show. Some friends of mine was like, hey, you know what bar this is? I'm like a good one, and they're like, no, it's the bar from Thief. I'm like,
bar Thief, yeah.
Awesome.
Bar that pretty much, it seems like it pretty much exclusively exists so that Frank could take phone calls there.
Right,
and then say, oh, anything important, I have to go to a payphone. And there's only
by the
two
way,
payphones left
no,
at the time.
I mean, you're being funny, but yeah, exactly right. Because I mean, he's got to hide all of his money. You buy a bar, and it serves a purpose for him. It is a utilitarian.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I mean, it's also, you know, you invest your money in a bar. Like, I mean, I guess like maybe now it's a little bit different, but like at one point, like a bar seemed like the surest thing. Like they don't like even during a pandemic, right? Like a bar doesn't completely close.
I mean, dude, I live in Wisconsin. Yes, absolutely. Like consider the most bars per capita in the U.S. of A. But I think that it's also notable that it's a Chicago landmark, the Green Mill too, and something that because I was thinking about things that made this movie interesting, and they didn't allow Daly didn't want people filming in Chicago for a long time because he didn't want to be associated with crime. Right. So this is like
tell that to like New York City as well. Like, come on, man. Like,
yeah, I mean,
get over it.
I'm not saying I agree with the guy. I'm saying that was the rationale, and this was one of the first ones that was allowed to utilize film in Chicago. Like, it was this Blues Brothers stuff around that era, and it was just hilarious. It's like now they're blowing up landmarks and it's like
man. See, this is why I did not want this.
Yeah, exactly. That cracked me up. So I was like, oh, maybe he was justified in thinking that. But anyway,
I also like I like Daly saying that he doesn't want to be associated with crime because it's like, maybe fucking shape up then.
Yeah, exactly. Like, do you want to hear what
the mayor of Chicago? It's
most corrupt mayor in the history.
He's like, I don't want to be
he was
associated
projecting
with crime.
a lot, huh?
Yeah,
Hang on,
exactly.
my cousin's here. I got to give him the money to make workshop in City Hall.
We got to go stuff some ballot boxes. Be right back. Anyway, sorry.
He then drives into his business establishments and does the same, destroying his bar in a violent explosion, setting fire to his car lot. It's crazy when he sets fire to the car lot and it's just cars like.
Yeah,
and is it necessary?
No, but is it awesome? Yes.
Yeah, it's cathartic as hell. I mean, it's.
I'm imagining like showing up for work because if you're working as a mechanic on a car lot, you're probably not listening to the news necessarily on your way there. So you show up to work the next day and then you look and then every car is just
torched.
Burned.
Yeah.
It's like the GIF, the meme.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, who did this?
And why?
Yeah.
And his
What did I
payroll
do?
going through. That's my biggest question. Yeah.
Armed with a pistol, he quietly breaks into Leo's house in a peaceful neighborhood. The crime boss always lives in like a peaceful neighborhood too. It's like
yeah,
he
come
brings
on.
chaos in the streets. And then
Yes,
he's like, I live in
and
the
he's
suburbs.
sitting there in his living room, his nice suburban living room, and he's got his guy with him. Doesn't the guy go to get it like, hey, you want some milk or something? I mean, it's
it's a Taglia too. It's the guy from in the beginning is like, we gotta take him out, and and he gets multiple moments in the movie to say, what did I say? What did I say?
Yeah. Yeah, it's well, and that's another, and like we always talk about the it's got good schools. You know what that means? It's like, no pesky minorities, right?
Yeah. And I love is it like it's the cleaning lady, right, where he that woman who he walks by who sees him.
Yeah.
He's just like,
the older lady.
Yeah, she just looks she just goes back to her newspaper.
Yeah.
We see her through the mirror. We see her through the mirror looking at us.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a great shot.
Armed with a pistol. Frank hunts for Leo, who is hiding armed with a .357 Magnum revolver. Leo is inevitably located and gunned down. They have such a good moment where it's like he's hiding, but his fucking fat belly is poking out from where he's hiding.
Over in front of the armoire. Yeah. Like you just and there's like a lateral kind of 90 degree
dig into this, and I forgot to. We just watched it again a couple weeks ago. I watched with a friend who's a big crime movie freak like me, and we were talking about it. It's like I am not entirely certain that this is not the first movie that posited a mob boss in a tracksuit.
Tracksuit
Not
mafia.
a thing you saw before that. It was not a thing you saw a lot.
True.
Certainly not in Scarface. It's not.
Well, because like The Godfather, right? It's the top echelon.
It's
they
the
would never
it's
cut.
also the 40s.
Yeah.
They didn't have Nike.
Yeah, but I'm saying like I've always talked about like the class levels of the various mob movies, and it's always the Godfather, the people that wouldn't be caught dead in a tracksuit. Like, they'd be like, go upstairs and fucking change if they caught you in a tracksuit.
Yeah,
The higher up it goes, the more they're likely to wear like a expensive suit. So this guy is like he's a Chicago
gold
outfit
chain.
boss. He's like he's at home. He's wearing his velour.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah. And then, which is interesting because that does start to change throughout the 80s, right? Like later on,
it became the look. And which came first, you know, the movies or the reality? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they kind of make fun of that in the Sopranos a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
well, my wife
like,
did product placement for Puma back in the day, and one of the things she did was the Sopranos. She would provide them with those suits.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, they do wear a lot of Puma. I think that there's interesting about this mob boss being both. He's like old and he's kind of obese. And it's like, you know, everyone else in his outfit is like, you know, they're ready to go to war for him. And he's just kind of like this older, kind of big guy wearing like the tracks. Like it's clearly for luxury, but also for, you know, because the kind of tracksuit is definitely like a higher end one. But he's also wearing it, I think, for comfort. He's like, I'm not going to go out there and.
Yeah, he's the boss. He
Well,
doesn't
as
have to.
long as he doesn't got the blonde hair or a tiara crown, it doesn't look like Jimmy Savile, we should be fine.
Topical. Yeah, good. That's good.
I just think about having like just a guy in your house. You know, it's like you're not a lord in a castle. He's just sitting there. The guy's sitting across from him, like just waiting to see. Like, do you need a glass of milk while you read the paper?
Yeah.
That's just so.
It's so funny.
I don't know.
And then he's like, no, thank you. You go drink the milk. And he's like, he's had like this. The attack of that guy has such a stupid smirk on his face. The whole movie too. He's like smirking while he's pouring the milk, and it's like, oh man, Midwestern as fuck too. It's dairy country out here. You gotta drink your milk.
Well, and the scene where he finally shoots him is so interesting because he's trying to hide behind the furniture, not quite obscuring him, but it's clear like he's going to try to get the drop on him, right?
Yeah.
And he's got this in his mind, and but the way that the room is set up, there's no possible way you could get the drop on someone walking through that door. There's just no chance.
Yeah.
But it's also like, what's he going to do? He's not like a combat guy, you know. He's the boss. He doesn't have to think about this kind of thing, right? And then when he does get got, it's. Like then he tries to, you know, do the like with hate's heart, I stab at the kind of last thing, and then he gets shot again. Which I probably shouldn't have laughed at, but this time I did because
it's like in his big broad chest. It's like
great Michael Mann thing where he cuts a couple of frames out.
Yeah,
and he gets hit, which he does again in Manhunter when Francis Dollarhide gets shot. Which is such an interesting effect, and you have to like wonder. You know, did Michael Mann stumble across it himself? Did he see it in some obscure thing? But it's a great effect. I've not seen it before.
Yeah, I mean, I that's if I'm thinking from the timeline, I don't think I'd seen that in anything that I can think of, like, you know, at that point. So, but it's very effective because it's like it's shocking, right? Like, oh,
yeah,
like your eye is shocked into.
Because it's an unnatural thing. We're so used to moving everything about James Caan getting shot to death of The Godfather. He's like, you know, it's like, but there is this thing where you miss a couple frames. It's like, and then
that is one of the great, you know, like 10 guys pop out at the start shooting James Caan in his car, and it's like, wow, how did all these guys find a good hiding spot? Like, did they get how many hours ahead of time did they get here? Like,
it's like the Gopher game. They're always got their own hole.
It reminds me of like. If Sonny Corleone didn't drive that way that day, it reminds me of the Hitler joke where they're like, they're waiting there like 10 minutes, no Hitler, 20 minutes, no Hitler. And then the guy turns to the other guy and says, I hope nothing happened to him.
Yeah. It's like, well.
All right. So Heroes of Ice, it'll do.
Frank then pursues Taglia as he tries to escape from the house, but is promptly confronted by Carl, another henchman. In the ensuing gunfight, Frank is shot but manages to kill the trio. Frank loses what appears to be a ballistic vest he was wearing beneath his jacket and walks away into the night. He kind of just gets up.
My question now.
All right, let's hear it.
They're all dead. There's no implication that there's a larger mob beyond this.
Yeah.
This guy, he's a local crime boss. He's taking out him, every one of his dudes, his home. Why not just go? You know, he knows where to send the money. Go back, pick up Tuesday Weld, go kick it somewhere else.
I mean,
so
that might be,
That's the question. So I know a few people that their theory is that's exactly what happens. And I'm like, oh, I can see
do you guys
that,
know the movie from a couple years ago, I'm Your Woman? With Rachel Brosnan?
with Rachel Brosnan. Yeah.
Really interesting film. I really liked it. And it's I'm trying to, a woman named Julia Hart co-wrote and directed it. And it is essentially, although in her version, the Jimmy Caan character's killed, it's essentially like what happens to that character next.
From the other side. Sure.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Okay.
Tuesday Weld character kind of going out. I mean, not literally. I'm not, but it's like so clear that was kind of a like, oh, what does like that's where that thought experiment starts.
Well, because they have this back and forth in the scene with Robert Prosky, the first scene, and he goes, "Oh, I'm going to go into retirement." He's like, "What are you going to do in retirement?" Because it's like this guy's mentality and the way of holding himself, his mindset is so wrapped up in I'm an ex-con. And now I steal stuff and I'm not going back to prison. Yeah, it's like, does that guy have it in him to just settle down and start over again? You know, like,
but it's open ended, right? And that's one of the reasons why, when we've done a couple noir months on this show, like theme months, we do that a lot, and Thief has come up as a noir topic because of this ending, frankly, because it is very much, to the annoyance of like some reviewers I found when it came out. They were like, what's up with this ending? That's terrible. And it's like, well, have you ever seen like a noir movie? Because that's kind of like what happens there. You ask yourself that question, and that's one of the reasons it makes it interesting. And I like to think that he does go find her, like why not? Why wouldn't you? You're right. There's no boss beyond the guy that he just plugged in his bedroom in his velour tracksuit,
Well, and that's one of the reasons.
I'm a believer. It's like you always end on a question. Always end on a question, even if it's small. Because it's like, if nothing else, if you just made the dumbest movie in the world, your audience is walking out, and instead of just like, hey, where were we having dinner? They're walking out. You're going, so what happens next? And that movie's still in your head. It's like it's not just good art; it's good commerce.
He turns to his campaign manager. What do we do now?
What's my agenda?
Where's that crossover? Yeah. So he ends up, he starts working with Robert Redford in the senatorial office. Yeah. Oh, he's real good with the working class. Oh, okay.
He comes from the working class.
He knows how to talk to them.
Conan, want to do
no contractions. The working class does not talk with contractions.
I love the no contractions thing so much. Like it's not something I caught the first time too. But it's like, has he used any contractions? I was like, and then I look up, it's like
I cannot think of one.
Yeah, well, and then he like talks about how that was like a choice he made because
and then try to do that for a day and see like it's
like when you're taking public speaking and they say don't like that.
Yeah, I think this is the clip where he talks about it. Hold on, I grabbed one from because this had a Criterion release a few years back, so there's so much stuff where
that restoration is amazing, by the way. Like that the restoration on this, it's so good.
I want to say this is the clip where he talks about this.
What are you looking at? Huh?
If you listen to the whole picture, I chose there's not one contraction in it. I never say isn't, wasn't.
I was right. It was this one.
So it was, I am the last guy. This is not the way it is supposed to be, whatever. And it was very, distinct and strange. You want to make people join a Lonely Hearts Club,
I am a straight arrow. I am a true blue kind of a guy. I've been cool. I am now unmarried. So let's cut the mini moves and the bullshit and get on with this big romance.
It was pretty much the story of a guy who tells a story pretty much with that scene with Tuesday in that coffee shop. But it really turns out a guy who's in a hurry to achieve this collage because there were like 11 years of his life stolen because he robbed $40 or something.
What is this?
That is my life. And nobody can stop me from making that happen.
There were a lot of choices, in Thief. And I made that choice early to be, very distinct and not give a shit about anybody. No fear of anything. There's nothing you could do to me. I'm afraid of. I've had it all done to me. And in that thing, which I loved, I think it's one of my favorite scenes, probably my favorite scene. And I was so proud, like when Strasbourg and they used to do that scene, like in the studio and other places, they, for their students. I mean, I was so crazy. I mean, just being that guy, it's like people don't realize actors are just nuts.
Maybe there was a reason. You ever think of that? Hey, I'm talking to you. Hey, take a walk, Flash, all right? Go on.
Hey. But part of being one that's really successful is like, you can't just push a button. So whether you like to admit it or not, that a certain osmosis takes place, and you actually become a little bit of that guy. There was this one scene, there was this guy, big guy. The guy was like 6'4", he had to weigh 240. I didn't hit him. I just went, boom, I hit him in the jaw. Pow! Get out of my fucking way. I didn't say anything. This guy with the mic will say, son of a bitch, you hurt me. That big animal? I just slapped him in the chest. They don't come along like that too. I mean, that kind of character, you're just so involved.
Well, it could have oversold the tough guy aspect of it all, but it's like it's Jimmy Cotton. He doesn't have to oversell anything.
And by the way, you showed every frame from that film that William Peterson is in.
Oh, really? Nice.
He's gonna go on to star in Michael Mann's next good film.
That's right. I
like that he's still like the guy says, "Oh, he hurt me when he punched me." He goes, "That big animal."
Yeah. Classic Jimmy God, exactly. Well, everybody, the time has come. Letterboxd, of course, is a social media site for film lovers to talk at within to each other about the movies they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies they found profoundly macho but moving at the same time. And of course, this is a bottom-up democracy. Everyone gets to have their say, not just Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies, best expressed succinctly for the purpose of this bit, where they collected weekly by yours truly, to be put on screen and reacted to by a Forrest in the panel. That's what this bit is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Thief. Let's roll them. Going from freelance to having an employer made him want to blow up his own house.
I mean, it's so true, though. Like
no lies detected.
He doesn't. He might have a contract with with his employer, but it doesn't fucking matter. He's blowing up that house. He's starting over.
I have been a freelancer for 30 years, and I would blow up my own house.
If you look up the word "cool" in the dictionary, you'll find the definition of the word "cool." If you want to experience cool, you just need to watch Thief.
That's 2 lines.
Yeah, it's sometimes we stretch the definitions.
What the heck? What are you?
Everyone's a critic. Come on, Jesus Christ.
Letterboxd 2-liners.
What a man. 2 ends.
What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
If you average this one and the last one together, it's 1 sentence. Okay, all right.
Okay. It's this one that I feel like Heat is the other one that it's like, what a man.
Yeah, whatever. We're allowed one. Frank would have been one hell of a social media influencer, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I wear $100,000 or $2,000 suits. I wear this 3-carat wristwatch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Slacks. Remember, it's slacks.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it's
My
slacks.
all-time favorite words.
Slacks.
What the hell is it you think I do? Well, I'm here to teach you what I do.
Bring back slacks, everybody.
I'm Frank, aka Frank Lala.
I want you to like and subscribe. Make sure to hit that bell for notifications.
Hit the bell. Hit the bell. I said hit the bell. A lot of people have been saying they don't see our notifications. Hit the bell.
Anti-capitalist masterpiece where James Caan literally burns down the system.
Yep.
Piece by piece. The house. The cars. The bar.
That's a great director, Joe Talbot, by the way. Last Black Man in San Francisco and many other great movies.
Oh yeah.
Nope. I mean, the last one said it was Jack Nance, who's been dead for years. So I never.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually Jack Nance.
Star of Eraserhead. Yeah.
You know, you fucked up when a man throws away his dream collage postcard, which he made out of magazine cutouts. That's true.
By the way, Follow me on Twitter. You've seen that image before, even if you've never seen this movie. It's,
Yeah, the header.
It's a good one. It's got swag.
I love that just Willie Nelson is on there because like short of context, it's like, oh wow, he really likes Willie. He wants to see Willie Nelson on tour just once.
Just once, right now. Yeah.
He wants a bunch of ghost kids for some reason, and he wants to see Willie Nelson on tour.
It's crazy.
As one
What
does.
is this movie? Yeah, if I had a bunch of power tools, I could probably rob a bank too. Big deal.
So those were John Santucci's tools that he used. Like he still had his tools, a lot of them, and they were getting. He was teaching James Conn how to actually like blow through a safe.
It's amazing.
Sidebar, I love how when they're going through the operations, there's like the great Tangerine Dream score for all of it, and then it drops out just to hear the torch. I think that's such a cool thing. I love that.
Well, the shot of him sitting there after they've drilled with his cigarette, and he's just greasy and tired. He's just sitting there, and there's something about that scene that's just like, damn, like did the job. You know, it's an amazing shot. Yeah.
There's I guess they didn't fully tell James Conn that like the scene in the beginning where he blows into like where he goes through the safe that he's gonna actually have to do that. And the day came in the shooting schedule, and they were like, "Okay, are you ready? It's time to break into this safe. You got to drill into it." And he was like, he's just drilling into it for like a really long time, and then he does the last thing where he grabs something else and he pulls out the two last pieces or whatever and opens the door, and everyone started clapping because they didn't know whether he was gonna remember to like pull out the last two things holding it together. He just did it by like, yeah.
What a thing to just go off vibes for, you know. Amazing. The Razzie is nominating Tangerine Dream for worst score of 1981. Is just another of many god-awful looks for that shitbag organization.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Agree.
Well, it would not like by the end of the 80s. I feel like that would not have been the case at all. Everyone would be like, "Oh, it's a great score."
Not even. But that's yeah. You got to say it was radical in Sorcerer, and it was still radical in this, and it's is what happens is you come in and you train an audience, you know, how to see and hear in new ways. And
I do every time I hear Tangerine Dream, I do still think about trucks, like trucks just going over a little, like a little.
Yeah, totally. They kill it on that too, you know. Great.
Yeah.
Criminality is the purest form of capitalism.
Yep.
I like that you could switch it and it would still be true. Capitalism is the purest form of criminality.
Yeah, sure. That works too.
Which is why it's true.
Absolutely.
But like, I love that he gets indignant at the cops and he goes, "Find your own scores. Why do you work for a day?"
Yes.
That's great. So
good. He's robbing people who are then robbing him, and he's like, "Find your own money to rob. Why are you taking money out of my pocket?"
Yeah.
Great. Amazing power tool ASMR compilation video, sadly interrupted by the story of a toxic marriage and a man who refuses to do what's good for him.
I love ASMR.
What boss wrote this?
Exactly.
He should have just gone with the contract. Leo was offering him such a good deal.
Yeah, exactly. He did nothing. The boss did nothing wrong. Exactly. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Thief. Please follow the show on our Movie Night Extra account for Letterboxd HQ, where we're posting all the great stuff from this very episode, attendant short-form content, tidbits, things along those lines. A safe cracker over there at Always Flacco. That's your host. He's logging stuff for this show and so very much more. You can follow him on Letterboxd as well. Do you have a license for this? I do. At CONAN NEUTRON, you can follow me for Highbrow, Midbrow, Populous Fair, Criterion Challenge well underway. Please follow along if you feel so inclined. Do all that in the popular Letterboxd platform. Kristina, as always, stealing hearts down there at Kristina on Letterboxd. You can find her logging stuff as well. Josh Olson, there is a Trailers from Hell Letterboxd account, but it's Trailers from Hell HEL, which is hilarious to me. I don't know who's posted on that or whatever, but some stuff from your great shows is posted too there for the Letterboxd devotees.
Oh, okay.
Before we let you go, we're gonna need to if you can any plugs and final thoughts for Michael Mann's Thief, Josh Olson.
I mean, the final thoughts. I could go all night. It's just.
Well, you can't. That's why we're doing it now. But anyway.
Yeah. I got nothing. I love this movie. I love this movie. I love movies that rip it off well. I just it's still after the other day. There's a handful of movies where I can still remember what it felt like to be sitting in a theater watching them. And this is one. You know, I remember the movie theater. It's actually the same movie theater. I'm gonna date myself, where I saw Terminator on opening weekend.
Hell yeah.
And
oh yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, this was a time, man. I mean, there's some terrible movies in the 80s, but you could still like wander in off the street to see some, you know, little thing and just be blown away by something like this. And yeah, it's crazy. And I'm still, you know, I will say I have fallen victim to the I think Michael Mann's gotten a lot of bad press over the years, and I think there's been some bumps in the road, but I recently sort of hopped back on the train. My good friend Dan Waters pushed me to watch Black Hat, and I got to the point where I never even saw it. There is a new Blu-ray 4K of it where they went back to his original cut, which apparently never even hit theaters, and I was like, "Holy shit! It's a really good Michael Mann film." He's still doing it, and I love the Miami Vice movie, and I mean he's still out there, he's still doing it, and love him.
By the way, Dan Waters, also a writer of Heathers, which we had Michael Lehman on to talk about some years back, and great writer.
Yeah.
I got before you go, Josh. I got one more clip to play, and it is the safe clip where he's talking about breaking into the safe. On like this would be my worst nightmare if I was an actor, like not being prepared to do this, and then on the day out there, like, all right, buddy.
Oh, you didn't get that note? You had to learn how to crack a safe? Okay. Yeah.
Wait, hang on.
Where's the audio?
Yeah, the audio's not on there. Hold on.
Audio's half the. See, talk about not being prepared for the task you're about to do. Jesus.
Yeah, this is my.
When we were doing this scene, Mike had not told me that we were just going to be robbing the actual safe, and so I had to do the entire thing. Yeah, that's about as far as I can go.
I guess it doesn't have. I guess it doesn't have audio. The one that I pulled, so never mind on that.
All right, anyway, he's doing the thing that we talked about, right? That's all you need to know. Movies That Made Me, one of the only podcasts I listen to regularly. Josh, by the way, and I do quite enjoy White Cannon. I think you guys are off to a great start with that show as well. I would be disingenuous to not mention that friend of the show from Unkind Rewind, another Josh Dugan, big West Wing thing fan.
Oh.
Wanted to give
I have PTSD from that.
I don't blame you.
We can I plug it, even though it's dead.
By all means.
My good friend Dave Anthony, comedian and co-host of the Amazing Dollop podcast, watched. It started out at a bar. We thought it would never happen. We thought we'd never make it 5 episodes. We ended up watching and doing an episode on every single solitary -1 episode of The West Wing, dismantling the show's terrible centrist Democrat politics. And by the time it was done, we had, Adolph Reed and you can't believe the guest we had on that thing. Yeah. It was so much fun, but I have PTSD. I saw that headline the other day that like Trump is now going to destroy the West Wing, and I read that and I was like, shit.
I mean, arguably the entire country has PTSD because the Democrats are still going off to that same playbook, but that's an entire different podcast. So
strongly worded letter, Conan. Remember that'll
they
do.
Have that one monologue.
Yeah,
that one monologue that he did that wasn't West Wing, but it was like some movie about journalism. Always goes viral.
Newsroom.
Yeah,
Newsroom.
Which is like Kmart version, Kmart network.
Because women are doing things now. It's women. It was great when it was all men, but now it's women.
It's Dollar General Patty Chayefsky is what it is, and it's freaking horrible, and it should be recognized as such. Anyway,
women typing is the
women talking.
all of it.
Garbage. Anyway, Aaron Sorkin coming on next week, so
we got Tuesday Weld. We got Aaron Sorkin. It's gonna be a packed show next week.
He's starting a podcast with Chuck Schumer.
Yay! I would not put it past
Just probably wear the letter pod.
I'm once again. I'm Schumering once again right now.
Oh yeah. See, nothing's about to happen because your glasses are going down. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I'm in the middle of writing a strongly worded letter to.
I need 10 Democrats in safe districts to vote against.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway, that's demoralizing. Josh, thanks so much for being on the show, man. We know you got
Thank
a
you guys for having me. Yeah.
We're gonna hit it with the plugs. Don't be a stranger, please.
Fantastic. Thank you. Be happy to come back. That was a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'd love to have you back.
Feel like Adam.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Bluesky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yeah, so the William Goldsmith episode, Same Day Real Estate, Foo Fighters, Assertion, Fire Theft, whatnot. That's up. Some short forms from that episode are going up, and it's going out to the main feeds later. There's a little bit of a delay with that one. But, of course, ProtonicReversal.com for the archives. Always free. No ads, no sponsors, no kidding. $1 a month. Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal for that. I have Tom from The Chop and 1001 Album Complaints, the great show that I'm on quite often, who they released a record called Stay Puffed that is a Ghostbusters themed concept album. And it is fantastic. And so he's gonna be coming on to talk about all that. It's really great. I love all the Chop dudes, all the 1001 Album Complaints guys. That's next one coming up. I'm looking forward to that one. Should be good. Of course, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com, Co-Neutron, The Secret Friends. You can find us on tour in spring, which I'm living for right now with this like 10-degree weather and whatnot, what have you. We're going out with Red Cross. You got Long Beach, San Diego, Phoenix, Austin, Houston, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Tampa, the Little Steven's Underground Garage Cruise in Miami, Orlando, Atlanta, Nashville, and LA. We have 3 shows with Mike Watt and the Missing Men before that, 2 of which are with Lung. That is downtown Los Angeles, San Pedro, and Yucca Valley. So those are still not officially announced yet, but they're happening and should be good. There are not going to be any other tour dates on this tour at this moment in time. There will be other stuff to announce later. But you've made it on tour when somebody says, come play Brazil in the comments. So that's happened with this tour. So come play Brazil.
Brazil emoji.
Exactly. You guys know the vibes. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. We got some new merch coming for the spring. I'm going to put some of that up in the store for people that are curious about that. We have the Neutron vinyl pressing coming in. It's great. Come check that out. Lots of good stuff coming on for that. Caterwall, we've held off on announcing because of ICE stormtroopers basically taking Minneapolis over. Kind of seemed like in bad form to be talking about a rock and roll party, but any luck, that's at least going to be abating a little bit, and we will be putting tickets up for sale as well, announcing the initial 10 bands in the next few weeks. So keep an eye on that, caterwall.org. For Caterwall, we are now officially, in about 10 minutes, entering our award season coverage that myself and the lovely Kristina down there produce every year. So I will kick it over to you, Kristina, to tell us a little bit about what we got coming up for the people. What do we got?
Yeah,
Kristina?
well, it's that since the nominations are out, and some shockers, some surprises, some not so surprises, some wise no other choice not anywhere. But we're also going to be going over, who we want to win, who we think are going to win. And all of our featured guests will be joining us for every episode. Maybe not. But regardless, they will still...
Not all of them, but they will be voting.
Regardless, they will still have a chance at picking. And we... You know what, Conan? I think we should also make this available to the community to make their picks.
I thought we should put some money on it. I thought you were going to say next. When I was
I mean,
I was like, "What's up, Lauren?"
That's why we are. That's why
Sinners
we
down the
are.
line.
That's why we're now sponsored by Kalshi. Kalshi.
Yeah.
We can put money on.
Yeah.
We're going to put the Patreon money on one battle after another to win.
All $5 of it. Anyway. But
yeah, so I think we're starting it off. We're starting off with one battle after another with Aileen Jones next week on Wednesday, not our normal Tuesdays, and we will be live streaming our after party, our picks, the three of us, for that one.
For the awards that matter.
For the award.
There's some that we're like, we're not gonna whatever.
Not everyone. We keep it lively, and again, as Kristina said, who we think will win. And who we would want to have win. So that'll be the three of us doing that. We have other folks joining us for this great month Oscar coverage. Scott and Toronto coming on for Blue Moon. Julia Linger coming on back for Wicked for Good. Josh Dugan coming on for Begonia. Again, as mentioned, Eileen Jones for One Battle After Another. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Secret. We're doing the Secret Agent as well.
Yeah.
I can't reveal who's going to be on there, but most of those guests are going to be live streaming their picks with us, just like we've done in previous years. So if you're a patron, you already know all this. If not, consider joining for the Patreon. It's a lot of fun. I mean, if you're like us, where this is like your Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Then it's a lot of fun.
There's a lot of pain that comes with it too. It's like, really? That's what. Yeah. Of course, every year the anonymous Oscar voter leaks what it gets leaked, and I get so fucking mad. I'm like, what do you mean it had nothing? Like last year, we're like, oh, I fucking hate that bitch Demi Moore. I'm like, who cares? What is that you like her?
Nobody cares about what you think.
It would be pretty funny to be an anonymous Oscar voter, but you have nothing to do with the Oscars. You're just like a guy that goes to news networks. You're like, I'm an anonymous Oscar voter. I'll talk to you about stuff. Yeah, sure.
yeah, exactly. We got Zach Marsh, we got Becky Reyes, we got folks that have, in the orbit of the show, both of the Austin Danger podcast folks, Mackenzie and Kev, both be voting. Sean McGrath going to be doing as well. So should be really good for that. We've got a pretty solid docket coming up, and of course, we will be live streaming the Oscars, the Academy Awards. We'll do our annual.
Y'all better, and y'all know Conan and I, we always dress to impress. We should be doing red carpet coverage.
It's considering some of the red carpet coverage I've had in the past, it would be a step up. Let's put it
we will be better than stupid TikTokers. The only the woman, what's her name? Amelia, the woman who does the chicken shop. She's the only one that actually asks interesting questions.
Yeah, she was on the Adam Freeland show pretty recently.
Oh, Marty Supreme. We're gonna do Marty Supreme as well with that
ping pong movie.
Ping pong.
That's definitely not getting any negative attention right now.
Yeah, I slept in today. Any news about that? Anyway,
to be fair, it's not. It's Good Time that's getting.
Exactly.
My boy Marty didn't do nothing.
He did nothing wrong.
Marty Supreme, the Martin Scorsese story. They really should have done that, but whatever.
I really did think that's what it was for a long time.
Yeah, I was like, they're making a movie with Martin Scorsese. Is this like a fictional account of his life, or like?
Yeah,
they did a whole documentary. It's on Apple TV. It's really good. And I was like, oh yeah, Marty Supreme, right? They're like, no, it's called. It's called something that's not
that you could get from a thrift store. Am I right?
Exactly. Anyway, that's what we got coming up. What else got, Kristina?
Oh, for me, well, I've been streaming my ass off, and I'm still trying to catch up on sleep. But
you've been streaming so much it turned your hair straight.
Yeah, exactly.
So tomorrow for our This Space show, we're gonna and I think next week too, because we're doing a show on Wednesday. We're gonna let them play our Adam McKay interview.
Yeah, and apparently he's working with Sylvester Stallone on a Pro Ice movie that
Heroes of Ice.
It would be funny. It would be funny if it cut off right there before he said.
We will be like, wait, what?
We went Saeed.
I know we're not covering the stupid Melania movie. We do not support Brett rape, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, his name did get invoked earlier for talking about the
Red Dragon.
Yeah.
That is
Comeback.
That's
story,
a movie.
right?
I am literally wearing a Death's Head Moth bolo tie. That's how much I'm down with the whole Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter world. But yeah, Red Dragon's not that good. I mean, it's 2/3 of it is, and like there's things that are great in it, but boy,
But the important 1/3 of it is what matters, right?
which is the end, and it's not great, and it's very telling that Jodie Foster was like, nah, I'm good, and props to Julianne Moore for doing her best. What's up?
Yeah, because isn't that the one where that's always parody? Because it's like with Ray Liotta.
Yeah, exactly. Hannibal. Yeah, it's
I'm like from fucking Goodfellas to this. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Anyway, so basically, in the movie pantheon, Manhunter, awesome. Silence of the Lambs, awesome. We need to cover it. You can skip the other two. That's my take on it, and I'm gonna stand by it. All right. So what else you got, Kristina? Anything else?
Probably gonna be, I'm gonna be doing overnight streams all as for now on because that's where the action is. I had a pretty good streams, been doing really well. There's this one streamer, shout out to Neuro Detergent. She and I she loved. I know it's great. Her like overlay is like a laundromat, like a neon light. It's so cool. But she loved Sinners, so she and I are gonna do like a collab. Like, yes, you want to see two leftist white women discuss Sinners, because we actually white leftist women have the correct opinion as opposed to some of the white leftist men on Twitter that we see. So as always, women are smart. But yeah, she loved Sinners. She's like, I really want to talk about it. I'm like, let's collab and talk about it. That'll be fun. So we're probably gonna work on that. It's gonna be fun.
It's almost a shame that we were so early in covering that movie.
Incorrect.
And we were like, we were too far ahead of our time.
We were there before the hype, though. That's the thing. We contributed to the hype, if you think about it. Now people are like, well, and I'm like, it's okay.
We are the hype. We are the hype.
So, hair on point, Kristina.
Thank you. It's at the point where it's wintertime. There's no moisture. My curls aren't curling. So I'm like, you know what? Let me use my Wavy Talk products and start straightening my hair again. Now that's longer.
Yeah, my guest FilmSuck is having a schism over the Testament of Ann Lee.
You know what? I listened to that episode earlier. Here's what's funny. Eileen liked and Dolores didn't. It's usually the other way around.
Yeah.
Usually Eileen
what? I was like, what?
Yeah, sorry to spoil it for FilmSuck patrons that like maybe were waiting to hear about that, but it was interesting. And honestly, Testament of Ann Lee. We're not doing after party, so I'll just say it right now. I did enjoy it, but most of the critiques that were there, I get it. I thought it was cool though, and I thought it did things that I hadn't really seen before, and I thought it was interesting. I think Amanda Seyfried was freaking awesome in it. Like she's a
she's a socialist. We love her.
Comrade Seyfried.
She came to Upstate Films like in Socrates, like like a 30 minutes above me kind of, and she actually did like personalized they're playing it right now in the theater, in the independent theater, and she did like personalized promo where she was like, this is Testament of Ann Lee, come see it at Upstate Films in Socrates. And
I mean, you saw it, right, Forrest?
I saw it last night. I was texting you guys when I was watching
the
it.
sound and like the movements and stuff. Like it's pretty impressive formatively. Like it's
I kept on going while I was watching it, like which had to be funny. Like my mom was like around, and then I was just going.
She's like, is my son okay?
and what's great is this is not a spoiler when they're on the boat and the Shakers are all singing their songs, like help them get through it. At one point, like the crew's just like, shut up.
Well, it happens a bunch of times.
So
it seems like everybody's in the beginning.
That's a gift
Everyone's
for you.
very problem with the Shakers. It's just like they're so fucking loud and annoying.
Enough. What is like
the cops bust in and they're like, you've been making too much noise, mate. Blimey, and like arresting everybody.
It's
I liked it a lot better than I liked the Brutalists. They solved the main. They saved the main problem with the Brutalists is that it was 4 hours long and this is only 2 hours long.
Yeah, I think it's very, very unique and cool movie that in a different year would be. I think at least we'd be talking about a Best Actress nomination for.
We've got a lot of good feedback on Kristina's hair.
That's kind of that's what matters.
Kristina's hair looks great. Hair on point.
Exactly. Heroes of Ice. That's a different one. So there you go. Okay.
All right. Well, we will be back next. Oh yeah,
we didn't do our final thoughts.
In a second, I thought for some reason I thought Kristina.
We pivoted into Testament of Anne Lee as well.
Yeah. Kristina, what are your final thoughts on the Testament of Anne Lee?
Oh, I love
the
it.
Testament of Anne Lee.
You know what? You know what's so funny? People forget that James Caan took like a break from acting. You know, during the 80s, after like like this movie, and I think like one or two other ones before he did like Misery and all that. But like I feel like this one, the theme kind of goes like under the radar when it comes to James Caan performances. And I feel like more people need to be aware that, he might have had a bit of a slump, but like he crushed it in this movie. And the fact that he was so dedicated to not, that he did not use but yeah, I mean, this is, it's a good Michael Mann. So I'm glad that we finally actually did one of his
might just
films.
start with the beginning, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like he had at the very least one good movie a year, like a decade, right? The Godfather, and then this, and I guess he was also in El Dorado, and then Misery in the 90s, and then Elf the next.
He looks amazing in this too. Like the way they got him like dressed, like it's like perfect. Like it's like this is like real. Like you can understand why it's like just a cool, seen as a cool guys doing cool guy stuff movie by the wrong people.
Yeah,
because he does look pretty badass.
He was 40 in this too. It's like,
yeah, great.
He lived to 82.
Yeah, and he unfortunately supported Donald Trump twice. So
yeah, well,
what are you gonna do? Anyway, if you haven't seen this movie, I know a lot of people are like Heat, and I'm like Thief.
I would totally talk about Heat though. I love Heat.
Heat is
for
great.
all
Yeah.
the right reasons that have to not do with great ass. Like
she's got a great ass.
I would have watched it a third time if they'd let me. Yeah.
Poor Hank is there. Yeah, he was not prepared for that.
I'm gonna.
Apu, like,
she's got a great ass. Apu, she's got a great ass. It's gonna get you saying thank you. Come again.
All right.
Conan, final thoughts.
Yeah, one of the best to do it. The score, the wet down visuals, the colors. How well paced,
the
well
score,
acted,
even
well directed. It is. Yeah, it's the second thing I said. The score.
It's Tangerine Dream, yeah.
Yeah. What more do you need? It's Jim Belushi and Willie Nelson. Great. Classic Chicago scenery in here. Astounding. This is a directorial debut, and it's a real pleasure to talk about this with Josh Olson. And I think it was a. Hopefully,
he said he'll come back on.
They invited. We keep having cool big guests on. They keep inviting themselves back. So we will oblige them. That's all I'm going to say about it. For sure. It was great to talk about it. And like I said before, Drive Who. Nicholas Winding Refn owes Michael Mann royalties for
he's got a
back in his
great
career.
drive.
I'm gonna.
All right.
Well, next week we're gonna be streaming on. Next week we're gonna be streaming on Wednesday. We're gonna be talking about one battle after another.
Right.
What came first?
We also got to start doing our watch parties too. So what day?
So join the Movie Night Extravaganza Patreon. I know there's been a lot of
in the
talk
Discord.
In the Discord about people having not seen a lot of the nominees. So
the girls got
may
you
or
covered.
may not be having some events play within.
Mm-hmm. So keep
Join
up
the
with the
Patreon.
Discord because I
Join the Patreon,
Sure
and the Patreon should be in the in the bio, but I'll make sure it is right after this. And if it's not, it'll be in there very shortly.
There you go.
So good double episodes. Adam McCain, Josh Olson.
Coming up next, one podcast after another.
Yes.